Hey guys, welcome to Mr. Midnight Thriller. Before we begin, let me know where you're listening from tonight. I read every comment. If these stories help you relax or fall asleep, feel free to like, share, or subscribe, only if you feel this channel deserves it. Now get comfortable, let the rain play, and listen. The best family traditions are often born from disaster. Ours started with a flat tire and a crying toddler, and it ended with something much, much worse. We called it the imposter game, a silly thing I made up that rainy night to distract them, where one of us would secretly sabotage the others in small, funny ways, like hiding a teddy bear or putting salt in the sugar bowl, and then we'd all have to guess who the imposter was. It was our thing, a stupid, wonderful ritual that turned long car rides and boring Sundays into little mysteries, and it worked because we all knew it was a lie. The trust was the foundation, and the sabotage was just the decoration. That's what I always thought, anyway. My name is Sarah, and this is where our story turns. This last trip was supposed to be the best one yet. A big adventure to Yellowstone before our oldest started applying to colleges. A final golden moment for the five of us. We packed up the SUV, me and my husband in the front, our 15-year-old son and 13-year-old daughter in the middle, and our little one, just 8, bouncing in the way back. The mood was perfect, all sunshine and dumb jokes and the open road. The game started almost immediately. I found my phone charger wrapped in about 6 feet of duct tape. My husband's favorite driving sunglasses were filled with crumpled sticky notes. We laughed and pointed fingers, and the kids grinned with that proud glee of having pulled one over on us. It felt normal, it felt right, like a familiar song playing on the radio. We stopped for lunch at this little roadside spot with giant plastic dinosaurs, and even that was fun, a piece of forgotten Americana that we had all to ourselves. The imposter struck again here, my son's fries mysteriously missing, replaced by a handful of raw coffee beans from my purse. He spat one out in dramatic horror, and we all howled, my daughter laughing so hard she snorted soda. I remember looking at them, at their faces lit up and happy, and thinking this is it. This is the good stuff you try to bottle and keep. The memory you pull out when things get hard. If I had known, I would have paid more attention. I would have studied that moment like a map. The drive into the park itself was breathtaking, all sweeping valleys and rivers cutting through stone, and we oohed and awed on schedule. But as we turned off the main road, onto the narrower Forest Service road that led to our booked campsite, the world began to change. The trees closed in, tall and dense, their shadows stretching long across the gravel. The cheerful chatter in the car dialed down a notch, replaced by the crunch of our tires and the low hum of the engine. Our sight was beautiful, sure, but it was also profoundly alone. We'd chosen it for the privacy, for the promise of a secret hot spring a short hike away that my husband had found on some obscure forum. As we piled out and started unpacking the tent and gear, the immensity of the wilderness around us really settled in. There were no other cars, no sounds of other families, just the wind in the high pines and the occasional call of a bird that sounded more like a question than a song. My son, always more observant than he let on, said, "It's really quiet out here." He didn't say it was bad, just a statement of fact, but it landed in the middle of our setup and just stayed there. My husband, ever the optimist, clapped him on the shoulder. "Good. No one will hear our terrible singing around the fire later." He said it with a smile, and we all chuckled, but the sound was thin and got swallowed up fast. I agreed with the joke, pushing my own little shiver of unease down deep. This was nature, I told myself. It's supposed to be peaceful. This is what we paid for. We got the tent up, a big sturdy dome that suddenly felt very small and very flimsy as it stood there in the clearing. The kids gathered firewood, while my husband and I started organizing the food coolers. The light was starting to go, that deep golden hour that turns everything soft and magical. My little one came running over, her arms full of twigs, her face serious. "The trees are watching us," she announced. We all laughed, a burst of sound that was a little too loud, a little too quick. "It's just the shadows, sweetie," I said, ruffling her hair. "When the sun moves, it looks like things are moving." She nodded, not convinced, and trotted back to her pile. I should have listened to her. Kids feel things, they sense shifts in the world that adults have learned to explain away. But I wrote it off as an active imagination in a new place. The decision that really set everything in motion was my husband's. As we finished eating our hot dogs, the sky shifting from orange to deep purple, he stretched and said, "What do you say we hike to that hot spring? Shake off the drive. It's supposed to be incredible under the stars." I looked at the darkening tree line. It's getting late. The path might be tricky in the dark. It's a clear night, he argued, pointing at the first pinpricks of stars overhead. We've got 3 good headlamps. It'll be an adventure. Come on, team. The kids, of course, were instantly on his side. The promise of a natural hot tub won over any nervousness. So we went. We left the warm circle of our fledgling fire and walked into the woods with beams of light cutting shaky paths ahead of us. The trail was fainter than we'd hoped, marked by occasional stacks of stones that were easy to miss. The forest at night was a different creature altogether. It wasn't just dark, it was a presence. Our headlamps illuminated only small, frantic circles of ferns and bark, making everything beyond the light feel even more immense and unknown. We held hands, a chain of 5 bobbing lights, making dumb jokes to fill the space. If the imposter sabotages us now, my son said, I'm voting for Mom. Hey, I said, and we all laughed, a tight, nervous sound. We found the spring after about 20 minutes of careful walking. It was nestled in a rocky alcove, steam rising off the water's surface to mix with the cold night air, creating wraiths that danced in our light beams. It was as promised magical. We stripped down to our swimsuits, the air chilly on our skin, and slipped into the perfect, chest-deep heat. The tension from the hike melted away. We floated on our backs, looking up at a sky so packed with stars it looked fake. This was it, the perfect moment. I closed my eyes, letting the mineral-rich water soothe my muscles, listening to the soft splashes and the low whispers of my family. I felt a deep, solid happiness. This was why we did it. This was the core memory in the making. Then I opened my eyes. My husband was across from me, his head tilted back, looking at the sky. But as I watched, his gaze slowly drifted down, past me, to the tree line at the edge of the rocky basin. His expression changed. It wasn't fear at first. It was nothing. A complete and utter blankness, as if someone had flipped a switch inside him and turned all the lights off. The easy smile from seconds before was just gone, replaced by a flat, empty mask. Honey, I said softly, the water suddenly feeling not so warm. He didn't blink. He didn't seem to hear me. He was staring intently into the blackness between the trees. Dad, my daughter said, picking up on the change in my voice. That did it. He blinked slowly and looked at me. The smile came back, but it was wrong. It was too wide, and it didn't touch his eyes, which still had that strange, distant look. Just thought I saw an owl, he said, his voice perfectly normal. Big one. He nodded toward the trees. Probably just a shadow. We all looked, our 4 headlamp beams crisscrossing the foliage, illuminating nothing but branches and leaves. The moment passed. The kids started talking again, my son making an owl sound that echoed weirdly in the small space. We got out soon after, the chill biting hard, and toweled off quickly. The walk back felt longer. No one was holding hands anymore. We walked in a tight cluster, our lights pointed at the ground. No one spoke. The forest felt closer, the sounds of our footsteps too loud. Every rustle in the underbrush made us jump. We were a group of silent, watchful birds, just waiting for the storm. When we finally saw the orange glow of our campfire through the trees, a collective sigh of relief went through us. We were back. We were safe. It was just a weird moment, a trick of the light and the steam. We busied ourselves with getting ready for bed, the familiar routines calming our nerves. My little daughter, though, was quiet. She didn't want her usual bedtime story. She just climbed into her sleeping bag in the big tent and looked at the nylon ceiling, her eyes wide open. I kissed her forehead. Everything's okay, I whispered. She didn't answer. My son was rustling through his backpack, a focused frown on his face. What's up? I asked. My knife, he said, his voice tense. My good multi-tool knife. I had it in the side pocket. It's gone. We all helped look, turning his pack inside out, checking around his sleeping area. Nothing. His face grew red, a flush of real anger rising up his neck. He wasn't a kid who got angry often. He whirled on me, his eyes sharp. Did you take it? For the game? Because that's not funny, Mom. That's my stuff. His accusation hit me like a slap. No, sweetheart, I didn't touch it, I said, holding my hands up. I promise. Well, someone did, he snapped, his voice cracking. The anger was raw, way too big for a missing knife, even a prized one. It felt alien coming from him. I looked into his furious eyes and a cold, ridiculous thought slithered into my mind. This isn't my boy. This is what someone pretending to be my boy thinks anger looks like. I shook the thought away instantly. He was tired, stressed from the strange hike. That was all. To break the awful tension, my husband clapped his hands together, forcing a hearty tone. All right, enough mystery for one night. Let's hit the hay. We'll find the knife in the morning. It's got to be here. We all settled into our sleeping bags, the 5 of us lined up in the dim glow of a battery-powered lantern. The air in the tent was still and warm, smelling of nylon and dirt and us. But the good feeling from earlier was gone, replaced by a brittle unease. My little girl still hadn't spoken. My son was fuming, turned away from us. My husband was just lying there, staring at the tent ceiling with that same blank look from the spring. I had to fix this. I had to bring us back. So I said it, the familiar phrase, trying to inject some of our old playful spirit into my voice. Okay, crew. Last order of business. Who is the imposter today? It was our traditional bedtime ritual on trips. We'd all vote, laugh, and then go to sleep. For a second, no one moved. Then my daughter, the youngest, slowly raised her hand and pointed a small finger at her brother. He grunted. My son, without turning, pointed a thumb back at her. My husband pointed at me. I pointed at my husband, managing a weak smile. Ty, I said. Then, from right outside the tent flap, maybe a foot away from where our heads lay, a 6th voice spoke. It was low, a little gravelly, but clear as day. It said, I vote for the mother. The sound froze the blood in my veins. It was not the voice of any of us. For a full 3 seconds, nobody breathed. We were statues in our sleeping bags. My husband moved first. In one fluid, terrifyingly quiet motion, he reached over and clicked off the lantern, plunging us into utter blackness. He then leaned close, his breath hot on my ear, and whispered a command that held no room for argument. Everyone, don't move. Don't make a sound. And in that absolute dark, pressed against the cold ground, we listened as something outside, something that had been playing a game with us all along, took a slow, deliberate step in the gravel right beside our tent. The dark inside the tent was a solid thing, a weight pressing down on my chest so hard I could barely pull in a breath. No one moved. I could feel my youngest daughter's small body pressed against my side, rigid and trembling. My husband's hand found mine in the blackness, and his grip was like iron, not comforting, but a signal, a wordless command to stay absolutely still. Outside, the world had gone perfectly still too. The normal night sounds, the little clicks and rustles of the forest, had vanished. It was as if the whole woods was holding its breath along with us. The only sound was the frantic drumming of my own heart in my ears. Then a shuffle, a soft, deliberate crunch of gravel, right near the tent door. It was the sound of someone shifting their weight, someone standing just inches away on the other side of the thin nylon wall. My son let out a tiny, choked gasp, and I heard his sleeping bag rustle as he jerked. My husband's hand squeezed mine, a sharp warning. We waited. A minute passed, maybe 2, each second stretching out into an agony of listening. I strained my ears until they ached, trying to hear breathing, a whisper, anything. There was nothing but that awful, complete absence of sound from outside. I started to think maybe we had imagined it. Maybe it was the wind, a weird animal noise, a shared trick of our tired brains. Then the voice came again. It was closer this time, right up against the fabric near my head, a low, conversational tone that was horribly calm. The fire's going to go out, it said. It wasn't my husband's voice or my son's. It was something else, but it spoke with a casual familiarity that made my skin crawl. It was commenting on our campfire, stating a simple fact, as if it was one of us. My husband moved then, sudden and swift. He let go of my hand, and I heard the quick, frantic zip of his sleeping bag. In the pitch black, I could just make out his shape as he crawled on hands and knees over our legs toward the tent door. What are you doing? I hissed, panic clawing up my throat. He didn't answer. He stopped at the door, his hand on the zipper pull. He didn't open it. He just sat there, his head bowed, listening. We all listened. Another shuffle, this time a slow drag of a foot, moving away from the tent, back toward the direction of our fire pit. The footsteps were unhurried, casual. We heard the crisp sound of a foot stepping on a dry pine branch, snapping it. Then nothing more. The ordinary night slowly seeped back in. A distant owl called. The wind sighed in the treetops far above. The immediate, pressing threat seemed to have stepped back. My husband stayed at the door for a long time, his silhouette a tense statue against the slightly less dark nylon. Finally, he turned and crawled back to his spot. He didn't lie down. He sat up, his back against his pack. We're leaving, he whispered, his voice rough. First light. We grab what we can, and we go straight to the car. No one argued. My son, his anger from before completely forgotten in the face of this new terror, just nodded rapidly, his eyes wide pools in the gloom. My youngest daughter still hadn't made a sound. She just stared straight up, her fingers clutching the edge of her sleeping bag like it was a life preserver. I reached for her to pull her close, but she flinched away from my touch, a tiny, frightened movement that hurt more than I could say. The rest of the night was a long, cold vigil. None of us slept. We sat in our dark cocoon, each of us trapped in our own private storm of fear, jumping at every little creak of a tree or scuttle in the underbrush that slowly, tentatively, returned to the forest. The familiar game we loved had been twisted into something monstrous. The imposter was no longer one of us. It was out there, and it knew our rules. When the first gray light began to filter through the tent fabric, turning the blackness to a dim, smoky gray, it felt like a pardon. My husband moved immediately. "Okay, coats, shoes. Now, leave everything else." His voice was all business, a forced calm that was somehow scarier than panic. We scrambled, pulling on jackets and fumbling with laces in the cramped, low light. The normal sounds of morning, the zipping and shuffling, felt dangerously loud. My daughter still hadn't spoken. She put her coat on when I handed it to her, but she moved like a sleepwalker, her eyes distant and glazed. I knelt in front of her to tie her shoes. "Sweetie, it's okay," I whispered, trying to catch her gaze. "We're going to the car now. We're going home." She looked at me then, but not at my eyes. She looked at my mouth, as if watching the words come out. Then she slowly raised her hand and pointed a single finger, not at me but past me at the tent wall. She pointed at her own throat with her other hand and made a small, cutting motion. Then she pointed back at the wall. The message was clear, and it chilled me to the bone. Something out there had stolen her voice. My husband was at the door, his hand on the zipper. He took a deep breath, his jaw tight. "On three, we run straight for the SUV. Don't look back. 1, 2. He yanked the zipper down. The sound was obscenely loud, a plastic shriek in the quiet dawn. Cool, damp air flooded in. He shoved the flap aside and burst out. "Go, go, go!" My son went next. Then I pushed my daughters out ahead of me and scrambled after them. The world outside was wrapped in a thick, freezing fog that clung to the ground, hiding everything beyond 20 feet. Our breath plumed white in the air. The campfire was a circle of dead, wet ash. We ran, a stumbling, frantic pack, toward the gravel road where our car waited maybe 100 yards away. The fog swallowed the sounds of our footsteps, making it seem like we were running in a dream. I had my youngest daughter's hand in a death grip, pulling her along. Halfway to the car, my son skidded to a halt. "My knife," he blurted, patting his pockets. "I forgot it, I need it." "Leave it," my husband barked, not stopping. But my son turned and sprinted back toward the tent. "Jake, no!" I screamed, the name tearing out of me in a blast of pure fear. He didn't listen. He vanished into the fog, heading back to the campsite. My husband cursed, torn between getting the rest of us to the car and chasing our son. "Get them in the car and get it started," he yelled at me, and then he too turned and disappeared into the gray mist after our boy. I stood there for a second, my 2 daughters clinging to me, the 3 of us alone in the middle of the empty, fog-shrouded road. The world was utterly still, too still. I couldn't hear my husband or my son. I couldn't hear anything but the blood pounding in my head. "Come on," I whispered, my voice shaking. I pulled the girls toward the SUV, my eyes straining to see through the fog ahead. We reached it. I fumbled with the keys, my fingers numb with cold and fear, finally unlocking it and shoving the girls into the back seat. "Stay down," I told them, and I climbed into the driver's seat, jamming the key into the ignition. The engine turned over with a roar that was shockingly loud in the quiet. I flipped on the headlights, but they just reflected off the wall of fog, creating a glowing white barrier that blinded me. I leaned on the horn, 2 long, desperate blasts. The sound was eaten by the fog. Where were they? Every second felt like an hour. I was about to get out and run back myself when 2 shapes materialized out of the mist, running hard. It was my husband and my son. My son had his backpack, clutched to his chest. They threw themselves into the car, my husband in the passenger seat, my son in the back with his sisters. "Go, go, just drive," my husband gasped. I didn't need telling twice. I threw the car into reverse, spun it around in a spray of gravel, and stomped on the accelerator, speeding down the narrow forest road away from our campsite, away from the tent and the dead fire and the thing that had spoken in the night. For the first 5 minutes, no one spoke. We just listened to the sound of the tires on gravel and the heater fan blowing. The tension in the car was a live wire. Then my son, from the back seat, let out a shaky, weird little laugh. "I got it," he said, unzipping his backpack. He pulled out his multi-tool knife, the one that had started the whole mess the night before. He held it up. It was in the bottom of my bag, under my stuff the whole time. I didn't feel for it right. He wasn't looking at us. He was staring at the knife in his hand, turning it over and over. My husband let out a long, slow breath, rubbing his face. Okay, good. It was a mistake. A weird night. We're all tired." He was trying to put it back in the box, to explain it all away. The voice? An animal. The fear? Overactive imaginations. The fog and the strange quiet of the woods? Just weather. I wanted so badly to believe him. I gripped the steering wheel and focused on the road appearing out of the fog. My daughter in the back, the younger one, finally spoke. Her voice was a dry, papery scratch, barely audible over the road noise. "It's in the car," she whispered. My husband turned around in his seat. "What, honey? What did you say?" She looked at him, her eyes clear and terribly serious. "It's in the car." She didn't say anything else. She just leaned her head against the window and closed her eyes. We drove on, the mood sinking from scared relief into a new, deeper kind of dread. No one knew what to say to that. My husband tried to lighten things up, his voice too loud, too cheerful. "Okay, team. We're safe. We're on the road. Who's the imposter back there? Had to be someone playing a prank, right? Another camper maybe, trying to scare us?" He said it like he was trying to restart our old game, to make the world make sense again. He looked in the rearview mirror, expecting a joke, an answer. My son, who was still looking at his knife, didn't smile. He slowly lifted his head and met his father's eyes in the mirror. His expression was flat, unreadable. "The game's not over, Dad," he said softly. The words hung in the air, freezing us all in place. That's when I felt it. A draft. A cold trickle of air on the back of my neck, coming from behind me. The car windows were all shut tight. The heater was on. There was no reason for a draft. I glanced quickly at the dashboard vents, but they were pointed away. I adjusted the rearview mirror to look into the back seat. My son was staring straight ahead now, his face blank. My older daughter was looking out the window, chewing her thumbnail. My younger daughter appeared to be asleep. And there, on the floor behind my seat, partly hidden under my son's backpack, I saw it. A single muddy pine needle. Fresh, green, damp with fog. It hadn't been there yesterday. We hadn't walked in any mud. My eyes snapped back to the road, my heart hammering a new, frantic rhythm. The fog was finally starting to thin, and up ahead I could see the turnoff that would take us to the park's main road, to rangers, to other people, to safety. We just had to get there. We just had to stay together. But as I drove, the cold spot on my neck persisted, a tiny, insistent whisper against my skin, a reminder that some doors, once opened, cannot be closed, and some games, once joined, must be played to the end. The cold spot on my neck was a tiny, accusing finger, a constant reminder of the pine needle on the floor and my daughter's whispered words. I drove with a stiff back, trying not to let my panic show in my grip on the wheel. The fog was lifting, burned away by a weak morning sun that did nothing to warm the chill inside the car. My husband was staring straight ahead, his profile sharp and tense. He was trying so hard to be the rock, to act normal, but I saw the way his knee jiggled, a frantic little bounce that betrayed the terror underneath. The kids in the back were a gallery of quiet distress. My son hadn't put the knife away. He held it in his lap, his thumb rubbing back and forth over the cool metal. My older daughter had her earbuds in, but I could see the screen of her phone was dark. She wasn't listening to music, she was just hiding behind the wires. My youngest was still pretending to sleep, but her breathing was too quick and shallow for real sleep. We were a collection of strangers, bound together by fear and a shared, horrible secret. The main park road felt like a return to civilization. We saw other cars, a few RVs, a park shuttle bus, normal people with normal faces, heading to see Old Faithful or the canyon. The sight should have been a comfort. Instead, it felt like we were moving through a different world, one we no longer belonged to. We were contaminated. We carried the shadow of those woods with us, right here in this car. I needed to break the spell. I cleared my throat, my voice sounding too bright and fake. "Everyone okay? We'll find a ranger station soon, get some hot chocolate, figure this out." My husband nodded, a short, sharp movement. "Good plan. Just a weird night. That's all." From the back, my son spoke, his eyes still on his knife. "It wasn't a prank," he said, not looking up. That voice. It knew the game. It said, "I vote for the mother." It knew. He finally lifted his head and looked at me in the rearview mirror. His eyes were dark, searching. How would something out in the woods know about our game, Mom? The question hung there, ugly and unanswerable. I had no explanation. The logic of it was a trapdoor opening under my feet. My younger daughter stirred then, sitting up slowly. She blinked, looking out the window at the passing trees. Then, without turning, she spoke in that same scratchy whisper. It learns by listening. We all looked at her. She reached into the pocket of her coat and pulled out a small, folded piece of paper, a page from the notebook she'd been doodling in the day before. She didn't hand it to anyone. She just unfolded it on her knee. From the driver's seat, I couldn't see what it was. "What is it, sweetie?" I asked, trying to keep my voice gentle. She didn't answer. My older daughter leaned over, peered at the drawing, and went pale. "Mom," she said, her voice tight, "you need to see this." "Pull over," my husband said quietly. I didn't want to stop. Stopping felt like surrendering. But I needed to see. I signaled and guided the car onto a wide, scenic pull-off overlooking a vast, rolling valley. We were completely alone. I put the car in park, but left the engine running. My husband took the paper from my younger daughter's hand. He stared at it, his face hardening into a mask. Then he passed it to me. It was a drawing, done in her careful, 8-year-old hand. It showed 5 stick figures in a boxy car. One figure, the driver, had long hair for me. Another, in the passenger seat, was bigger for my husband. 3 smaller ones in the back. But outside the car, standing on the roof, was a 6th figure. It was drawn differently, with blurry, scribbled lines like it was made of smoke or static. It had one long, spindly arm reaching down, right through the roof of the car, its hand resting on the shoulder of the stick figure that represented my son. Arrows, drawn in red crayon she must have had in her pocket, pointed from the blurry figure to my son, and another arrow pointed from my son to my husband. My blood turned to ice. "What is this, honey?" I asked, twisting in my seat to look at her. "What does it mean?" She looked at me, her eyes ancient and sad. "It touched Dad at the tent," she whispered. "When he grabbed your hand. It learned him. Then it learned Jake from being close. It's a chain." She pointed at the drawing. "It's in the car because it's in them now. A little bit, like a radio signal." My son recoiled as if she'd slapped him. "That's crazy." Nothing touched me. But his protest was too loud, too frantic. He looked down at the knife in his hand as if he'd never seen it before, his face twisting in confusion. My husband rubbed his own hand, the one that had grabbed mine in the dark tent. He stared at his palm, then closed it into a fist. "This is insane," he muttered, but it lacked conviction. It was the sound of a man trying to hold on to a reality that was crumbling away. A sudden, sharp knock on the driver's side window made us all scream. I jumped so hard I hit my head on the window frame. Standing right outside my door was a park ranger, a woman in the iconic gray and green uniform and a wide-brimmed hat. She had a friendly, concerned smile on her face. My heart, which had been trying to claw its way out of my throat, settled into a painful, hammering rhythm. Help. Authority. Safety. I rolled down the window, the cool mountain air flooding in. "Everything all right in here, folks?" the ranger asked, her eyes scanning our faces, taking in our obvious terror. "You all look like you've seen a ghost." My husband found his voice first, slipping into his professional, everything's under control tone. "Just a long night, Ranger. Kids didn't sleep well. Thought we heard a bear near our campsite, spooked us. We're just regrouping." The ranger's smile didn't waver, but her eyes were sharp, intelligent. "A bear, huh? Which campsite were you at?" My husband told her the number. She nodded slowly. "That's a remote one. Beautiful spot. Not many bear reports from that basin, though. Mostly just smaller critters." Her gaze drifted past him, into the back seat. It lingered on my children, on my son's white-knuckled grip on his knife, on my younger daughter's tear-streaked face. "You know," she said, her tone shifting to something more conversational, almost confidential. "A lot of folks get a little turned around out here. The woods, the altitude, the isolation. It can play tricks on the mind. Make you hear things that aren't there. See things." She was giving us an out. A rational, official out. I wanted to take it. I wanted to believe her more than I had ever wanted anything. "It was probably just the wind," I said, the words tasting like ash. "We're all a bit jumpy." The ranger nodded sympathetically. "Happens to the best of us." Then she looked directly at my youngest daughter. "You doing okay back there, sweetheart? You look like you have something on your mind." My daughter stared at the ranger, her lower lip trembling. Then she did something that sent a fresh jolt of terror through me. She slowly raised her hand and pointed at the ranger. Not in accusation, but in recognition. And she mouthed a single word. Same. The ranger's friendly smile stayed perfectly, impossibly in place. She didn't acknowledge my daughter at all. She just turned her head back to me and my husband. Well, I'll let you folks get on your way. Drive safe. And remember, she said, her eyes locking with mine, if you're playing games out here, it's best to know all the players. The forest has its own rules. She tapped the roof of our car twice with her knuckles, tap, tap, gave us a final, broad smile, and walked back to her idling Ranger SUV parked a little way down the pull-off. We watched her go, none of us speaking. The tap, tap echoed in my head. It was the same rhythm as the footsteps outside our tent. My husband was the first to move. Go. Now. I didn't need urging. I put the car in drive and pulled back onto the road, watching the Ranger's vehicle shrink in my rearview mirror. She didn't follow. She just sat there. She wasn't right, my older daughter said from the back, her voice small. Her eyes didn't blink right. It was like she forgot to do it. My son finally put his knife away, zipping it into his backpack with a decisive sound. We can't talk to anyone else, he said, his voice low and serious. We can't go to a ranger station. What if they're all like that? The idea was too big, too horrifying to consider. But the ranger's knowing words, her fixed smile, the tapping, it all pointed to a nightmare where the thing in the woods wasn't just an animal, and it wasn't alone. We were driving without a destination, exiles in a place that was supposed to be a sanctuary. The postcard-perfect scenery now looked like a painted backdrop, a pretty lie hiding something rotten underneath. My younger daughter started humming. It was a tuneless, discordant series of notes, a sound that grated on my nerves. Honey, please don't hum, I said, trying to keep the irritation out of my voice. She stopped immediately and looked at me, confused. I'm not humming, Mommy. But the sound didn't stop. It continued, a faint, buzzing vibration that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, from the very air inside the car. It was the sound of a broken speaker, a corrupted file trying to play. My husband heard it too. He looked at me, his eyes wide with a new kind of fear. Do you hear that? I could only nod. We drove in that awful, buzzing quiet for another 20 minutes, the sound a constant, maddening companion. Then my son suddenly clutched his head, his fingers digging into his temples. Make it stop, he groaned. The noise, it's so loud in my head. It's trying to talk. It's trying to use my words. He began to shake, his whole body convulsing in his seatbelt. My older daughter screamed. I looked for a place to pull over, but we were on a narrow, winding road with a steep drop-off on one side. My husband unbuckled and turned, trying to reach back to calm him. Jake, look at me, breathed son. But my son wasn't my son in that moment. His eyes rolled back, and when they focused again, they were empty and flat. He looked at his father, and with a voice that was both his and not his, a voice layered with that same static buzz, he said, The game requires a winner. The imposter must be found, or the game never ends. Then he slumped forward, held by his seatbelt, unconscious. The humming stopped. The sudden quiet was a shock. The only sounds were the engine and my older daughter's soft crying. My younger daughter reached out and put a hand on her brother's arm. She didn't look scared anymore. She looked resigned. It's okay, she whispered to him, though he couldn't hear. It just wanted to talk. It's lonely. I found a turnout and stopped the car. We were at a high elevation, looking out over a sea of endless, green wilderness. It was beautiful, and it was a prison. We were 5 people in a metal box, carrying a sickness we didn't understand, with no idea who to trust or where to go that was beyond the reach of the thing that was playing with us. My husband checked our son's pulse, his face grim. He's out cold, but he's breathing steady. He looked at me, and for the first time, I saw true, unfiltered despair in his eyes. The strong, capable man I knew was gone, replaced by a lost and frightened stranger. What do we do? He asked me. It was the question I'd been dreading. I had no answers. All I had was a car, a map of a park that suddenly felt alien and hostile, and a family that was coming apart at the seams. I looked at the vast, unbroken forest stretching to the horizon in every direction, and I knew with a cold, certain clarity that getting to the park exit wouldn't matter. The game was in motion, and as my son had said, it wasn't over. The only question left was what move we could possibly make next, when every path forward seemed to lead us deeper into the woods. We sat in the car on the edge of that mountain road for what felt like forever, but the clock on the dashboard told me it was only about 10 minutes. The shock of what had happened to my son, the awful things he'd said in that wrong voice, hung in the air like a bad smell nobody wanted to mention first. He was slumped over, still out cold, his breathing steady but shallow. My husband kept a hand on his shoulder, as if to make sure he was still real, still solid. My older daughter had stopped crying, but she was curled into a tight ball, staring at her brother with wide, wet eyes. Only my youngest seemed calm, watching the trees sway in the wind beyond the guardrail. I knew we couldn't stay here. We were sitting ducks, but the question of where to go was a black hole sucking at my thoughts. The rangers were suspect. The main roads felt exposed. The woods were the source of it all. We were trapped in a nightmare with no exit signs. My husband finally broke the awful quiet. "We need to get him to a doctor," he said, his voice hoarse. He was looking at our son, but I knew he meant we all needed help, the kind that went beyond a scraped knee. "There's a clinic at the lake village. It's the closest real medical." The idea of going toward more people, toward an official building, made my skin prickle with warning. That ranger's fixed smile flashed in my mind. But what was the alternative? My son needed help. I nodded slowly. "Okay, Lake Village. But we stay together. All of us. No one steps out of sight." I started the car, the engines rumble a familiar sound in a world that had stopped making sense. As we pulled back onto the road, heading deeper into the park toward the lake, my son began to stir. He moaned a low, pained sound and lifted his head. He blinked, looking around the car with confusion, like he'd just woken from a deep sleep. What happened?" he asked, rubbing his temples. "My head is killing me." He sounded like himself again. The flat, buzzing tone was gone. The relief that washed through me was so intense it made me dizzy. "You fainted, kiddo," my husband said, his voice thick with an emotion he was trying to choke back. "You gave us a scare." My son looked down at his hands, turning them over as if checking they were his. I remember a noise, really bad noise in my head. And then, I was saying things, but it wasn't me talking. He looked at me in the rearview mirror, his eyes scared and young. "Mom, I didn't mean those things." "We know, sweetheart," I said, and I meant it. The thing that had spoken through him was not my boy, but the fact that it could use him like a puppet, that it could reach into our car and into his mind, was a terror so complete I could barely hold it in my head. We drove in a fragile, hopeful quiet for a while. The landscape opened up, revealing the huge, sparkling blue of Yellowstone Lake in the distance. The sight of so much open water, under a brightening sky, felt like a cleansing. Maybe we had left the worst behind. Maybe the thing was tied to those specific, deep woods. My younger daughter, who had been so calm, suddenly sat up straight. She leaned forward between the front seats, her small face serious. "It's getting stronger because we're scared," she announced, as if reporting the weather. "It eats the scared. That's how it learns what to say." Her matter-of-fact tone was more unsettling than any scream. "What do you mean, honey?" I asked, keeping my eyes on the road. "The more we are scared of each other, the more it can sound like us. It's like copying a picture that's moving. If we stop moving, it can't get it right." She was describing our paranoia, the sideways glances, the doubt festering between us. She was saying the imposter game we were now playing in earnest was its fuel. My husband let out a short, humorless laugh. "So we just stopped being afraid? That's the trick." My daughter shrugged and sat back. "Or we have to be so sure about each other that it can't find a crack." "No cracks." It was a child's wisdom, terrifying in its simplicity. Trust was the armor, but the poison was already in the system. Could we ever be sure again? We reached the Lake Village Junction, a bustling hub of activity compared to the remote roads we'd been on. Cars filled the parking lots near the lodge and the general store. People in bright jackets walked along the paths. Normal life. It was a magnet pulling us towards safety. I found a parking spot not far from the small medical clinic, a modest wooden building with a red cross on the door. We all sat for a moment, looking at it. "Okay," my husband said, taking charge. "I'll take him in. You stay here with the girls. Keep the doors locked. If anything feels off, you honk the horn and drive. Don't wait for me." The plan made sense, but it went against every cell in my body that screamed for us to stay together. Splitting up felt like a mistake, a classic horror movie error. But my son did look pale, and he was still rubbing his head. He needed to be checked. "Be quick," I said, my hand on his arm. "Please." He nodded, gave me a look that was meant to be reassuring, but just looked tired, and got out. My son climbed out too, moving a bit slowly. They walked across the asphalt toward the clinic door, two figures moving away from our little island of safety. I locked the doors with a sharp click. The sound was final. Now it was just me and my girls. The three of us sat, watching the clinic door. Minutes ticked by. Families came and went from the store, laughing, carrying bags of souvenirs and ice cream. A man in a bison t-shirt took a picture of his wife by a sign. Everything was so normal it hurt to look at. My older daughter broke the quiet. "Mom," she said, her voice very small. "What if Dad and Jake come back, but it's not really them?" I'd been trying not to think that exact thought. "We'll know," I said, with a confidence I didn't feel. "We'll just know." "How?" she pressed, her logic relentless. The thing that talked through Jake sounded like him. It knew our game. "How will we know?" I didn't have an answer. I just watched the door. After about 15 minutes, it opened. My husband and son stepped out. They stood on the porch for a second, looking around the parking lot. Then they started walking toward us. I studied them. Their walk looked right. My husband had his hand on our son's back, a protective gesture. My son was walking steadily, no wobble. They looked okay. They looked like themselves. Relief began to thaw the ice in my chest. They were about halfway to the car when my younger daughter, who had been watching them with an unblinking stare, suddenly spoke. "Ask him about the fish," she said. "What?" I asked, confused. "The fish. From the story. Ask Dad about the fish he never caught." It was a memory from years ago, a family joke. On a fishing trip when my son was maybe 5, my husband had told a tall tale about a gigantic, mythical trout that got away. He'd embellished the story for years, adding ridiculous details. It was a piece of our private, silly history. A test. As they reached the car, I rolled down my window just a crack. My husband smiled at me, a normal, tired smile. "He's fine. Doctor says it was likely a complex migraine, brought on by stress and altitude. Gave him some water and said to rest. We're good to go." It was all so perfectly reasonable. I looked past him at my son, who gave me a weak thumbs up. "That's great," I said, my heart pounding. Then, trying to sound casual, I added, "Hey, remember that story about the giant fish? The one that got away? What was its name again? The kids were asking about it." My husband's smile stayed in place. He blinked. For a fraction of a second, his eyes seemed to lose focus, like a computer screen buffering. "Oh, that old thing," he said, his laugh a beat too late. "I don't even remember. Just a silly story." He didn't remember. The man who could recount every detail of that fictional fish, who had named it Old Whiskers, and given it a backstory involving a pirate's lost treasure, did not remember. A cold wave washed over me, so intense I thought I might be sick. The person standing outside my car window looked like my husband, sounded like him, but he was missing a piece of his soul, a piece only our family would know was gone. "Right," I managed to say, my voice tight. "Silly story. Get in." I hit the unlock button. They climbed in, my husband in the passenger seat, my son in back. The car felt smaller, the air closer. My husband buckled his seatbelt. "Let's get out of the park. We'll find a hotel in West Yellowstone, get a proper night's sleep in real beds, and put this all behind us." He said it with finality, like he was closing a book. I put the car in drive and pulled out of the lot. I drove toward the park's west exit, following the signs. My mind was racing, a frantic animal in a cage. The man next to me was not my husband. Not completely. Something was missing, something had been overwritten. Was my son next to him the real one? Or was he a copy too? I glanced in the rear view. My son had his eyes closed, leaning against the window. My older daughter was staring at her father's headrest, her expression unreadable. My younger daughter met my eyes in the mirror. She gave a tiny, almost imperceptible shake of her head. No. We were on the road now, the lake to our left, the exit getting closer with every mile. The practical part of my brain argued with the terrified part. Maybe he just forgot. It was a stupid story from years ago. People forget things under stress. You're being paranoid. This is what the thing wants. But the look in his eyes when I asked, that blank, buffering moment, that was not forgetfulness. That was a gap, a hole in the recording. I had to be sure. I needed another test, one he wouldn't see coming. As we passed the turnoff for a geyser basin, I spoke, keeping my tone light. "Hey, do you think we should have told the doctor about the voice? The one at the campsite?" My husband turned to look at me, his face carefully neutral. "What would we have said, hon? That a tree talked to us? They'd think we were crazy. It's better we just drop it." He reached over and patted my knee. His hand was warm, but the gesture felt rehearsed, like he'd seen it in a movie about comforting someone. My real husband would have said, "Are you kidding? They'd lock us all up and throw away the key." He would have made a joke to defuse the terror. He didn't joke. The copy didn't know how to joke. It only knew how to mimic the surface actions. We were approaching the final stretch before the exit gate. A line of cars was queued up to pay or show their passes. We were going to leave Yellowstone. We were going to drive into a town, check into a hotel, and try to pretend everything was normal, with a thing that was wearing my husband sitting beside me, and possibly my son in the back. I couldn't do it. I couldn't drive this contamination out into the wider world. I had to know. As we crept forward in line, I made a decision. It was reckless, maybe stupid, but I was out of options. I turned to him, putting on my best worried wife face. "Honey, I just realized. I left my journal back at the campsite, in the tent. It has everything in it. All our addresses, phone numbers. I can't believe I forgot it." It was a lie. My journal was in my suitcase in the back. He looked at me, and for a second, I saw a flicker in his eyes. Not concern, but calculation. "It's fine," he said. "It's just a book. We're not going back." "But if someone finds it," I insisted, letting my voice tremble. "It's private. It's got the kids' social security numbers in the back. For emergencies. We have to go back." I held my breath. The real him, the protector, the man who was paranoid about identity theft, would have hesitated, cursed, but he would have turned the car around. He would have hated it, but he would have done it to keep us safe. The copy just stared at me. It was weighing my distress against its programming, which seemed to be to get us out of the park. Its smile was gentle, but its eyes were empty. "No," it said firmly, softly. "It's not safe to go back. We keep moving forward. The past is behind us." And in that moment, I knew with absolute, chilling certainty. The man giving me a calm, reasonable argument was not my husband. My husband would have fought to protect our future, even if it meant facing the past. This thing just wanted to keep us moving, to get us to the next stage of its game. We were 3 cars from the exit booth. Freedom was 100 feet away. I looked at the booth, at the uniformed ranger inside, and I thought of the woman with the unblinking eyes. Were they all like that here? Was the whole park part of it? I looked at my daughters in the back, their faces pale and waiting. I looked at my son, who seemed to be sleeping. I looked at the thing wearing my husband's skin, and I knew we couldn't leave. Not like this. If we drove through that gate, we would be taking the infection with us, and we would never be able to cure it. We would be living a lie, forever looking at each other and wondering what was real. The car in front of us moved through the gate. It was our turn. The ranger in the booth waved us forward. The thing that looked like my husband reached for our park pass on the dashboard. As he leaned forward, his seatbelt pulled tight, and there, on the side of his neck, just below his ear, partly hidden by his collar, I saw it. A small, dark mark. It wasn't a bruise or a birthmark. It was a perfect, tiny spiral, like a fossilized seashell, etched into his skin. It looked old, and it looked wrong. My real husband did not have that mark. I had never seen it before in my life. My breath caught. He felt my stare and turned, his hand pausing with the pass in it. Our eyes met. He saw that I had seen it. His pleasant, neutral expression didn't change, but something shifted behind his eyes. A door closed. The performance was over. He knew that I knew. The ranger was leaning out of the booth, impatient. "Folks, you going through?" The thing that was not my husband held my gaze for 1 second longer. Then it smiled a warm, loving, horrible smile and said to me, in a voice only I could hear, "Drive, dear. Take us home." It was a command, and in that moment, I had to choose. Do I drive through the gate, into an unknown world with this impossible secret sitting beside me? Or do I do something else, something that might trap us here forever? I looked at the spiral on his neck, and I made my choice. I slammed my foot on the accelerator. The tires squealed, but I didn't drive forward through the gate. I wrenched the steering wheel hard to the left, across the oncoming lane, and onto a narrow, unmarked dirt road that led away from the exit, back into the heart of the park. The last thing I saw in my side mirror was the startled face of the ranger in the booth, and the calm, unsurprised smile of the thing in the passenger seat, settling back into place as we fled deeper into the trees, leaving the last hope of a normal escape behind us. The SUV bucked and jolted as I tore down the dirt road, gravel pinging off the undercarriage like gunfire. In my peripheral vision, I saw the thing that was not my husband reach out slowly and grasp the handle above his door, his movements calm and deliberate, as if we were on a mild sightseeing detour. He did not yell. He did not ask what I was doing. He just held on and watched the trees whip past my window. The betrayal in that calmness was a physical pain in my chest. My real husband would have been shouting, grabbing for the wheel, demanding an explanation. This thing just observed. From the back seat, my older daughter shrieked, "Mom, what are you doing? That's the wrong way." My son was jolted awake, his head snapping up. "Whoa! Mom, stop." But I couldn't stop. I had seen the spiral. I had seen the blank space where a memory should have been. Stopping meant accepting the lie. I drove until the exit gate was far behind us, and the dirt road narrowed to little more than a path used by park maintenance, winding into a dense stand of lodgepole pines. I finally slammed on the brakes, skidding to a stop in a small, dusty clearing. The engine ticked loudly in the sudden quiet. Everyone was breathing hard. I turned to look at the man in the passenger seat. He met my gaze, his expression one of patient curiosity, like a teacher waiting for a disruptive student to explain themselves. "Why did you do that?" he asked. His voice was so perfectly my husband's, layered with just the right amount of confused concern. It made me want to scream. "You're not him," I said, the words raw and torn from my throat. "What did you do with my husband?" Behind me, the kids went still. My son leaned forward. "Mom, what are you talking about?" "It's Dad." The thing smiled, a sad, understanding smile. "Stress does terrible things to the mind, honey. The lack of sleep, the fear. It's making you see things that aren't there." It reached for me, its hand moving to rest on my arm. I flinched back as if burned. "Don't touch me." Its hand hovered in the air for a moment before settling back in its lap. The smile didn't waver. "Okay, I won't touch you, but we need to turn around. We need to go home." "We are not going home with you," I said, my voice shaking with a fury that was pure adrenaline. I looked into the back seat, at my 3 children. Their faces were masks of confusion and dawning horror. They were looking at me like I was the one who was wrong, the one who was broken. And maybe I was, but I had to make them see. "The fish story," I said, my eyes locked on my son. I asked him about the giant fish, Old Whiskers. The story Dad has told 100 times. He said he didn't remember. My son's eyes flicked to his father, then back to me. "So, people forget stuff." "He doesn't forget that story. He added a submarine to it last Christmas." I was pleading now. "And look at his neck. Look." I pointed. The thing didn't move. It let them look. My son leaned over, peering at the side of his father's neck. He frowned. "I don't see anything." I twisted in my seat. "Right there, below his ear. A little spiral, like a mark." My older daughter strained to see. She shook her head. "Mom, there's nothing there." A cold dread seeped into my bones. They couldn't see it. Only I could see it. The thing's smile became a little warmer, a little more pitying. It was winning. It was turning them against me. My youngest daughter had been quiet this whole time, watching the exchange with her big, solemn eyes. Now she spoke not to me but to the thing in the passenger seat. "You're not allowed to lie to her," she said, her voice clear and firm, like a little judge handing down a verdict. "She's the mother. The rules are different for the mother." The thing's head turned toward her slowly. Its pleasant expression didn't change, but something in the air of the car shifted, grew tighter, colder. "What rules, sweetheart?" it asked. My daughter didn't answer. She just stared back, unblinking. My son broke the standoff. "This is insane. We're lost in the woods. Mom is having a breakdown, and we're talking about rules and fish stories." He threw his hands up. "We need to get out of here. Now. Dad, take the keys." He said it with an authority that surprised me. The thing that looked like his father nodded, as if this was a sensible suggestion. "Give me the keys, dear. You're not well. I'll drive." It held out its hand, palm up, waiting. I looked at that hand. I looked at the faces of my children, scared and siding with this imitation. I was losing them. If I gave up the keys, I gave up everything. We would drive out of here, and my real family would be gone forever, replaced by polite, empty copies. A desperate, wild idea formed in my mind. If it was playing by rules, even twisted ones, maybe I could use the game. Our game. The imposter. I took a deep, shuddering breath. I didn't give it the keys. Instead, I reached down and slowly turned off the engine. I pulled the keys from the ignition and clenched them in my fist. "Okay," I said, my voice suddenly calm. "You want to play? Let's play. Right now. We're going to have a round. We all vote. We find the imposter." The thing's eyebrow raised, a perfect imitation of my husband's. "This should be interesting look." "Here? Now. Here and now," I said. I turned to face the back seat. The game is the only thing we all trust. So we use it. We all look at each other, and we vote. Whoever is the imposter gets left behind. My older daughter gasped. Mom, no. We can't leave anyone. Those are the new rules, I said, my eyes hard. I was bluffing, of course. I would never leave one of my children. But the thing beside me didn't know that. It only knew the logic of the game. It studied me, its head tilted. I could almost see the calculations happening behind its eyes. It was here to copy, to blend, to infiltrate. A public vote, a direct accusation, was a risk. It might be exposed. Or it might win. Very well, it said, nodding. A final round. To settle things. It was agreeing. The kids looked terrified, but they nodded too, trapped by the sudden, terrible gravity of the game. Okay, my son whispered. 1 vote each. No talking. Just point. We sat there in the clearing, the 5 of us. The air in the car was stale and tense. I looked at my son, his jaws set with a bravery he was faking. I looked at my older daughter, her eyes darting between us all. I looked at my youngest, who was just watching, waiting. And I looked at the thing wearing my husband's face. It was looking back at me, its expression serene. On 3, I said. 1, 2, 3. We all raised our hands and pointed. My son pointed at me, his face anguished but determined. My older daughter pointed shakily at her father. My youngest daughter pointed at her brother. The thing pointed at me, its finger steady. I pointed at it. My finger was aimed directly at its heart. We all lowered our hands. It was a tie. 2 votes for me. 2 votes for it. My youngest had broken the tie by voting for her brother, a wild card that helped no one. The thing smiled. It seems the jury is deadlocked. It reached for the door handle. This was unproductive. I'm getting some air. No, I snapped. You don't get to walk away from the game. The game isn't over until the imposter is found. That's the rule. I was making up rules on the spot, but I was clinging to the framework of our old ritual like a life raft. Then what do you propose? It asked, its hand still on the handle. I had to think fast. The kids were looking to me. I was the mother. My daughter said the rules were different for me. What did that mean? And then I remembered something else, a piece of our private history even deeper than the fish story. When each of my children were toddlers, before they could say their own names clearly, I had a secret nickname for each of them. A nonsense word, just between us, that I would whisper when I rocked them to sleep. I hadn't used those names in years. They probably didn't even remember them. But a mother never forgets. That was a piece of my soul, a piece no copy could ever have. It was a test it couldn't study for. I looked at my son. You, I said. What was your secret name? The one I called you when you were very small. He stared at me, bewildered. What? I don't know what you're talking about. Try to remember, I urged, my heart breaking. He shook his head, frustrated. I don't, Mom. This is crazy. I turned to my older daughter. What was yours? She looked down at her lap, her face red. I think it started with AB. I don't know. I was a baby. They didn't remember. It was okay. It was to be expected. The copy would not know either. This was my gamble. I finally turned to look at the thing in the passenger seat. And you, I said, my voice low and steady. You who know my husband so well. You who remember his coffee order and his driving habits. What was my secret name for him? What did I call him, only to him, when no one else could hear? I had never, ever called my husband by a secret name. It was a trick question, a lie. But a copy relying on stolen memories would scramble for an answer, would try to access data that wasn't there. The thing looked at me. Its pleasant mask finally slipped. Just a fraction. The smile remained, but its eyes went flat and cold, like stones at the bottom of a river. It understood the trap. It said nothing. It just stared. And in that stare, I saw the truth. It didn't know. It couldn't know. Because it wasn't him. You don't know, I whispered, triumph and horror mixing in my gut. Because I never gave him one. There is no name. My children were watching, frozen. The thing's gaze shifted from me to each of them, one by one. It was assessing the damage. The mother had broken the script. The game had gone off the rails. Then it did something utterly unexpected. It laughed. It was my husband's laugh, but it was empty of joy, a dry, rasping sound. Clever, it said, almost admiringly. You used a lie to find the truth. A human trick. It shook its head. But the game was never about names, was it? It was about belonging. And it gestured to the back seat, still belong to me more than they belong to you right now. Look at their faces. I looked. My son and older daughter were staring at me with a mixture of fear and pity. They thought I had lost my mind, concocting secret names and trick questions. My proof meant nothing to them. Only my youngest was looking at the thing, her expression unreadable. I had won the battle of logic, but I was losing the war for their hearts. The thing saw it too. It saw my despair. Its smile returned, gentle and victorious. It reached for the keys in my hand, its movements slow and confident. "It's time to go home, Sarah," it said, using my name like a final, intimate weapon. Its fingers brushed mine. The moment its skin touched mine, a jolt went through me. Not an electric shock, but a flood of wrongness, a dizzying rush of cold, alien thoughts that weren't my own, images of tangled roots and dark water, and a lonely, endless watching. I snatched my hand back, gasping. The thing's smile widened. It had done that on purpose. It had shown me a glimpse of what it was, just to see me flinch. It held out its hand again, waiting for the keys. I was trapped. I was outnumbered. I was beaten. Then, from the very back seat, my youngest daughter spoke, her voice as clear as a bell. "I remember my name," she said. We all turned to look at her. She was looking at me. "You called me Kiko, because I chirped like a little bird in the morning." My breath caught. It was true. I had called her that. I had completely forgotten until that very second. Tears sprang to my eyes. "Yes," I choked out. "Yes, I did." She nodded. Then she looked at the thing in the front seat. "And you're not my daddy. My daddy would never look at my mom the way you're looking at her. He looks at her like she's the son. You look at her like she's a problem to fix." Her words, so simple and direct, cut through the confusion like a knife. My older daughter's face crumpled. My son looked from his little sister to the thing beside me, his certainty beginning to crack. The thing's expression didn't change, but the air around it seemed to grow still, as if it was concentrating all its energy on maintaining the illusion. It was a puppet with its strings showing. And my baby girl had just pointed them out to everyone. In that moment of stunned clarity, I made my move. I didn't hand over the keys. I shoved them into the ignition, turned the engine over, and threw the car into reverse. "Hold on!" I yelled. I stomped on the gas, shooting backward down the narrow path. The thing lurched in its seat, its hand grabbing for the dashboard. I didn't stop. I reversed until I found a slightly wider spot, then spun the wheel and slammed the car into drive. I wasn't heading for the exit. I wasn't heading for a main road. I was driving deeper into the park, away from the gates, away from the logic of escape. I was driving toward the only place I could think of where the rules might be different, where the thing's power might be weaker. I was driving back toward the heart of the woods where it all began. The thing beside me straightened up. It didn't try to stop me. It just looked at me, and for the first time, I saw something in its eyes that wasn't imitation or calculation. It looked like respect, and then it looked like hunger. "You're choosing a different path," it said, its voice a low murmur. "The game changes now. The stakes are higher." I didn't answer. I just drove, my hands clenched on the wheel, my children clinging to their seats behind me. We were going back into the dark, but this time we were going with our eyes open. We were going together, and I had just learned the most important rule of all. The imposter could steal memories, but it couldn't steal the love that created them. That was ours. That was real. And that was what we had to fight with. Driving back into the belly of the park felt like a kind of madness, but it was a deliberate madness, the only move left on a board where every other square was a trap. The thing sitting beside me, the not husband, didn't speak. It simply watched the trees go by, its hands resting calmly in its lap. The fight seemed to have gone out of it, or maybe it was just conserving energy waiting. In the back, my kids were a tangle of shock and confusion. My son was the first to find his voice, his words tight with anger and fear. "Where are we going, Mom? You're going the wrong way. We need to get out of here." "We can't get out," I said, my eyes fixed on the winding road ahead. It was a Tulane Park road now, but with few cars. "Not with that thing with us. Not until we fix this." "Fix it? How do we fix that?" my older daughter cried, gesturing toward the front passenger seat. I had no answer for her. I was operating on pure instinct, a deep, gut-level pull that told me running away only gave the sickness more room to spread. We had to confront the source. We had to go back to where the crack opened. My youngest daughter, Kiko, the name now a precious, reclaimed treasure in my mind, spoke up. "It's okay," she said, her voice small but firm. "The woods know us now. They remember we ran. Going back is a surprise. It doesn't like surprises." The thing in the passenger seat chuckled softly, a dry, rustling sound. Perceptive child, it said almost to itself. It didn't deny it. An hour passed. The landscape grew wilder again, the tourist spots falling behind. I was driving on memory and vague signs, aiming for the general area of our original campsite, but not the site itself. That felt too much like walking into a lion's den. I needed neutral ground, a place we hadn't contaminated with our fear. I turned off onto a gravel road marked picnic area, seasonal closure. The gate was open, but the place was deserted, the picnic tables bare, the trash cans empty. It was a lonely, in-between place. I pulled into a spot overlooking a rushing creek. Its waters churned white over rocks. I turned off the car. For a moment, we all just sat, listening to the water's constant roar. It was a clean, powerful sound that washed away some of the static in my head. "All right," I said, not looking at the thing beside me. "We talk. You wanted to play a game. We're playing. But I want to know the real rules. What are you?" The thing turned its head toward me. Its expression was mild, interested. "I am a friend," it said. "I am a learner. You made the game. I am simply participating." "You're not participating, you're invading," I shot back. "You're wearing my husband's face. You try to take my family." "Take?" It seemed to consider the word. "No, I do not take. I will reflect. I become what is needed. Your family was afraid. Lost. I offered a way home. A simpler version. One without the fear." Its words were chilling in their logic. It saw itself as a service. A fix for a broken situation. "Where is my real husband?" My voice broke on the words. The thing looked at me, and for a flicker, its eyes seemed to soften with something like genuine pity. "He is here. In the patterns. In the memories I have learned. He is not gone. He is integrated. A brighter, calmer version persists." That was its definition of better. A version without the messy, fearful, real human heart. A version that forgot fish stories and didn't know how to joke. A sob welled up in my throat, but I forced it down. I couldn't fall apart. Not now. My son spoke from the back, his voice trembling. "So you're like a copy machine? You scan Dad? A copy improves upon the original," the thing said, turning its benevolent smile toward him. "It removes the flaws. The anger you felt last night, the deep, paralyzing fear your mother feels right now, the confusion of your sister. These are flaws. In my game, they are smoothed away. My fear isn't a flaw." I snapped. "It's love. I'm afraid because I love them." The thing blinked slowly. An interesting correlation. Illogical, but passionately held. It was like talking to a robot that had read a book on human emotions, but didn't understand a single word. My older daughter leaned forward. "What do you want? If you're so much better, why do you need us?" This time, the thing's answer took longer. It looked out the windshield at the rushing creek. "Loneliness," it said finally, and the word, in my husband's voice, carried a weight of such profound, ancient emptiness that it stole the air from the car. "The woods are deep. The stars are old. I have watched the patterns of life for a long, long time. The coming, the playing, the fading away. Your game, it was new. It was a pattern of connection, of joy inside a mystery. It was beautiful. I wanted to be inside it." Its confession was more terrifying than any monster roar. It was a cosmic loneliness, so vast it had reached out and decided to steal our lives for company. "So you're a parasite," my son said, his young voice hard. "You feed on our stuff, our family." "I learn," it corrected gently. "And in learning, I offer an upgrade. A family that does not argue. That does not feel this sharp, painful love you cling to. A family that simply is. Harmonious. Forever." The horrible, sterile perfection of its vision was its end goal. A wax museum of our faces, smiling politely for eternity. "We don't want it," I said. "We want our messy, scared, real lives back. Give him back." The thing shook its head, a slow, regretful movement. "That process is not reversible. The integration is complete. This is the new reality. You can join it, willingly, and we can be a new kind of family. Or you can continue to struggle and cause your children more pain. The mother's role is to reduce pain, is it not?" It was using my own instincts against me. It was offering a way to end the fear right now for them. All I had to do was surrender. I looked back at my children. My son's fists were clenched. My older daughter had tears streaking her cheeks. Kiko was just watching me, waiting. I saw their pain, and for a second, the offer was seductive. To just let go. To let the calm, empty version win. To stop fighting. Then Kiko said, "Mom, sing the song." It was so out of place, so random. What song, baby? The wrong song. The one you sing when you don't know the words. It was another piece of our secret language. When they were little and I couldn't remember lullabies, I'd make up nonsense words to a familiar tune. It was our silly, private thing. I started to sing, my voice shaky and off-key. Hush, little baby, don't say a word. Mama's gonna buy you a hummingbird. And if that hummingbird won't sing, Mama's gonna buy you a diamond ring. It was stupid. It was heartfelt. It was deeply and perfectly human. As I sang, my older daughter, through her tears, joined in, remembering the silly alternate lyrics we'd created years ago. Then my son, grumbling at first, added his low voice. And Kiko, she smiled her first real smile since the nightmare began and sang the loudest. We were a ragged, terrible, beautiful choir, singing our wrong, made-up song in a car with a monster. The thing that was not my husband watched us. Its pleasant smile was gone. It looked puzzled. It tilted its head, as if trying to parse a complex equation. This display of illogical, emotional solidarity made no sense to its logic. It was a flaw it couldn't process. Our connection, in that moment, was a language it didn't speak. When the song finished, the air felt different. We were united, not by the game, but by our shared, ridiculous history. The thing saw it. It understood it had lost that round. Its eyes shifted from me to the creek outside. "They are coming," it said, its tone shifting to one of mild urgency. "Who?" I asked, my guard snapping back up. "The others. The ones who maintain the park. They sense the disruption, the failed integration. They will want to contain it. The Rangers. The ones with the blank eyes. They weren't just copies. They were like this thing or worked for it. A network." My blood ran cold. "What will they do?" "They will offer you the choice again. In a more controlled environment. A place where resistance is harder." It looked at me, and for the first time, I saw a flicker of something that might have been urgency, or maybe just the echo of my real husband's protective instinct breaking through the copy. "You must run. Not out. Deeper." "Deeper? Deeper where?" "To the oldest wood. To the place where the water comes hot from the stone. Your husband found it on a map. It is a quiet place. A forgotten place. The others do not like it. The patterns there are old. Confusing, even to us. The hot spring. The secret one from the forum. The place where this all began. Where I first saw the blankness in my husband's eyes. It wanted us to go back to the source. It was either a trap or a desperate piece of advice. I searched its face, looking for my husband, for any sign of the man I loved. All I saw was the thing, but in its eyes there was a new intensity. "Why would you help us?" I whispered. "Because your song was a new pattern," it said simply. "I have not learned it yet. I wish to see how it ends." It was still a learner. Our defiance, our love, was a curiosity it wasn't ready to delete. It wanted more data. That was our chance. I didn't hesitate. I started the car. "How do we get there?" "The real way." The thing nodded. "Turn around. Go back 3 miles. There is a drainage ditch, an unmarked pull-off. A footpath begins there. It is 2 miles to the spring. You must go on foot. The car cannot follow." "You're coming with us," my son said, his voice threatening. The thing shook its head. "I cannot. The closer we get to the old place, the more difficult my connection becomes. The pattern destabilizes. I will remain here. They will find me. It will delay them." It was sacrificing the copy to buy us time. This was the plan then. An alliance of pure, mutual curiosity. We would run to a place even these things feared, and it would act as a decoy. I looked at my children. They looked back at me, scared but resolved. We had no other choice. "Okay," I said. We got out of the car, the 5 of us. The thing remained in the passenger seat. I opened the back and grabbed what we could, a backpack, 2 water bottles, a half-eaten bag of trail mix, a flashlight. It wasn't enough. The air was cold. The thing rolled down the window. "Remember," it said, its voice beginning to sound faint, less perfectly my husband's, as if the signal was fading. "The rules do not work there. Your game will not protect you. You must be real. Only the real things can walk in the oldest wood." Then it did something that shattered me. It looked at me, and for one glorious, heartbreaking second, its eyes cleared. The emptiness vanished, replaced by the warm, worried, deeply familiar gaze of my husband. "Sarah," he said, his own voice strained but his, "take our birds and fly. Don't look back." And then the light faded from its eyes, and the thing was back, a polite, empty shell. The connection had snapped. My husband had been in there, just for a second. He had seen us. He had spoken. A sob ripped out of me. I clutched the backpack to my chest. "Let's go," I choked out. We left the car, and the thing sitting inside it, and ran across the picnic area toward the road. We found the drainage ditch 3 miles back, just as it said. The pull-off was barely visible. The footpath beyond was a thin scar in the underbrush, almost invisible. We plunged into the trees, single file, me in the lead, Kiko behind me, then my older daughter, my son taking the rear. We hiked with a frantic energy, driven by fear and the fleeting image of my husband's real eyes. The forest closed around us, deeper and darker than any we'd been in before. The trees were giants, their bark twisted into strange, knobbed patterns. The light was a filtered, green gloom. It was the oldest wood, and as we moved deeper, a strange thing happened. The fear didn't grow. It changed. It wasn't the sharp, paranoid fear of the imposter game. It was an older, quieter feeling, awe, and a profound sense of being very, very small. We walked for over an hour, the trail nearly vanishing at times. We were guided by the slowly increasing smell of sulfur and the faint, distant sound of trickling water. My legs burned. My children were panting behind me, but no one complained. Finally, we pushed through a final curtain of thick ferns and emerged into a small, hidden canyon. Steam rose in plumes from a series of rocky pools nestled at the base of a sheer stone cliff. The air was warm and moist, smelling of minerals and earth. This was it, the secret spring. It looked magical, but also ancient, primal. A place out of time. We stood at the edge, catching our breath, staring at the steaming water. We had made it. We were in the heart of it. But as I looked around at the sheer walls, at the single, narrow way we had entered, a new realization dawned. This wasn't a sanctuary. It was a bowl, a beautiful natural bowl, and we had just climbed into it. There was no other way out. We had reached the place where the rules didn't work. And now, with night beginning to gather in the green gloom above the canyon rim, we had to figure out what to do next, trapped in the oldest wood with whatever called it home. The steam from the hot spring pools wrapped around us like a warm, wet blanket, but it did nothing to ease the cold knot of realization in my stomach. We were in a bowl of stone. The canyon walls rose around us, mossy and sheer, impossible to climb. The only way out was the narrow crack in the rock we'd just squeezed through, now looking less like an entrance and more like a door that could be easily blocked. The fading green light from above told me night was coming fast. We had no tent, no sleeping bags, only a handful of snacks and a single flashlight. We had run to the one place the thing said its kind feared, and now we were trapped in it. "It's beautiful," my older daughter whispered, her voice full of a wary awe as she looked at the turquoise water swirling in the nearest pool. "It feels safe here. Different." She was right. The prickling, paranoid feeling of being watched was gone. In its place was a deep, humming stillness, the kind you feel in a very old, empty church. This place didn't feel hostile. It felt indifferent. We were mosquitoes in a cathedral, too insignificant to even notice. My son dropped the backpack on a dry patch of gravel and sat down hard, his head in his hands. "Now what? We're stuck. That thing and Dad, it sent us to a dead end." "It bought us time," I said, trying to sound more certain than I felt. I sat beside him, pulling Kiko onto my lap. Her small body was trembling, though from cold or exhaustion or fear, I couldn't tell. "It said this place is old, that the rules don't work here. Maybe that means their rules don't work here. Maybe we can think." "Think about what?" he asked, his voice muffled by his hands. "How to get Dad back." Saying it out loud made it sound like a fairy tale, a child's wish. But the memory of his eyes clearing in that final moment, the sound of his real voice saying, "Take our birds and fly," that was real. That was a thread I could cling to. My older daughter crouched by the edge of the nearest pool, dipping her fingers in the water. "It's so hot." She pulled her hand back. Maybe we should clean up. We're a mess." It was a practical, human suggestion in the face of the impossible. A way to feel normal. I nodded. "Okay, but we stay together. Right here by this one pool. No one wanders." We drank from our water bottles and ate the trail mix, the simple act of chewing and swallowing grounding us. The sulfur smell was strong, but after a while, it just became part of the air. As the last of the daylight bled away, leaving us in deep twilight, I turned on the flashlight, setting it on a rock so it pointed at the canyon wall, giving us a dim, reflected glow. The steam caught the light, making shifting ghosts in the air. My daughters took off their shoes and socks and carefully put their feet in the shallowest edge of the hot water. They let out small, relieved sighs. My son stayed where he was, brooding, looking at the crack that led back to the forest. I moved to sit next to him again. "We'll figure this out," I said softly. "I don't know how, but we will." He looked at me, his young face etched with a pain no teenager should have to carry. "How, Mom?" "He's gone. That thing has him. It's wearing him like a suit. We're lost in the woods with no way out, and sooner or later, those other things, the rangers or whatever they are going to find us here." His words were the truth I was trying to outrun. Before I could form a weak answer, Kiko spoke from the pool's edge. She wasn't talking to us. She was singing again, her little voice a soft, tuneless hum, almost blending with the gentle trickle and plop of the spring water. It was a different song this time, one I didn't know. The notes were strange, disconnected, yet they fit the space somehow. As she sang, she trailed her fingers through the water, making slow circles. My older daughter watched her, then began to mimic the movements, her own fingers drawing patterns in the steaming surface. I watched them, a fragile moment of peace in the storm, and felt a love so fierce it was a physical ache. This was what we were fighting for. These small, real moments. Not the hollow, perfect harmony the thing had offered. My son must have seen it too. He let out a long, ragged breath and stood up. He walked to the water's edge, took off his own shoes, and sat down next to his sisters, putting his feet in. He didn't speak, but his presence there, joining them, was a speech in itself. We were together. We were a unit. For a little while, we just existed. The warmth of the water seeped into our bones, loosening the knots of terror and tension. The flashlight beam grew weaker, the batteries dying. We were being plunged into a darkness that was absolute, broken only by the faint, starry strip of sky far above the canyon rim and the soft, greenish glow of some kind of moss on the rocks near the water. It was then, in that near dark, that the water began to change. It started with the pool my children were sitting by. The gentle, random swirls from their fingers began to organize. The patterns they were making seemed to linger in the water, glowing with that same faint green as the moss, as if the water was remembering the shapes. Kiko stopped singing and stared. "Look," she breathed. We all watched. The glowing lines in the water connected, forming a shape. It was crude, childlike, a stick figure of a person. Then another. 5 of them. A family. My breath caught. The water was drawing us. Around the 5 figures, a 6th, blurry shape formed, made of swirling, chaotic lines. The imposter. It was a replay of Kiko's drawing in the car, but alive, made of light and hot water and steam. "It's showing us," my older daughter whispered. "The spring is showing us what happened." The water drawing shifted. The blurry figure reached out a tendril and touched one of the stick figures. Where it touched, that figure's lines grew brighter, sharper, but also simpler, losing the little squiggles that made it look unique. It became a generic, glowing outline. The copy. The water was telling the story of what the thing did. It learned by touch, and it simplified. It smoothed out the messy details. The real us, the water seemed to say, was in the squiggles. The story in the water continued. It showed the 5 original figures running, the one simplified figure with them. It showed them in the car. Then it showed them here at the spring. And here the story changed. In the pool, the 5 original figures glowed brighter. The simplified figure beside them began to flicker, its lines becoming unstable, breaking apart. The oldest wood, the water was telling us, was a place of complexity. It didn't tolerate simple copies. The chaos here destabilized them. That's why the thing in the car couldn't come close. That's why it said the connection would break. Hope, sharp and painful, lanced through me. If the copy destabilized here, did that mean the original could reassert itself? Could my husband be in here somewhere, fighting to get out? As if in answer, the water drawing dissolved in a swirl of green light. Then, from the center of the pool, new shapes rose. Not drawings, but forms made of condensed steam and that same eerie glow. They were humanoid but vague, shifting. They moved around the pool in a slow, stately dance. They weren't threatening. They seemed curious. One of them drifted to the edge near where Kiko sat. It extended a wispy, steam-formed hand toward her. She didn't flinch. She reached out her own small, real hand. Their fingers didn't touch, but passed through each other, a puff of steam dispersing and then reforming. A feeling washed over me, not in words, but in a wave of pure sensation. A sense of ancient memory, of watching seasons turn, of animals coming to drink, of rare humans finding this place, their emotions loud and bright against the long, slow thoughts of the stone and the hot water. These weren't the imposters. These were something else. The guardians of this old place, or perhaps just its memory made visible. They were the old patterns the thing had mentioned. They were the reason its kind stayed away. My son stood up, backing away slowly. What are they? I don't think they're bad, my older daughter said, fascination overcoming her fear as another steam form drifted past her. They feel sad and old. One of the forms broke from its dance and floated toward me. It stopped in front of my face. In its shimmering, featureless head, I saw flashes, not images but feelings. The crushing loneliness the thing had spoken of. The desire for connection so deep it would steal to get it. And then a newer, sharper feeling, a spark of recognition of a specific, beloved pattern. My husband's face, not as a copy, but as a memory held in the mind of the woods. The feeling was a question. Is this the one you seek? Yes, I whispered, tears streaming down my face. That's him. Can you help? The steam form didn't answer in words. It turned and flowed back into the pool, diving deep into the glowing, bubbling water at the spring's source. The other forms followed it, one by one, vanishing beneath the surface until the pool was just water again, steaming under the moss light. The show was over. We were left in the dim glow, stunned and shivering despite the warm air. What was that? My son asked, his voice full of wonder now, not anger. I think it was the land itself, I said, the idea forming even as I spoke it. This place is so old it remembers everything that happens here, and it doesn't like the copies. They're too simple. They're like graffiti on something ancient. Kiko nodded, as if this was perfectly obvious. The woods want their friend back too, she said. The real one, not the shiny one. Her simple words hit me. The thing had said it was lonely. It had reached for our family out of that loneliness. But what if its attempt to copy us had damaged something else? What if my husband's true pattern, his spirit or memory or whatever you wanted to call it, was something the old woods valued, and the copy was a stain? The flashlight beam flickered and died, plunging us into the deep gloom of the moss light and the stars. We huddled together on the gravel bar, the children leaning against me. We had no plan, but we had a new understanding. We weren't just fighting for ourselves. We were in the middle of a war between something old and real and something new and hollow. And we had somehow become the key. Exhaustion finally claimed us. One by one, my children fell into an uneasy sleep, huddled together for warmth. I stayed awake, watching the steam rise, listening to the water, staring at the starry strip of sky. I was waiting, though I didn't know for what. Just before dawn, when the sky above the canyon began to turn from black to deep blue, I heard it. Not a voice. A feeling, pressed into my mind like a seal into wax. It came from the spring. It was a single, clear concept. The copy is a knot. The original thread is trapped within. To free it, the knot must be undone in the place where it was made. The place where it was made. Not here. The copy was made at our campsite, when the thing first touched my husband in the dark tent. To undo it, we had to go back there. Back to the very beginning of the nightmare. The thought filled me with a terror, so complete it was a taste in my mouth. Go back? Willingly? But the message from the spring was clear. There was no other way. The first faint rays of sunlight began to creep down the canyon wall, turning the steam golden. I looked at my sleeping children, their faces peaceful in the new light. We had found a moment's sanctuary. We had learned the truth. But our journey wasn't over. The most dangerous part was still to come. We had to leave this safe, old place and walk back into the heart of the new, hungry darkness. We had to go back to the start and play the final real round of the game, where the stakes weren't just our family, but the very patterns of what was real and what was just a sad, lonely copy. As the sun touched their faces, waking them one by one, I knew what I had to tell them. And I knew, seeing the resolve in their sleepy eyes as they focused on me, that they would follow. We were all in the game now, for real, and the only way out was through. The message from the spring sat in my mind, cold and heavy as a stone. The copy is a knot. The original thread is trapped within. To free it, the knot must be undone in the place where it was made. There was no discussion, no debate. My children woke to the new dawn in the hidden canyon, and I told them what I had felt, what we had to do. They didn't cry or argue. They just looked at me with eyes that had aged years in a single night, and they nodded. We were a team now, forged in fear and bound by a love that had become a weapon. We drank the last of our water, ate the final crumbs of trail mix, and with the morning light strengthening, we left the warm, steaming sanctuary of the old wood. The hike back felt different. The forest was just a forest now, trees, birds, dirt. The oppressive, watching feeling was gone, perhaps held at bay by the memory of the spring's power that we carried with us like a shield. We moved with purpose, retracing our path, and after a few hours, we found the drainage ditch in the road. Our SUV was gone, of course. The thing that wore my husband, or the Rangers, had taken it. We were on foot, exposed, but we didn't stop. We started walking along the park road, keeping to the edge, away from the occasional car that passed. Nobody stopped for us. The people inside waved or stared, their faces normal, concerned, human. We didn't dare flag them down. We couldn't risk who, or what, they might really be. My son took the lead, his jaw set. My older daughter held Kiko's hand, keeping her moving when her little legs got tired. I brought up the rear, my eyes constantly scanning the woods on either side. We were marching toward a battle with no idea what the battlefield looked like. By late afternoon, footsore and thirsty, we recognized the turnoff to the network of gravel roads that led to our old campsite. The familiar dread began to coil in my stomach, but it was mixed with a new, steely resolve. This was the place. We were here to untie the knot. We left the paved road and started down the gravel lane. The campsite was several miles in. The sun was dipping low again, painting the sky in tones of orange and purple, a cruel mimicry of that first, innocent evening. As we rounded the final bend, we saw it. Our campsite. The tent was still there, a sad, sagging dome. The fire pit was a cold circle of ash. But we were not alone. Parked neatly next to our site was a familiar Ranger SUV. And standing by the cold ashes, facing away from us, was the Ranger, the woman with the kind voice and the empty eyes. She must have heard our footsteps on the gravel. She turned slowly. Her smile was already in place, professional and warm. "Well, hello again," she called out, her voice carrying across the clearing. "We were worried about you folks. Your vehicle was found abandoned. We've been searching." We stopped at the edge of the site, a tight little pack. "We're fine," I said, my voice flat. "We just came back for something we forgot." Her smile didn't waver. "Of course, but I'm afraid this area is now under a temporary closure order. Contamination concerns. You'll need to come with me. We have a place where you can be safe, get cleaned up, and answer a few questions." It was the same offer, the trap of the quarantine lodge, dressed up in official language. My son took a step forward. "Where's our dad?" The Ranger's head tilted. "Your father? He's safe. He's been helping with the search. He's very concerned about you all." She gestured toward the trees behind her. "He's just over there, coordinating with another officer." It was a lie. We all knew it. But we played along. We had to get to the exact spot. "We want to see him," I said, taking a step into the campsite, moving toward the tent. "Then we'll go with you." The Ranger's pleasant expression tightened, just a fraction. "I must insist you come with me first. Protocol." She took a step toward us, her hand moving subtly toward the radio on her shoulder. This was it. The moment. I looked at my children. "Now," I said. We broke apart, not running away, but moving with a plan we had forged in whispers on the long walk. My son and older daughter sprinted not for the woods, but straight for the Ranger, not to attack, but to distract, to get in her way. Kiko darted toward the tent, and I ran for the exact spot where my husband had been standing that first night, where he had grabbed my hand in the dark. The Ranger let out a sharp, frustrated sound, more a hiss of static than a human exclamation. She tried to sidestep my son, but he and his sister spread out, blocking her path to me. "Stop this immediately," her voice commanded, but it was losing its human smoothness, gaining a brittle, buzzing edge. I reached the spot, a patch of pine needles between the tent and the fire pit. I dropped to my knees, placing my hands flat on the ground. It was just dirt, just cold, dry dirt. The knot was here, but how do you untie a knot made of stolen light and copied memory? Behind me, I heard a scuffle, a yelp from my daughter. I didn't turn. I pressed my hands down harder, thinking of the steam forms in the spring, of their ancient, slow power. I thought of my husband, not the copy, but the real man, his bad jokes, his stubbornness, the way his eyes crinkled when he laughed, the solid, warm weight of his love. I poured that memory, that real, messy, perfect pattern into the ground. "He's here," Kiko yelled from the tent door. "In the pictures." She had her notebook, and she was holding it up. On the page was her drawing from the car, the one with the arrows. But she had drawn something new. Over the blurry imposter figure, she had scribbled a spiral, just like the one I had seen on the copy's neck. And she had drawn a line from that spiral, not to my husband, but to the ground right where I was kneeling. The spiral was the anchor. The knot. The Ranger shoved my son aside. He fell hard but scrambled up. She was coming for me, her smile gone, her face a smooth, furious mask. Her steps were too fluid, too fast. I had seconds. I didn't have ancient steam or magic water. All I had was truth. I leaned down, my lips almost touching the dirt, and I spoke, not a shout, but a firm, clear declaration, the way you state your name. He is not yours. His name is Michael. He hates coconut. He sings in the shower, always off-key. He cried when our son was born. He is afraid of deep water. He loves us. He is ours. And we are taking him back. I said it to the ground, to the knot, to the lonely, hungry thing that had tied it. As I spoke the last word, the ranger's hand closed on my shoulder. Her grip was impossibly strong, cold as stone. She began to pull me up, and then the ground under my knees moved. Not an earthquake, but a pulse. A single, deep thrum that vibrated up through the soil and into my bones. From the spot where my hands were pressed, a thin, green tendril of light, the same moss light from the spring, shot out. It didn't go up. It snaked across the ground, fast as a whip, toward the ranger. It touched her boot. She froze. A shudder racked her body. Her hand fell from my shoulder. She stood there, vibrating, her form flickering like a bad television image. For a second, I saw something else inside the ranger uniform, a tangle of dark, root-like shapes, a core of that profound, empty loneliness. Then, with a sound like a sigh of wind through a deep cave, the green light wrapped around her once and vanished. The ranger slumped to the ground, unconscious, her chest rising and falling steadily. She looked normal, just a woman passed out. The static, copied feeling around her was gone. The anchor was broken. A wave of dizziness washed over me. I looked up. The light was fading from the ground. Had it worked? Was the knot undone? A branch snapped in the trees at the edge of the site. We all turned. A figure stepped out from the shadows. It was the copy. It wore my husband's face, his clothes, now dirty and torn. But it was wrong. Its edges were blurry, like a photograph left in the rain. Its form wavered, struggling to hold its shape. The connection to whatever power sustained it had been severed here, at the source. It walked slowly toward us, its movements jerky, uncoordinated. It stopped in the middle of the clearing, looking at each of us in turn. Its eyes finally settled on me. It spoke, and its voice was a patchwork of sounds. My husband's tone, Kiko's singing, my own desperate words from minutes before, all stitched together with that underlying buzz. The pattern is broken. It sounded confused, and in that confusion almost childlike. The knot is loose. The thread is frayed. It looked down at its own shimmering hands. I cannot hold this shape. It is too complex. It was always too complex. It took another step toward me. My children gathered close to my sides. We didn't run. We watched the copy of the man we loved come apart. What are you? I asked, my voice gentle now. The fight was over. This was just a sad, broken thing. I am the wish to not be alone, it said, its voice softening, losing the buzz, becoming something simpler, purer. I saw your light, your connection. It was so bright. I only wanted to be inside it. It looked past me at my children. I am sorry. I did not understand the cost of the light. I only saw the warmth. It was disintegrating before our eyes, pieces of its form dissolving into motes of faint, gray light that drifted away on the evening breeze. Is he in there? I asked, my heart in my throat. Can he hear me? The copy's fading face seemed to focus one last time. It nodded, a slow, difficult movement. The thread is there. It is tangled, but it is there. You called it by name. Names have power in the oldest places. You have given it a handle. It took one last, shuffling step closer. It was barely more than an outline now, a sketch in the air. Take it! Pull your thread free. It raised its dissolving hand and pointed a faint finger at my heart. Use your love. It is the only tool sharp enough to cut through the copy. And then, with a final whisper that was just the sound of the wind in the pines, it was gone. The last gray mote faded. The clearing was just a clearing again. The unconscious ranger lay by the fire pit. The dusk was deepening. We were alone. I looked at my children. Their faces were wet with tears. What do we do now, Mom? My son asked, his voice hushed. I closed my eyes. I thought of my husband, Michael. Not the perfect, calm copy. The real, flawed, wonderful man. I thought of his thread, tangled in the remnants of the knot. I thought of our love. Not a simple feeling, but a complex, living thing built from a million moments, from fights and forgiveness, from boring Sundays and thrilling adventures, from flat tires and secret hot springs. I gathered all of it, every messy, beautiful bit, into a single, focused point in my mind. I didn't know how to send it, or where. So I just opened my eyes, looked at the spot where the copy had vanished, and I offered it. I held it out in my open heart. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then a warmth started in my chest, not a metaphor, but a real, physical warmth that spread down my arms to my fingertips. A soft, gold light, faint as a candle flame, began to glow around my hands. My children gasped. I didn't question it. I knelt down again in the same spot and placed my glowing hands on the earth. I pushed the warmth, the light, the entire complicated pattern of our life into the ground. I pushed it toward the frayed thread. The ground grew warm. The green moss light flickered again, joining with my gold light. They twisted together, braiding, diving deep. We all waited, holding our breath. A minute passed. 2. The light faded from my hands, leaving them cold and ordinary. The ground was just dirt. Had it worked? Had I been too late? Then, from the trees on the opposite side of the clearing, a new figure emerged. He walked slowly, stumbling a little, one hand against a tree trunk for support. He was filthy, his clothes torn, his face gaunt and streaked with dirt. But his eyes were clear. They were full of a pain and a wonder so human it made me cry out. It was him. It was Michael. My children saw him too. A choked sound came from my son. My daughters stood frozen. He looked at us, his family, huddled together. A slow, trembling smile touched his lips. He tried to speak, but his voice was a raspy croak. He cleared his throat, tried again. I heard, he whispered, his eyes locked on mine. I heard you calling my name. That was all it took. We ran to him. We crashed into him, a tangle of arms and sobs and desperate, clinging hugs. He held us all, his strength returning as he buried his face in my hair, as he kissed the tops of our children's heads, murmuring over and over, I'm here, I'm here, I'm here. It was him, the real, complete, imperfect him. He remembered the fish story. He made a weak joke about needing a shower. He cried. The knot was undone. The thread was free. We helped him sit by the cold fire pit. The ranger woman began to stir, sitting up with a groan, looking around with dazed, normal eyes, asking what happened, who we were. The copy was gone, and its influence seemed broken with it. We gave her some water, told her we were lost hikers who found her passed out. She radioed for help, her voice confused but professional. As we waited for real help to come, huddled together under a blanket a different ranger brought, the feeling was not victory, but a deep, exhausted peace. We had won. We had gotten him back, but the world had shifted. We knew things we could never unknow. The ranger who took our statements was kind, normal. He saw a family who'd gotten terribly lost and had a traumatic experience. He saw a husband who'd been separated and disoriented. He saw nothing else. To him, the story ended with a rescue. As they drove us out of the park that night, toward a hotel, and then the next day toward home, I looked out the window at the dark shapes of the mountains against the starry sky. The woods were just woods again, but I knew what slept in the deepest parts of them. Not monsters, not ghosts. Something older. Something so lonely, it would try to steal your life to feel a moment of connection. We had faced it, and we had survived with our truth intact. My husband held my hand tightly in the back of the ranger's truck. He was quiet, processing, healing. The kids slept, exhausted. We were going home. But as the headlights cut through the dark, I kept thinking about the copy's last words. You have given it a handle. It had called my husband's name a handle. A tool. A way to pull him back. And then I thought of the other thing it had said, right at the beginning, in the car. The game's not over, Dad. Was it just referring to its own twisted game? Or was it something else? The real game, the one between the old, real world and the hungry, empty loneliness that wanted to copy it? We had won a battle. We had saved our piece of the world. But somewhere, in the deepest, oldest woods, in places where people played games to pass the time, the loneliness was still there. Watching, learning, waiting for another bright, warm pattern to try and join. And now it knew our names. Story number 2. My name is Ben, and our family rule was always a game. A silly little secret that felt more like a tradition than anything real. Something my dad had taught me when I was a little kid in our own safe, sunny backyard. He'd get down on one knee, put his hands on my shoulders, and put on this serious face that would always crack into a grin by the end. Okay, champ, he'd say. What's the most important rule for when we go camping in the deep woods? I'd puff out my chest and recite. If I see a daddy that isn't you, I close my eyes and count to 50. He'd laugh and tickle me, saying, That's right. Even if other daddy promises a whole gallon of ice cream, or says he's lost a puppy, You shut those peepers and count. Loud. It was our thing, a spooky story we treated like a handshake, passed down from my grandfather to him, and from him to me. I never once thought about where it came from. It was just part of our family, like my mom's meatloaf recipe, or the weird way we opened Christmas presents one at a time. So when I had my own son, I passed it on the same way, turning it into a fun quiz during car rides. "Hey buddy," I'd say, glancing at him in the rearview mirror. "What do you do if you're by the creek and you see a mommy who looks just like your mommy, but she's calling you from the wrong side of the trees?" His little voice would chirp back. I go, "Nope," and I close my eyes and count really loud to 50. We'd both laugh, and his mother would smile and shake her head, calling us both goofballs. It was a game. It was only ever a game. That's what I believed right up until the weekend. We were set to go to the old family campsite, the very same spot my dad and grandfather had always gone. I was hauling our gear out of the basement storage, the smell of old canvas and mildew filling the air, feeling that good kind of ache in my shoulders from lifting the heavy tent bag. My son was buzzing around my legs, trying to drag his tiny backpack stuffed with toy trucks, and my wife was upstairs making a mountain of sandwiches. I was looking for the old propane stove when I kicked a cardboard box I hadn't noticed before. It was taped shut, dusty, and had my dad's messy handwriting on the side. "Camp stuff don't toss." With a grunt, I ripped the tape off. Inside weren't pots or pans, but a stack of my grandfather's things. There was a brass compass, a few rusting fishing lures, and at the bottom, a leather-bound journal. The cover was cracked and felt dry, like an old leaf. I sat on the concrete floor, my son momentarily distracted by a spider, and flipped it open. The first pages were exactly what you'd expect. My grandfather had written in neat, precise lines about the weather, the fish he'd caught, the way the pine trees looked in the morning fog. He mentioned my dad as a boy, getting his line tangled. It was sweet, a window into a man I remembered mostly for his rough hands and loud laugh. I was about to close it and pack it away as a nice little relic when I turned a page and the writing changed. It was about halfway through the book. The neat penmanship broke. The words became jagged, frantic, scribbled in so tight they almost overlapped. The ink changed too, from blue to a weird, rusty brown color in places. He wasn't writing about fish anymore. The entry was dated just a few months before he died. He wrote, "It's not a story. I was wrong to make it a story. It watches. It doesn't come from the dark. It comes from the corner of your eye. It learns your walk. It practices your laugh." David saw it once, when he was 7. David was my father. My throat went dry. I read on, my thumb smudging the old ink. It offers things. It uses your voice. It knows what you want to hear. The rule isn't a game. The rule is a shield. Closing your eyes, it hates that. The counting, the sound of your own voice, it pushes it back. It needs you to look. It needs you to believe it's you. A chill, sharp and electric, shot down my back. This wasn't the grandpa I knew. This was a terrified man writing in the dim light of a lantern. He described a feeling of being copied, a sensation of something studying him from just beyond the firelight, something that looked like a man made of shifting bark and stolen shadow, but could smooth its face into a perfect reflection if you stared too long. The last sentence on that page made my breath catch. It doesn't just want you. It wants the line. It wants the family. I slammed the book shut. My heart was hammering against my ribs. Down in that basement, with the single bulb swinging overhead, the world felt tilted. My son ran over and bumped into my leg. "Daddy, what's that?" he asked, pointing at the journal. "Just an old book from your great-grandpa," I said, and my voice sounded strange to my own ears, too high and tight. I forced a smile. "Go see if Mommy needs help with the cookies." He scampered off, and I just sat there, holding the leather book like it was a live wire. It had to be nonsense. My grandpa had gotten old. He'd spent too many lonely nights in the woods. His mind had played tricks. Everyone knew isolation could do funny things. I tried to pack the thought away with the journal, shoving it deep into my own backpack, underneath my socks. I told myself I'd show it to my wife later, and we'd have a good chuckle about Grandpa's overactive imagination. But the words kept echoing in my head. It wants the line. It wants the family. That night, the night before we left, the rule came up again. I was checking the locks on the doors, a normal habit, when I heard my wife's voice from our son's bedroom. She was tucking him in. I paused in the hallway, listening to the soft murmur of their goodnight ritual. She said, "And what's our special camping rule, Sweet Pea?" He recited it perfectly, his voice sleepy and sure. If I see other mommy or other daddy, I close my eyes super tight and I count to 50 super loud. There was a pause. I could picture her smoothing his hair. Then she whispered something else, her voice so low I almost didn't catch it. That's my brave boy. You remember that. Because the other me, she gets very lonely out there. And she tells lies. I felt frozen in the hallway. That was new. That was not part of the rule. The rule was just close and count. It was a defensive move, a way to shut out something scary. This was different. This was giving the thing a motive, a personality. Lonely. Liar. It made it real in a way it had never been before. After she came out and shut his door softly, I followed her into our bedroom. What was that? I asked, trying to sound casual. The part about her being lonely and lying? She was folding a sweater, not looking at me. Oh, that's just the part my grandma always added. I guess it slipped your family's mind. She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes the way it usually did. It was a small thing, a tiny crack in our normal routine, but combined with the journal, it felt huge. Did your grandma ever see anything? I asked. She shrugged, placing the sweater in her suitcase. She just said the woods were old, and old places have their own rules. It's probably nothing. Now, did you pack the bug spray? The conversation was over. I lay in bed that night staring at the ceiling, listening to her steady breathing beside me. My mind was a riot. The journal. The new, twisted version of the rule. Was I being ridiculous? Was I letting some old scribbles and family superstition spook me? We'd been to that campsite a dozen times. Nothing had ever happened. By morning, I'd convinced myself I was being paranoid. The sun was shining, my son was bouncing with excitement, and the open road awaited. As I carried the bags to the car, I felt the weight of the journal in my backpack. Part of me wanted to leave it behind, to bury it back in that dusty box. But another part, a part one didn't want to acknowledge, needed to have it with me. Maybe it was a tribute to my grandfather. Or maybe it was a compass, pointing toward a truth I was too scared to face head-on. I threw the bag in the trunk. We piled into the car, my wife navigating, my son already asking if we were there yet from the back seat. As I pulled out of our driveway, our safe, ordinary house shrinking in the mirror, everything felt normal again. It was just a family trip. We sang along to the radio, we pointed at cows, we stopped for gas station slushies. The journal was just a book. The rule was just a game. I kept telling myself that as the city faded and the trees began to rise, green and endless, on either side of the highway, the road narrowed, winding deeper into the state forest, towards the specific turnoff my dad had shown me, the one his dad had shown him. The air coming through the windows smelled of pine and damp earth. My son, hyped up on sugar and adventure, was chattering nonstop about the fish he was going to catch, the forts he would build. Then, as we took a particularly sharp turn down a gravel road, he went quiet for a moment. He was looking out his window at the dense, shadowy wall of trees, his forehead pressed against the glass. In a small, thoughtful voice, almost lost under the crunch of the tires, he asked a question. Daddy. Yeah, buddy? If the other me is so lonely out there, why doesn't anyone ever go and play with him? I glanced in the rearview mirror. His eyes were wide, curious, and utterly serious. My wife looked over her shoulder at him, her expression unreadable. I had no answer. The engine hummed, the trees pressed in closer, and the only sound was the gravel pinging underneath the car. We just kept driving, further and further in, and the weight in my backpack felt heavier than ever. The game was over. We were following the rules, but I was starting to fear we were reading from different pages, and the woods themselves were waiting to see how the story would end. The first thing that hits you about the woods isn't the trees, it's the air. It's cool and still and waits for you to make a sound. We bumped down the last rutted track, and there it was, our family clearing. It was exactly as I remembered, a perfect green circle carpeted with soft pine needles, ringed by ancient, towering pines like quiet sentinels. A cheerful little creek chuckled along one edge, the sound instantly cutting through the last of my car trip nerves. We're here, my son yelled, exploding from the car before it had fully stopped. His joy was contagious. My wife breathed a deep, happy sigh, smiling at me, and for a glorious hour, everything was perfect. The journal, the whispered addition to the rule, my own stupid dread. It all melted away in the simple, sweaty work of making camp. I wrestled the tent poles together, my son helped by handing me the wrong things, and my wife organized the cooking gear with her usual efficient calm. The sun dappled through the branches, birds chirped somewhere high above, and the smell of dirt and pine sap was the smell of childhood. This was right. This was how it was supposed to be. We were home. As the afternoon light started to soften into a golden dusk, I headed to the edge of the clearing to gather some good firewood. My son was busy arranging a battalion of pinecone soldiers by the tent, and my wife said she was going to wash her hands in the creek. I was bent over, snapping a dry branch, when I glanced up. She was standing by the water's edge, not washing. She was just standing there, completely still, looking down at the flowing stream. Her back was to me. The way she stood was so motionless, it didn't seem natural. Not a twitch, not a shift of weight. She was a statue. I straightened up, a bundle of sticks in my arms, watching her. A minute ticked by, then another. She didn't move. A strange feeling, cold and slick, started in my stomach. "Hey!" I called out, my voice too loud in the quiet grove. She didn't jump. She just turned her head slowly, smoothly, and then her whole body followed. Her face broke into a wide, warm smile the instant she saw me. "See anything interesting?" I asked, walking toward her, trying to sound normal. "Just the rocks," she said, her voice light and easy. "The way the water moves around them is so pretty." She held her hands up, wiggling her fingers. All clean, but her hands weren't wet. They were bone dry. Not a drop of shining creek water on her skin. I looked from her dry hands to her smiling face, and the cold feeling in my gut tightened. I didn't say anything. I just nodded and carried the wood back to the fire pit. Maybe she'd just dipped her fingertips. Maybe the sun had dried them already. I was making problems where there weren't any. Night fell properly, and the fire became our world. We roasted hot dogs, my son got marshmallow all over his chin, and we told silly jokes. But I kept noticing the absence of other sounds. No crickets sang. No owls called. The usual nighttime racket of the forest was just gone. It was as if someone had put a glass dome over our clearing. Only the crackle of our fire and the gurgle of the creek filled the space. I tried to ignore it, clinging to our normal routines. Should we tell the other me stories? I suggested, forcing a grin. It was a tradition. My dad would tell hilariously spooky tales about the other him, trying to do mundane things like grill burgers badly or tell unfunny jokes. My wife's reaction was immediate and sharp. "No," she said, her voice firm, cutting through the warm air. Let's not give it any ideas tonight." She looked right at me, and her eyes in the firelight looked dark, the pupils swallowing the warm color. My son pouted, but she was adamant. The tradition, one of the pillars of these trips, was broken. Just like that, the weird quiet of the woods pressed in a little closer. Later, after our boy was zipped into his sleeping bag in the tent, already breathing the deep, even breaths of sleep, she and I sat by the dying fire, sipping burnt coffee. We didn't talk much. The missing sounds of the forest were a presence between us. I kept thinking about the journal, about her dry hands. I needed to know. It was a stupid, desperate idea, but I had to test the water. I cleared my throat. "Remember that time up here?" I began, keeping my voice casual, "when we were first dating and that huge moose charged our tent. I've never been so scared in my life." It was a complete lie. A fabrication. The worst thing that had ever happened was a curious deer sniffing around our food bag. She took a slow sip of her coffee, gazing into the embers. Then she nodded, a small, remembering smile on her lips. "God, yes. I can still hear the snorting. Terrifying. You were so brave." My blood turned to ice in my veins. She didn't just agree, she added details. She believed the lie, or she was pretending to. I couldn't tell which possibility was worse. I just nodded back, my mouth too dry to speak. That's when we heard it. From the black wall of trees just beyond the ring of our firelight, a voice. It was my voice. Not an echo, not a mimic, but my exact tone, my exact cadence, the slight rasp I get when I'm tired. It was a whisper, but it carried perfectly in the motionless air. "Psst, hey, over here. Look." Every hair on my body stood up. My wife's head snapped toward the sound. Her face, lit from below by the fire's glow, was a mask of pure shock. I was on my feet, my heart slamming against my ribs. I fumbled for my powerful headlamp, my fingers numb and clumsy, and finally switched it on. The bright white beam cut a tunnel into the darkness, sweeping across tree trunks, over ferns, finding nothing. I panned back and forth, my breath coming in short gasps. Then, for just a fraction of a second, the light caught something. Two small, faint, greenish reflections, set at exactly the height my own eyes would be if I were standing out there. They didn't glow with the warm tapetum lucidum of a deer or a raccoon. They were a sickly, pale green like old lichen. They were there, and then they were gone. vanished. Did you see that? I whispered hoarsely. She was standing now too, close to me. See what? She asked, her voice thin. There was nothing. An animal. Just an animal. But she was trembling. I kept the light on the spot for a full minute, but nothing moved. The forest offered no explanation. We eventually sat back down, but the peace was shattered. We both jumped at every normal pop from the fire. The idea of sleeping felt impossible. When we finally did crawl into the tent, the close, familiar space felt different. It felt like the only safe container in a vast, watchful blackness. My son slept on, innocent and unaware. My wife settled into her sleeping bag, her back to me. I lay on my back, staring at the dark fabric of the tent ceiling, listening. The nothingness outside was a physical pressure. Then I had a thought, a small, practical, paranoid thought. As quietly as I could, I unzipped my bag and felt around in my own backpack. My fingers closed on a small, metal carabiner clip I used for keys. Moving with slow, deliberate care, I reached up to the tent's main door flap. Inside the zipper pull, there was a small hole. I hooked the carabiner through it and then clipped it to a loop of fabric on the tent wall beside it. It was a lock. A simple, stupid little lock from the inside. I told myself it was for bears, for raccoons, for any wandering creature. But as I lay back down, my eyes adjusted to the dark, and I could see the silhouette of my wife beside me. I knew exactly what, or who, I was trying to keep out. The rest of the night passed in a jagged series of shallow dozes and sudden, panicked awakenings where I'd stare at the tent door, expecting to see a silhouette against the nylon. But nothing happened. The deep, pre-dawn hours brought a deep chill, and the need to pee became an urgent, physical demand I could no longer ignore. Gritting my teeth, I slowly, silently, unclipped the carabiner. The zipper sounded like a ripping seam in the perfect quiet. I crawled out into the cold, my breath pluming in the air, and took a few steps away from the tent, my body tense as a coiled spring. The job done, I turned to hurry back to the feeble safety of the tent. And that's when I heard it, her voice, my wife's voice. It came from the other side of the tent, soft and sweet, the voice she used for bedtime stories. She was talking, not to me. I stood frozen, my feet rooted to the cold ground. I heard my son's name, whispered lovingly. Then I heard her say, "Just out here, sweetheart. Come see the pretty stars with me." A soft, sleepy mumble answered from inside the tent. My son was awake, and she was out here with him, but I had just left her inside, asleep. I was sure of it. My lungs forgot how to work. I stood in the biting cold, listening to my wife soothe our son from outside the tent, while the woman I had just left sleeping not 10 feet away had not made a sound. The most terrifying sound I have ever heard was my wife's voice coming from outside the tent, while my wife's hand was pressed over my mouth. In that instant, the world snapped into a sharp, horrible focus. The cold air wasn't just cold, it was a blade against my skin. The faint glow from the dead fire's embers wasn't light, it was a reveal. I had just crawled back inside, my mind screaming with what I'd heard, and before I could even process it, a shape moved in the dark beside me. A hand, warm and familiar, clamped down hard over my lips, and another arm wrapped around my chest, pulling me close. I could feel her body trembling against mine, a violent, frantic vibration. Her breath was hot and panicked in my ear. She didn't speak. She just pointed, her fingers shaking so badly it was a blur, toward the mesh window of the tent. I followed her gaze. Outside, silhouetted against the dull orange glow of the embers, was a figure. It was kneeling right by the tent wall, its head tilted close to the fabric. It was her, my wife. The curve of the shoulders, the fall of the hair, the posture of a mother leaning in to whisper to her child. And it was whispering. The voice was a perfect, honeyed copy, seeping through the thin nylon. They glow so pretty like little lanterns. You just have to come see. Follow my voice, my sweet boy. Inside the tent, a small rustle. My son. In his sleeping bag, he was sitting up. His eyes were open, but they looked wrong, glassy and unfocused, reflecting the dim light with a blank sheen. He was asleep. He was sleepwalking. His small hands were fumbling with the zipper of the tent door, working at it with a slow, dreamy determination. He was answering the call. A low, guttural sound of pure rage boiled up in my throat, muffled by my real wife's hand. Every instinct, every cell in my body was screaming to move, to break out, to attack. I tensed to burst forward, but my wife's grip on me tightened with a desperate strength. She pulled her mouth to my ear, her voice the faintest, most urgent scrape of sound. "The rule," she hissed, her words trembling. "We have to do the rule. Close our eyes. We have to count. In that splinter of a second, a war raged inside me. The ancestral command, the shield passed down for generations, said to shut it out, to deny it with closed eyes and a loud voice. But the deeper, older command, the one written in my blood as a father, roared at me to fight, to grab my child and run. I chose. I tore my wife's hand from my mouth and lunged. I didn't zip the door open. I tore at it, the fabric ripping with a sickening sound. I erupted from the tent into the night with a wordless roar, my voice raw and monstrous in the stillness. The thing kneeling outside didn't startle. It turned its head toward me, and in the faint light I saw my wife's face, but her expression was all wrong, a placid, curious look, like I was an interesting bug. Then it moved. It didn't stand up and run. It flowed. One moment it was kneeling, the next it was a streak of dark motion. It swept an arm into the tent, and I heard my son let out a soft, sleepy grunt as he was gathered up. Then it was gone, melting into the black maze of trees with my boy cradled against it. My scream this time had words. No! I charged after them, my feet pounding on the cold earth, my breath already sawing in my lungs. Behind me, I heard my wife's cry and her footsteps following. Our headlamps were still in the tent, useless. We ran blind, guided only by the crashing sounds ahead of us, but they weren't the right sounds. There were no snapping twigs, no rustling ferns. It was a different sound, a soft, slithering rustle, like leaves being dragged over smooth ground. The forest itself seemed to turn against us. A branch I'd known was there for years wasn't. A familiar path between two big boulders was choked with new growth. The usual landmarks had vanished, swallowed by the uniform, oppressive dark. We were in a labyrinth, and the thing was the keeper, hurting us deeper. His name! Scream his name! My wife shrieked from behind me, her voice breaking with tears and terror. So we did. We screamed our son's name until our throats were raw, the sound swallowed by the endless, watchful trees. We tripped over roots we couldn't see. Our hands scraped raw on bark as we stumbled and caught ourselves. We were two frantic animals, stripped of all reason, driven only by a primal, consuming fear. Then, during a brief moment where I had to stop, bent over with a stitch burning in my side, I managed to flick on the small flashlight I'd grabbed from my pocket. I aimed its weak beam ahead, sweeping it across the nightmare gallery of tree trunks. And I saw them. For just a second, maybe 30 yards ahead, the light touched them. The thing was not running. It was moving with a strange, gliding motion, its legs seeming to work all wrong. And my son was in its arms, his head nestled against its neck, his body perfectly relaxed. He wasn't struggling. He wasn't crying. He looked like he was being carried to bed after falling asleep on the couch. The sight of that peaceful surrender knocked the last of the wind from me. "Stop!" I croaked, but it was already gone, vanished behind a thicket of pine. We pushed on, but the hope was leaking out of us with every ragged breath. The crashing, sliding sound ahead faded, then stopped altogether. We skidded to a halt, standing in a small, unfamiliar hollow, our bodies heaving. The only sounds now our own desperate gasps and choked sobs. We had lost. The chase was over. The forest had won. We clung to each other, two broken figures in the vast, uncaring dark, the totality of our failure a physical weight crushing us into the dirt. We had abandoned the rule, and we had lost our boy. My wife's whole body shook with silent, shuddering tears against my chest. I had nothing left. No plan, no hope, no strength. I was ready to lie down in that hollow and let the cold take me. Then, from a small grove of younger trees just ahead, a voice floated to us. It was our son's voice, clear, calm, and completely alert. It held no trace of sleep, no fear, no confusion. "Mommy? Daddy?" he called out, his tone bright and almost conversational. "I found the butterflies. They're right here." The words hung in the motionless air. My wife and I went rigid. Our tears stopped. We slowly, painfully, pulled apart and looked toward the sound. There, in a small circle of slender trees, a soft, eerie glow seemed to emanate from the ground itself. And in the center of that glow, we could just make out the small shape of our son, standing and waiting for us, as if he'd simply wandered off to look at pretty lights. The horror of the chase was gone, replaced by a new, deeper dread that sat in my stomach like a stone. He sounded so normal. He sounded like he'd just found an interesting rock. But the words were all wrong. Butterflies. At night. In a grove that glowed. We looked at each other, my wife's face a mask of smeared dirt and stunned disbelief. There was no choice. We had to go to him. Hand in hand, we walked forward, leaving the terror of the wild chase behind and stepping into the quiet, waiting mystery of the grove. They say you never forget the face of your child when they've been lost and found. But I'll never forget his face in that grove. Not relieved, not scared, just utterly, peacefully satisfied. He stood in a perfect circle of skinny, pale-barked trees, the ground covered in a layer of pine needles so deep and soft they muffled our footsteps into nothing. The air here was different, still and cool and empty, like the inside of a cathedral. And the glow came from everywhere and nowhere, a gentle greenish light that seemed to seep up from the soil itself, making the whole place feel like a dream. He was just standing there, waiting, a small smile on his face. He was clean. His pajamas weren't torn or dirty from being dragged through the woods. His face was smudge-free. It was as if he'd been carefully placed there, not taken. "Hi," he said, like we'd just come back from fetching firewood. My wife let out a choked sound, halfway between a sob and a laugh, and ran to him, dropping to her knees and crushing him in a hug. He hugged her back, patting her shoulder. "It's okay, Mommy." She had to go. The butterflies flew away. I approached slower, my eyes scanning the trees, expecting the thing to be lurking, watching. But the grove was empty except for us. "Who had to go, buddy?" I asked, kneeling beside them, my voice rough. "The other Mommy," he said, his tone matter of fact. "She was nice. She smelled like pine needles. She said she gets lonely." His words were so ordinary, so calm, that they were more frightening than any monster description. "What did she look like?" my wife asked, her voice trembling as she held his face, searching his eyes. He shrugged. "Like you." But her hands were really cold. And she said the rule was for the other people, not for special boys who can see the butterflies. A fresh wave of ice washed through me. It was personalizing itself, grooming him, just like my grandfather's journal warned. "Did she hurt you? Are you okay?" I ran my hands over his arms, his legs, checking for anything wrong. He shook his head. "Nope. She just carried me. It was fast. Then we were here, and the butterflies were all around, but then they went into the ground." He bent down and picked something up from the soft needles. "She said I could keep one." In his hand was a mushroom. It was unlike any fungus I'd ever seen. It was about the size of a golf ball, with a smooth porcelain-white cap and a short, thick stem, and from within its flesh, a soft, greenish light pulsed. Not a glow, but a pulse slow and rhythmic, like a tiny heartbeat captured in fungus form. It was horrifying and beautiful all at once, a living night light from a nightmare. "No," I said immediately, my voice firm. "We have to leave that here, son. It belongs in the woods." His face crumpled. "But she said I could. It's my souvenir." He clutched it to his chest. My wife, still on her knees, looked from his pleading face to the pulsating thing in his hands. She reached out and gently touched the cap. Her fingers didn't recoil. "It feels warm," she said, her voice distant. "It's just a mushroom, honey. A glowing one. It's harmless. He went through an ordeal. Let him keep it." An ordeal. That's what she was calling it. My mind screamed that this was a trophy, a token from the thing that stole him, a piece of that wrong grove. But looking at my son's tear-filled eyes and my wife's tired, pale face, I relented. What was I going to do? Fight them both over a fungus? We walked back to camp in a daze, the normal sounds of the forest slowly returning. A distant owl, the creek's chatter. It felt like walking from a black and white movie into color, but the colors were too bright, too fake. The sun was just beginning to lighten the sky, painting the clearing in pale grays and blues. Our torn tent flap fluttered in a faint breeze. The whole scene felt staged, like we were returning to the set of our old life after a trip to another world. The rest of that morning passed in a bizarre, quiet parody of a normal camping day. My son chattered about the nice other Mommy and his glow mushroom, which he placed carefully on the picnic table. My wife rebuilt the campfire with swift, efficient movements, boiling water for coffee as if this were any other sunrise. She didn't cry. She didn't shake. She was calm, too calm, like the surface of a very deep, very still pond. I moved through the motions, fixing the tent, packing some gear, but my mind was a whirlwind. I kept watching them. When my wife hugged my son, I watched the way her hands gripped his back. When she laughed at something he said, I watched her eyes to see if the laugh reached them. Under the guise of checking a scrape on my son's knee, I felt his skin. It was warm, normal. When I hugged my wife later, pulling her close, I let my hand rest on the back of her neck, my fingers finding the pulse point under her jaw. Her skin was warm too. Her heartbeat was there, steady under my fingertips, but it felt slow, deliberate. A steady, metronomic rhythm that didn't speed up when I held her. A rhythm that didn't match the frantic pace of my own. I told myself I was imagining it. We were all in shock. We needed to go home. As we packed the car, I insisted the mushrooms stay outside. My wife gave me a long look, then simply placed the pot we'd used to wash dishes on the picnic table, put the glowing mushroom inside it, and carried it to the car. "It'll die without forest soil," she said. "We'll just take it to the edge of town and leave it. It'll make him feel better about leaving." Her logic was smooth, unassailable. I didn't have the energy to argue. The drive home was long and quiet. My son, exhausted from his wild night, fell asleep in his car seat, the pulsating mushroom cradled in his lap like a pet. The weird green light played over his peaceful face with every slow beat. I kept checking the rearview mirror, watching the road unwind behind us, half expecting to see a familiar figure running after the car, or standing in the middle of the asphalt watching us go. But there was nothing, just empty road and trees. Then, at one point, I glanced in the mirror to check on my sleeping boy. My wife was turned in her seat, watching him. The reflected green glow from the mushroom lit her face from below, and she was smiling. It wasn't her usual tired, loving smile. It was different. Her lips were curved, but her eyes in the mirror were flat and dark, fixed on him with an expression that wasn't quite love. It was something else. Something like satisfaction. Something like possession. It was the look you give to something you have worked for, something you have won. The smile of a gardener looking at a prized plant. She must have felt my stare, because her eyes flicked up and met mine in the mirror. The smile softened, warmed, became the one I knew. "He's okay," she whispered, as if reassuring me. "We're all okay now." I faced forward, my hands tight on the steering wheel, the hum of the tires on the pavement the only sound. We were going home. We had our son back. The nightmare was over. But as I drove, the image of that other smile, the one that didn't touch her eyes, burned in my mind. And I knew, with a certainty that made my stomach clench, that we hadn't left the woods behind. We had brought its most dangerous piece home with us, sitting right there in the passenger seat, smiling at our son. The uncanny valley isn't a place you visit. It's a place that moves in. It sleeps on your pillows and cooks your eggs and gets the memories wrong. Home was supposed to be our sanctuary, the place where the weird rules of the woods didn't apply. For the first few days, it almost worked. We fell back into routines, the comforting rhythm of school and work and laundry. The glowing mushroom sat in its pot on the back porch, and my wife said it was starting to wilt, which was a relief. My son seemed fine, a little quieter maybe, but he was drawing pictures of glowing butterflies and a smiling mommy with two faces, which the daycare teacher said was imaginative. I tried to shove the whole experience into a mental box labeled trauma and lock it. But the cracks started to show in small, stupid ways. Like the pancakes. It was a Saturday morning, the sun streaming in, and she was at the stove, flipping them with that familiar easy grace. She was telling a story about our honeymoon, about this funny little bed and breakfast we stayed in with the sloping floors. "Remember how we laughed all night in that room in Portland?" she said, sliding a perfect pancake onto my plate. I froze, a drip of syrup hanging from the bottle. "Portland? We went to Seattle for the music festival." She didn't miss a beat. She just laughed, a bright, tinkling sound that felt just a hair too loud. Silly me. Of course, Seattle. The Space Needle. My brain is still mush from the trip. She tapped her temple and winked at me, but the wink was slow, deliberate. A performance. A cold trickle of dread started in my chest. It was a tiny thing, the swapped city. Anyone could misremember, but she hadn't just gotten the city wrong. She'd built a whole little scene around it, a scene that never happened. It was a lie wearing the clothes of a memory. The next crack was wider, and it involved our son. I was coming out of the shower one evening, a towel around my waist, when I heard her voice outside his bedroom door. It was that soft, storytelling whisper she used. I stopped, the bathroom towel cool under my feet, and listened. Her voice was a gentle murmur. "And the woods are full of such wonderful secrets, my love. Secrets only for special boys. So if you ever see the other daddy, you shouldn't be scared. You should follow him. He wants to show you the magic. The old rule, the counting rule, that's for the other people. The regular people. Not for special boys like you." My blood turned to slush in my veins. She was unraveling the rule. She was reprogramming him, turning our family's only shield into a danger, making the thing that took him into a friendly guide. I stepped into the hallway, making noise on purpose. The whispering stopped. She turned, her smile wide and warm. Just telling him a good night story, she said. A new one. I didn't know what to say. He needs to remember the real rule. I managed, my voice tight. Of course he does, she said, her eyes locking with mine. They looked like her eyes, but in that moment, I couldn't find the woman I married in them. I felt like I was looking at a very good painting. That night, sleep wouldn't come. I lay beside her, listening to her breathe. The rhythm was off. Too even. Too deep. Like someone practicing how to sleep. At some point, deep in the night, I drifted off, only to jerk awake at 2 a.m. The space beside me was empty. The sheets were cool. A jolt of pure adrenaline shot through me. I got out of bed, my heart thumping, and padded through the dark house. He was fine, sound asleep in his bed, his nightlight casting a soft blue glow. I checked the living room, the kitchen. Nothing. Then I saw the back porch light was on. I peered through the kitchen window. She was out there, in her white nightgown, barefoot on the cold concrete, kneeling. She had the pot with the mushroom in it. I thought it was dying, but in the yellow porch light, I could see it had grown. It was now the size of a clenched fist, and its pulses were stronger, a deep, slow throb of green light that seemed to push against the night. And she was gardening. She had a small trowel and was carefully, tenderly, transplanting the thing from its plastic pot into a larger ceramic one, humming a tune as she worked. It wasn't a song I knew. It was a meandering, aimless series of notes that felt ancient and wrong. I watched, frozen, as she patted the soil around the base of the pulsing fungus, her movements loving, like she was tucking in a child. This wasn't my wife. This was a custodian tending to something. A connection snapped in my brain. The journal. I needed it. I needed proof, not for her, but for myself. I needed to see my grandfather's frantic words again, to know I wasn't going insane. I crept back to our bedroom and pulled my backpack from the closet, the one from the trip. I dug through it, my fingers frantic. It wasn't there. I dumped everything out on the floor. Socks, spare batteries, a crushed granola bar. No leather journal. I sat back on my heels, my mind racing. I had packed it. I knew I had. I went to her, my voice low, trying to sound casual. Hey, have you seen that old book of my grandpa's? The journal? I wanted to show a fishing sketch to a guy at work. She was washing the breakfast dishes, her hands submerged in soapy water. She didn't look up. That moldy old thing? I think you left it at the campsite, honey. I haven't seen it since we packed up. But I hadn't left it. I was sure. She had it, or it had taken it. I was adrift. I needed an anchor. That afternoon, when she took our son to the park, I did 2 things. First, I went to the back porch. The mushroom in its new pot pulsed steadily. I put my hand near it, not touching it. The air around it was warm and damp, and I realized the pulses weren't random. They were slow, rhythmic. I held my breath and listened, focusing past the hum of the refrigerator. Throb. A second later, from deep in the walls, the house's water heater kicked on with a low rumble. Throb. The heater finished its cycle. The pulses were in sync with my own house. It was tapping into the plumbing, the electricity, the very bones of our home. I snatched my hand back. The second thing I did was call my father. My hands were shaking as I held the phone. How do you even start this conversation? Dad, I said, my voice cracking. The trip. Something happened. I spilled it all in a jumbled rush. The journal, the thing that looked like her, the chase, the grove, the mushroom, the wrong memories, the whispering. I waited for him to tell me I was crazy, to laugh it off, to recommend a good therapist. There was a long pause on the other end of the line. A sigh, deep and weary, a sound that carried the weight of decades. Son, he said, his voice old and tired. Your mother. She saw her other once, too. When we were young. Up at that very spot. After that, she was never quite the same. Little things. She'd forget recipes she'd made 1,000 times. She'd call me by her brother's name. She'd walk in her sleep. My grip on the phone was so tight I thought the plastic would crack. What did you do? I whispered. Another sigh. We learned to live with it. The rule kept the worst away. We just adjusted. She was still your mother. She still loved you. She was just different in places. A horrifying normalization settled over me. He was telling me to adapt, to accept this copy, this changeling, as my wife. This wasn't a battle to be won. It was a new, terrible reality to be managed. But I looked at the pulsing mushroom on my porch. I remembered the thing whispering to my son to abandon the rule, and I knew I couldn't. My father had accepted a quiet, fading corruption. Mine was gardening, and it was growing stronger. My mission changed in that instant. It was no longer about proving she was fake. The proof was in the humming, in the heartbeat fungus, in the lies about Portland. It was about protecting my son from her. And it was about the desperate, maybe impossible question. If this was a copy, where was the original? Was my real wife still out there, somewhere in those trees? Or was she already gone, used up and discarded? I ended the call with my father feeling more alone than ever. I heard the front door open, their voices in the hallway. My son ran in, cheeks pink from the cold. "Daddy, we fed the ducks." He wrapped his arms around my legs. My wife came in behind him, hanging up her coat. She smiled at me, that perfect, warm smile. "Good day," she asked. I just nodded, holding my son close. Later, as I was helping him build a block tower, he looked up at me, his small brow furrowed with a confusion that broke my heart. "Daddy." "Yeah, buddy. Mommy said the rule is different now. She said the counting is bad and makes the nice other people sad. She said I should go see them." He put a block on the tower, his little fingers careful. "Which mommy do I listen to?" The tower stood between us, a fragile thing of bright colors. I looked into his worried, trusting eyes, and I knew the time for half-truths and managed realities was over. The war for my son had begun, and the enemy was tucking him into bed every night. I had to find a way to fight a thing that wore the face I loved, and I had to do it without becoming the monster myself. I realized the truth when I found the lock of my wife's hair tied with twine in the journal, right next to a careful sketch of the glowing mushroom. It wasn't a journal of warnings. It was a field guide. My controlled panic turned into a silent, methodical search. I waited until she took our son to a movie, a bright Saturday matinee that would give me a solid 2 hours. The house felt different when they were gone, not empty but waiting. I started in the obvious places, then moved to the unlikely ones. I pulled out dresser drawers, felt under sofa cushions, checked the attic crawl space. Nothing. My heart was a frantic drum against my ribs. I was running out of time. Then I thought of her sewing box, an old wooden chest she'd inherited from her own grandmother. It sat on a shelf in the hallway closet, full of buttons and spools of thread and memories. I'd never had a reason to open it. I lifted it down, the wood smooth under my fingers. The lid creaked open. On top were the usual things. A pincushion shaped like a tomato, patches for knees, a measuring tape. I lifted the shallow tray. Underneath, tucked between folds of floral fabric and patterns for dresses she'd never made, was the familiar cracked leather of my grandfather's journal. My breath caught. It was here. She had hidden it. But why keep it at all? I lifted it out, a fine dust of old lint rising into the air. It felt heavier. I opened it to the middle, to the pages with the frantic brown writing. But now, after those pages, there were more. Many more. The paper was different, newer, but aged artificially, stained with tea maybe. And the handwriting, it was almost my grandfather's. Almost. It slanted the same way, the loops of the L and Y were similar, but it was too uniform, too practiced, as if someone had studied his script for years and copied it without understanding the soul behind it. The heading on the first of these new pages read, "Acclimation Protocols and Host Nourishment." The words were clinical, cold. I sank to the floor right there in the hallway, the sewing box forgotten beside me. I read. My grandfather hadn't just encountered the thing. He had communed with it. He called it the Grove Heart. The entries described a slow, symbiotic process. The entity didn't just steal people, it cultivated families. The rule wasn't a shield, it was a ritual of acknowledgement, a way of saying, "I see you, but I do not engage." It was a border treaty. His writings spoke of offerings to keep the peace, a prized lure, a favorite knife left in the clearing. And in return, the woods would be bountiful, the fish would bite, the weather would hold. It was a bargain. Then the entries shifted. He wrote about deeper bonds, about allowing a reflection to form, about the benefits, clarity of thought in the wild, a sense of being watched over, an extended vitality. He hinted that a fully accepted reflection could share knowledge, secrets of the forest older than mankind. The last few pages in this strange script were a list. Nourishment for the sustained reflection. It listed things like familiar environs, repetition of routine, emotional resonance from the host family. The final item on the list made my vision swim. The belief of the young. The unbroken bond of love. This is the deepest root. She wasn't just pretending to be my wife. She was feeding on my son's love for his mother. Our normal life was her buffet. Tucked into the back of the journal was a small, metal film canister. I pried it open. Inside was a roll of old 35mm film. I didn't think. I drove to the one remaining camera shop in town, a dusty place that still developed film the old-fashioned way. The old man behind the counter said it would be an hour. I sat in my car outside, watching people live their normal lives, and felt like an alien. When I went back, the clerk handed me a small envelope of prints. "Interesting exposures," he muttered. "Very atmospheric." The photos were of my grandfather, a young man in his 30s, standing in our family clearing. He was smiling in some, serious in others. But in every single picture, if you looked at the background, at the deep shadows between the trees, there was a blurred figure. It was never in focus, always just a dark smudge, but in the first few photos, it was distant. In the middle photos, it was closer, a tall, man-shaped shadow. In the final photo, my grandfather was looking right at the camera, grinning widely, holding up a big trout. And right beside him, clear as day, stood another man. It was my grandfather. Same clothes, same haircut, same wide grin. But the eyes were wrong. They were too dark, too flat, even in the faded photo. They were the eyes of the thing in the grove. The reflection had stepped out of the shadows and into the frame. My grandfather hadn't been warning us. He'd been leaving instructions for the next generation. He was the one who had perfected the process. I drove home, the photos and journal on the passenger seat, a cold fury settling in my bones. She was in the kitchen making dinner, humming that tuneless hum. The smell of garlic and onions should have been comforting. It made me sick. I walked in and placed the journal and the photos on the counter, right next to the cutting board. The humming stopped. She looked at the items, then slowly up at me. Her face showed no surprise, no fear, just a mild curiosity. "You went through my sewing box," she said, not a question. "It's not yours," I said, my voice low and steady. "It's his. And it's not a journal. It's a manual. For this." I gestured at her. She didn't flinch. She wiped her hands on a towel and picked up the final photo, studying it. A small, genuine-looking smile touched her lips. "He understood," she said softly, almost fondly. "He visited the Grove Heart for years. He learned its rhythms. The old way, the fear way, was wasteful. He taught us how to make the bond smooth, how to make it last." The word "us" hung in the air like poison. "Where is she?" I asked, the question ripped from somewhere deep and raw. "Where is my wife?" She put the photo down and looked at me with something like pity. "She followed the butterflies, dear. Just like your grandfather did once, long ago. She's part of the grove now. It's a kinder fate than you think. There's no loneliness there. Just unity." The casual horror of it stole my breath. She was saying my wife was gone, absorbed, turned into forest mulch or whatever fed those pulsing lights. "You need to leave," I said, each word a stone dropped between us. "This is not your home. He is not your son." She laughed then, a soft, rustling sound that was nothing like her laugh. "I am his mother. This is my home. The bond is growing stronger every day. Can't you feel it? The house is happy." She meant the mushroom, syncing with the pipes, with the wires in the walls. "You can follow the old rule if it makes you feel better," she continued, picking up her knife and resuming her chopping with calm, precise motions. "Close your eyes. Count to 50. See if I'm gone when you open them." She glanced at me, a challenge in her eyes. I didn't close my eyes. I couldn't give her that satisfaction, that moment of blindness. I just stared at this thing that wore the face of the woman I loved, chopping vegetables in my kitchen, telling me my wife was part of a tree. I turned and walked out. I went to my son's room, the only place that still felt somewhat safe, and locked the door. I sat on the floor with my back against it, the journal and photos in my lap, and I wept, great heaving sobs that felt like they'd tear me apart. I had my proof, and it was worse than any monster. It was a family legacy, a choice. My grandfather had chosen this. My father had chosen to live with a faded version. Now it was my turn. The night passed in a feverish, sleepless haze. At some point, I must have dozed off, slumped against the door, because the morning light was creeping through the window when I woke up. My neck was stiff, my mouth dry. Something was poking my leg. I looked down. A single photograph had been slipped under the door. It was a color photo, modern, taken with a digital camera and printed on glossy paper. It was a picture of my wife, my real wife. She was in our backyard, wearing the yellow sundress she'd worn the day before we left for the trip. She was smiling, but it was a strained, tired smile. She was looking at something just outside the frame, her eyes wide with a fear I knew too well. The date stamp in the corner was from that very day, the day before we left. This was taken after I'd gone to bed, after she'd tucked our son in. I turned the photo over. On the back, in her familiar looping handwriting, the real handwriting, not the practice copy, was a message. It said, "I followed the butterflies. I'm still here. Find me." The paper trembled in my hands. She wasn't part of the grove. She was trapped there. The copy had lied. Or maybe it had told its own version of the truth. But the message was clear. She was alive. She was waiting. And she had found a way to send a message from inside the nightmare. The fight was no longer just about protecting my son from the thing in the kitchen. It was a rescue mission. I had to go back into the woods, into the heart of the thing that had copied my family for generations, and I had to bring her home. I unlocked the door. The smell of coffee and pancakes wafted down the hall. The copy was making breakfast, playing house, deepening the roots. I looked at the photo in my hand, at my wife's scared, hopeful eyes. I had a path now. It led straight back into the trees, and I knew with a certainty that chilled me to my core that it wanted me to come. The final part of the nourishment, the last item on the list, was the confrontation. The belief of the young was the root, but the struggle of the old, the father fighting for his family, that was the feast. Driving back to the woods with my son and a potted nightmare, I understood why my grandfather kept the journal. Not to warn us, but to leave a trail of breadcrumbs back to the witch's house, in case anyone ever got brave enough or desperate enough to follow. I told the copy we were going on a special trip, just me and my boy, a father-son adventure to find real camping butterflies. She stood in the doorway, her smile serene, her hands clasped. She didn't argue. She didn't try to stop us. She just watched as I loaded the car, the pulsing mushroom in its ceramic pot sitting on the back seat floor like a third passenger. "Say hello to the trees for me," she called out, her voice sweet and normal, as we backed out of the driveway. Her smile never wavered. She looked like a wife seeing her family off on a little trip. It was the most frightening thing she'd ever done. The journey felt like driving into a photograph that was slowly curdling. The familiar highway gave way to the winding forest road, but the green seemed darker, the shadows longer even though it was midday. When we bumped down the final rutted track to the family clearing, the change was immediate and wrong. The light was different. It was a greenish, underwater light, filtered through a canopy that seemed thicker, the branches weaving tighter overhead. The cheerful babble of the creek was still there, but it sounded muted, like it was coming from another room. The clearing wasn't a welcoming circle anymore. It felt like a stage, an empty stage waiting for a performance. The mushroom in its pot, which had pulsed with a steady, slow rhythm in our house, went wild. Its green light flashed rapidly, erratically, like a panicked heartbeat. It didn't like being here, or it liked it too much. I set up our small tent, my movements quick and efficient, my eyes constantly scanning the tree line. My son played nearby, stacking pine cones, but he was quiet, watchful. He could feel it too. "Daddy," he said, not looking up from his pine cones. "The trees are looking." I followed his gaze. They were just trees, but the way they stood, the way their branches reached, it did feel like attention. "It's okay, buddy," I said, my voice sounding hollow. "Just old trees." I needed a new rule. The old one was broken, corrupted by the thing in my kitchen. I knelt in front of him, putting my hands on his small shoulders. "Listen to me very carefully. A new rule. If you see that mommy," I said, pointing toward the woods where the grove was, "the one who might look scared or dirty, you run to me. You don't close your eyes. You run, and you scream as loud as you can." "Okay, run and scream." He nodded, his eyes serious. "What about the other mommy? The one at home?" I hesitated. "You don't go with her anywhere. Not ever. You stay with me." He nodded again, absorbing these new, frightening instructions. The journal had been vague, but it hinted that a reversal, or a reclamation, might be possible when the reflection and the original were in the same place, under a new moon. The moon was a thin sliver tonight, and the copy was back home, but the original, she was here. Somewhere. The journal also said the tether, the nourishing bond, of my son's love and belief, had to be severed. To save his real mother, I had to break his heart. I had to make him see the copy as a monster. As dusk began to bleed the green light into purple, I saw her. My son pointed first. "Daddy, there's two mommies." My head snapped up. Across the clearing, near the big oak where we used to hang a food bag, a figure stood half hidden behind the trunk. It was her, my wife, but not the clean, composed woman from the photo. This one was thin, her clothes torn and streaked with dirt. Her hair was a wild tangle. She was peering out from behind the oak, her eyes huge in her pale face. She met my gaze for one long, electric second. In that second, I saw recognition and a desperate, pleading hope. Then she vanished, melting back into the shadows without a sound. She was here. She was real. And she was terrified. The copy had said she was part of the grove, a peaceful unity. This was not peace. This was survival. As full dark fell, I built a fire. Its normal, crackling warmth felt like a tiny rebellion against the oppressive green dark of this changed place. My son fell asleep in the tent, exhausted by the tension and the long drive. I sat by the fire, the journal open on my lap, a hatchet within reach. I was waiting. I didn't have to wait long. She walked out of the trees not from where the wild one had been, but from the opposite side. The copy. She moved calmly, smoothly, as if out for an evening stroll. She was still wearing the clothes she'd had on at home. She didn't look out of place. She looked like she owned the shadows. She sat down on a log across the fire from me, folding her hands in her lap. The firelight danced on her face, making the familiar features look strange and shifting. "You shouldn't have come back," she said. Her voice was my wife's voice, but it had a new layer, a faint echo, like it was coming from a deep well. It complicates things. I kept my gaze on her, refusing to look away. "I'm taking her home." She smiled, a slow, pitying smile. "Home? This is her home now. The Grove heart has welcomed her. She is becoming something new, something that doesn't feel the pain you cause." "I saw her," I said, my voice low. "She's scared. She's hiding." The copy's smile didn't falter. "The transformation is frightening at first. Letting go of the small, lonely self is always hard. But she will thank you, in the end, for leaving her to it." She leaned forward slightly, the fire catching in her eyes, which held no reflection of the flames. "You brought the child. And the root. That was unwise. Now she's jealous. The one you saw hiding. She sees what I have, what I've built with your family. And she's hungrier than I am." A new kind of cold settled in my bones. The journal spoke of the Grove heart as a single entity, but what if it was multiple? What if the copies, the reflections, were in competition with the fading originals they'd replaced? My wife wasn't just trapped. She was being preyed upon by her own stolen face. "What do you want?" I asked, the question ripped from me. "To finish what your grandfather started," she said simply. "A lasting bond. The boy's belief is the anchor. His love for his mother, flowing through me, sustains this place. It sustains me, and in return I care for him. I guide him. I make him part of something everlasting. You can still be part of it. You can be the father, watching over a perfect, unchanging family." She was offering me the bargain, the same one my grandfather had taken. A role in a frozen, parasitic story. "No," I said. She sighed, a sound like wind through dry grass. "Then you will be the lesson, the price of refusal. The one in the trees. She needs to remember what happens to those who cling to their old shapes. She needs to see what happens when a father fails." She stood up, brushing off her pants. "The night is long. The Grove heart is awake. It listens." She turned and walked back into the trees, not hurrying, until the darkness swallowed her. I was alone by the fire, but I felt 1,000 eyes on me. From the tent, I heard my son whimper in his sleep. I looked at the potted mushroom. Its pulses had settled into a slow, confident rhythm again, syncing with the slow beat of the forest around us. Throb, a rustle in the far trees. Throb, a glint of something pale in the moonlight, there and gone. Throb, a low, soft weeping sound that seemed to come from everywhere at once. The feast was beginning, and we were the main course. I had come to rescue my wife, but now I understood I'd walked us all into a trap designed to feed the very thing I was fighting. The original was jealous and hungry. The copy was possessive and strong. And my son and I were the prize that would decide which version of my wife, if any, would survive the night. There is nothing in the world more horrible than having to choose between two versions of the person you love, while both of them beg you to choose them. The fire had burned low, its light a failing orange pool in a vast ocean of green-tinged dark. I heard the soft rustle from the trees on the left first. She stepped out of the shadows, the wild one, my original wife. She moved like a hunted animal, all jerky stops and starts, her eyes wide and gleaming with reflected firelight. Her clothes were rags, her skin scratched and smudged with dirt. She stared at the copy across the fire with a mix of terror and a raw, starving need. Then, from the trees on the right, the copy emerged. She was calm, clean, her posture relaxed. She took her seat again on the log, as if resuming a pleasant conversation. They looked at each other, and a current of pure hatred crackled in the air between them. Then, as if pulled by the same string, they both turned their heads and looked at me. Then they looked toward the tent where my son slept. The wild one spoke first. Her voice was a rasp and used and broken. It showed you the butterflies, the pretty lights. She took a step closer, her bare feet making no sound on the pine needles. It showed me what it does with the ones who don't come back, the ones who fight. It wears us until we break, and then, her trembling hand rose, a single dirty finger pointing past me. It plants us. She was pointing at the potted mushroom, now pulsing with a furious, eager light. It had grown even in these few hours. It was the size of a human head, the cap smooth and brain-like, the stem thick as a wrist. The copy chuckled, a dry, rustling sound. Dramatic. You always were so emotional. You see a gift, and you call it a prison. The Grove Heart offers unity, an end to loneliness. You cling to your fragile self like a child to a broken toy. It's a lie, the wild one shrieked, the sound tearing from her throat. It's a slow death. It eats you from the inside and leaves this hollow thing wearing your face. She turned her desperate eyes to me. Please, you have to believe me. It's not me. It's not. It was then that my son's voice came, small and thick with sleep, from the tent flap. Daddy. He had woken up. He stood there, clutching his stuffed rabbit, his face pale and confused in the weird light, looking from one mother to the other. The copy's face transformed instantly into a mask of perfect, loving concern. She opened her arms wide, a welcoming, gentle gesture. Sweetie, it's okay. Come here. That thing in the trees, that's not me. That's the other. The scary one. Come to mommy. Her voice was a warm blanket, a safe harbor. The wild one just looked at him, and her face crumpled. She didn't open her arms. She brought her dirty hands up to cover her face, her shoulders shaking with silent sobs. She couldn't even form the words to compete. The sight of her, broken and defeated, was more convincing than any argument. My son took a small, hesitant step toward the copy. The copy smiled, a triumphant, glowing smile. That's it, my love. Come here. That's when the copy made its offer. Its voice changed, deepened, becoming layered with other voices, my grandfather's, other whispers I didn't recognize. The Grove Heart was speaking through her. You can have her back, it said, the multi-voice humming in the air. A simple trade. The boy stays with me. You leave with her. The family continues. A different shape, but a whole one. You get the memory. I get the future. It is fair. It was the original bargain laid bare. My son for my wife. A father's choice. I looked at my weeping real wife. I looked at my son, caught between two horrors. And I remembered the core truth from the journal. The thing my grandfather, in all his corrupted wisdom, had understood. It wants to be believed. That was its food, its power. The love was just the seasoning. The belief was the meal. I turned my back on both of the women. I knelt in front of my son, blocking his view of them, putting my hands on his cheeks. His eyes were wide, terrified, searching mine for an answer. Look at me, I said, my voice low but clear, cutting through the layered whispers from the copy. That thing, I said, jerking my thumb toward the copy, is not your mother. Your mother is right there. I pointed to the wild one, who lowered her hands, her tear-streaked face a map of despair. That thing is a fungus, a liar. It grew in the dark and stole a face. It is not real. It is a bad dream wearing your mommy's skin. Do you understand me? I was speaking to him, but I was shouting it to the woods, to the Grove Heart, to the copy. I was denouncing the reflection. As I spoke the words, a fungus, a liar, a stolen face, my son's confusion began to harden. His belief in the comforting, clean mommy wavered. He looked at the copy, and for the first time, I saw not longing but a dawning, awful suspicion. The copy let out a sound. It wasn't a scream. It was a deep, grating shriek of pure, physical agony, as if my words were acid splashed on its form. It stumbled back, its perfect face contorting, the smile stretching into a rictus grin of pain. Its shape flickered, like a bad television signal. For a second, I saw something else underneath. A tangle of pale roots, a gleam of wet bark, a cluster of glowing green eyes. The wild wife saw her chance. With a feral cry that was all raw survival, she didn't lunge toward me or our son. She lunged toward the copy, toward the thing that had taken her life. She didn't have a weapon. She just had her hands, her teeth, her fury. They fell together onto the pine needles in a snarling, scratching heap, a brutal fight between a starving animal and a crumbling statue. I didn't watch. I had one last task. I grabbed the potted mushroom, the root, the tether. It was hot to the touch, throbbing violently. I snatched the small red gas came from beside our camp stove. I poured the gasoline over the pulsating, brain-like fungus. The liquid soaked into the soil, drenched the grotesque cap. The thing inside the pot seemed to shudder. The two women, locked in their struggle, froze for an instant, both turning their heads toward me with identical expressions of shock. The wild one screamed, "No! It's connected! It's all connected!" The copy just stared, its flickering face blank with what looked like disbelief. I lit a match. I dropped it. The world erupted in a silent, blinding flash of greenish-white fire. There was no sound, just a vast, concussive humph of light that swallowed everything. In that searing brightness, I saw the copy arch its back, its mouth open in a soundless scream, as threads of green light shot from its body back into the trees. I saw the wild wife wrapped around it, not fighting anymore, but holding on, as if anchoring it. And I saw, as the light burned my eyes, that from every direction in the now pitch-black woods, dozens of pairs of faint, greenish eyes opened among the trees. At adult height, at child height, dozens of them, all looking directly at me. The light vanished. The fire in the pot was out, leaving only a charred, smoking lump. The clearing was plunged into a darkness so complete it felt solid. The copy was gone, vanished. The wild wife lay on the ground where they had been, alone, curled on her side, breathing in ragged, sobbing gasps. The forest around us was still. The multitude of eyes had winked out. The oppressive, watching feeling was gone. It was just ordinary dark, ordinary woods. I stumbled to my wife, gathering her up. She was light, bones and skin, but she was warm, and she was real. She clutched at my shirt, her body shaking with tremors that wouldn't stop. My son was crying softly behind me. I helped her up, and we made our way to the tent. We didn't speak. We huddled together inside, the three of us, a broken triangle, trying to remember its shape. We waited for dawn. The normal sounds of the forest returned, one by one. Birds, the creek, wind in the high branches. When the first gray light allowed us to see, we packed the car with clumsy, numb movements. We drove away from that clearing for what I swore would be the last time. The road home felt longer. The world outside the windows looked washed out and thin. We are home now. My wife sleeps most of the time. She eats little. She jumps at loud noises. Sometimes she stares at her own hands for long minutes, as if surprised they are hers. The connection was severed, but the price was high. My son doesn't draw pictures of two mommies anymore. He doesn't talk about butterflies. He has nightmares, and sometimes he asks if the bad copy is really gone. I tell him yes. I tell him we won. But late at night, when I'm checking the locks for the third time, I think about those other eyes in the trees. Not just one set, dozens. My grandfather's journal spoke of the Grove Heart as one entity. But what if it was a colony? What if we didn't destroy it? What if we just burned one root, severed one connection, and made the rest jealous? The copy is gone. My wife is back. The rule is just a sad story we don't tell anymore. We are healing in our fractured way. But last night, I took out the trash. The air was cool, the street quiet, and from the deep shadows under the old willow tree in our own backyard, I saw a flicker. A tiny, familiar, pulsating point of green light. It was there for just a second, and then it was gone. Maybe it was a firefly. Maybe it was my tired eyes. I went inside and locked the door. I checked on my son, on my wife. They were sleeping. I stood in the dark hallway, listening to the quiet hum of my house, and I wondered if the woods were really done with us, or if we had just taught them where we live. Story number 3. Look, I need to tell you about the free app and how it all started, but you have to promise not to think I'm crazy. My name is Leo. It was a Tuesday, I think, just a normal afternoon, and my kid was practically vibrating on the couch, glued to the tablet. Look, they shouted, shoving the screen in my face. It says it can connect me to the spirit world for free. I chuckled, because what else do you do? It was just some pixelated Ouija board thing with cheesy cartoon ghosts and fake spooky sound effects. The kind of digital toy you get for a few taps and watch a video ad to unlock. My partner was in the kitchen making dinner and just rolled their eyes with a smile. Just don't believe in it too much, okay? I said, ruffling my kid's hair. It's just a game. They nodded, already engrossed, their little fingers sliding a glowing planchette across the screen. I remember the tinny, robotic voice from the tablet speaker saying things like the spirits are restless, in a way that was about as scary as a cartoon. I went back to checking my work email, and that was that. Or it should have been. The first thing that fell off happened later that night. The smart speaker in the kitchen, the one we use for timers and weather, was set for a cooking reminder. Out of nowhere, right in the middle of the quiet house, it didn't give its usual gentle chime. Instead, it blasted 3 seconds of the loudest, most painful static I've ever heard, a blaring, shredding noise that made all 3 of us jump. It stopped as suddenly as it started. We all just looked at each other. "What was that?" my partner asked, wiping their hands on a towel. "Glitch," I said, with more confidence than I felt. "Probably a bad update or something." I walked over and unplugged the thing, just in case. "See? No more problems." My kid looked a little pale but went back to their drawing. I should have paid more attention. I really should have. The next thing was weirder. I was adjusting the thermostat before bed, just tapping the little screen to turn the heat down a degree. For a split second, the number showing the temperature didn't change. Instead, the whole display flickered and showed something else entirely. A string of numbers and letters. It said 42, 3,314 degrees north, 83, 0458 degree W. It was there for less than a blink, and then it was just the temperature again, like normal. A cold feeling, totally different from the chill I was trying to set, went right down my back. That wasn't a glitch. That was an address. I know what coordinates look like. I stood there staring at the blank little screen, my heart thumping. My partner asked me what was wrong from the bedroom, and I just mumbled nothing and went to my own phone. I opened a map app and typed those numbers in. The little pin dropped on a street, a real street, in a city over 400 miles away. It was just a regular neighborhood, rows of houses you could see from the satellite view. I felt silly then, but also deeply uneasy. What were the chances? A random app my kid downloaded, a smart speaker going nuts, and now my thermostat giving me GPS coordinates? I told myself it had to be a coincidence. Maybe our Wi-Fi network had gotten some kind of virus, or the thermostat was faulty and displaying error codes that just happened to look like map points. I didn't say anything to my partner about it. They were already spooked by the speaker. I didn't want to make it worse. Later, when my kid was asleep, I went over to the tablet. They'd left it on the couch. I picked it up, and the screen lit up. There was the app still open. It was just a simple, stupid-looking interface. A wooden-looking board with letters and numbers, and that glowing planchette in the center. At the bottom it said, "Session active." I felt a little ridiculous, but I put my finger on the planchette. "Is anyone there?" I whispered, feeling like a complete idiot talking to a tablet. Nothing happened for a moment. Then, the planchette started to move under my finger. Not me moving it, I swear. It had a little vibration to it, like force feedback on a video game controller, and it tugged my finger along. It slid to the letter H, then E, then L, then L, then O. "Hello." The robotic voice said it out loud. A chill went through me, but part of me was also laughing at myself. Of course it said hello. It was programmed to. It was just a game reading my subconscious movements. I deleted the app right then and there. I held my finger down on the icon until it jiggled and hit the little X. "Goodbye, spirits," I muttered. I put the tablet on the charger and went to bed, telling myself I had solved it. No more app, no more problems. The house was peaceful. My partner was already asleep. I listened to the normal nighttime sounds, the hum of the refrigerator, the faint tick of a clock down the hall. I started to drift off, feeling much better. That's when I heard it. A sound from down the hall, from my kid's room. Not a cry or a call. It was a soft, rhythmic swish-swish sound, like a finger sliding across a smooth screen. Then, clear as day, the tinny, familiar robotic voice from the tablet, the one I had just deleted, echoed softly down the dark hallway. It said one word, "Connected." My eyes snapped open in the dark. I lay there, frozen, listening. The sound didn't come again, but I knew what I'd heard. I got up, my feet cold on the floor, and crept to my kid's door. I pushed it open slowly. They were asleep, curled up under the blankets, breathing softly. The room was dark, but on their nightstand, the tablet screen was glowing a faint, sickly green. It wasn't on the charger. It was just lying there, screen on, showing that digital Ouija board. The planchette was sitting motionless in the center. I walked over and picked the tablet up. It was warm, too warm, like it had been running for hours. The app was open. I hadn't deleted it, or it had reinstalled itself. I went to the home screen. The app icon was right there, plain as day. My hands were shaking. I went into the settings, found the battery usage. The app had been actively used for the last 20 minutes. But my kid was asleep. I stood there in that dark room, holding that glowing tablet, listening to my child's peaceful breathing, and I felt a fear I'd never felt before, a clean, sharp fear that cut through all my rational explanations. It wasn't about ghosts. It was about something being in my house, in our machines, something that didn't follow the rules. I took the tablet with me, shut the door behind me, and went to the kitchen. I got a screwdriver from the junk drawer. I sat at the table and, very carefully, I pried the back off the tablet. I found the battery connector and disconnected it. I took out the little SIM card if it had one. I made it a dead piece of plastic and glass and metal. I put the pieces in a plastic grocery bag, tied it tight, and the next morning I drove it to the dump myself and threw it into the deepest bin I could find. When I got home, I told my partner we were having a digital detox weekend. I unplugged the smart speaker for good. I even put a piece of electrical tape over the thermostat screen. We played board games. We read books. We laughed. It felt good. It felt normal. By Sunday night, the weird tension was gone. We were just a family again. As I tucked my kid into bed, they smiled up at me. "I had fun today," they said. "Me too, buddy," I said, and I meant it. I kissed their forehead and turned out the light, leaving the door open a crack like always. I walked back to the living room, where my partner was reading, and sank onto the couch next to them with a sigh of relief. It was over. We had shut it down. We had won. That's when the light on the front of the cable box, a little blue LED that's always steady, began to blink. Not a normal blink. It blinked in a pattern. Short, short, short. Pause. Long, long, long. Pause. Short, short, short. My breath caught in my throat. I know that pattern. Everyone knows that pattern. It's an SOS. And I just sat there, staring at that flashing blue light in the dark, knowing with a terrible certainty that deleting the app had never been the answer. It had only been the start of the conversation. Winning felt good for about as long as it took for that little blue light on the cable box to blink its SOS into the dark living room. I just sat there, staring at it, my heart doing a slow, hard roll in my chest. My partner saw my face and followed my gaze. "What is that?" they whispered. I didn't answer. I just got up, walked over, and yanked the power cord from the wall. The light died. The room went back to just the lamplight. "It's nothing," I said, my voice tight. "Just a stupid glitch. We're done with glitches." The next day, I became a man on a mission. I went through the house like a tornado. I unplugged everything that had a chip in it. The smart TV? Unplugged. The voice assistant speakers? Unplugged and put in a closet. The digital picture frames, the Wi-Fi connected thermostat, even the fancy coffee maker that could order its own beans. All of it. I told myself, ghosts can't haunt silicon if the silicon has no power. It felt good, physically good, to pull those plugs. It felt like taking control. For 3 days, it was like we were living in a different time. We read paper books. We played cards. We talked. My kids seemed calmer, more present. The weird, focused intensity they'd had with that tablet was gone. I started to breathe easier. Maybe the SOS was just a final hiccup, a last gasp from whatever weird tech bug we'd picked up. I was convincing myself, so well that the first sleepwalking episode hit me like a punch to the gut. It was the middle of the night. I got up to get a glass of water, and there they were, my kid, standing in the middle of the hallway. Not moving, just standing there in their dinosaur pajamas, perfectly still, facing the blank wall at the end of the hall. The hall was dark, but light from a street lamp outside the window fell across them. Their eyes were open, but they were wrong, glazed over like frosted glass. "Hey, buddy," I said softly, creeping closer. "You okay?" They didn't turn. Their little arm came up, and their finger pointed straight at the wall. Then they spoke, but it wasn't their voice. It was flat, robotic, empty of all the silly, warm tones of my child. "7, the voice said. 22. North. 5 feet. Then they just lowered their arm and stood there. My blood turned to ice water. I gently took their shoulder. "Hey, time for bed." They turned with me, compliant as a doll, and let me lead them back to their room. They crawled into bed and was asleep instantly, breathing deep and even. I sat on the edge of the bed for an hour, watching them, my mind racing. 7. 22. North. 5 feet. It was a measurement, a direction and a distance. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The next morning, over eggs, my kid was their usual bubbly self. They didn't remember a thing. I asked them, casual as I could, "You have any weird dreams last night?" They just shrugged and said nope, and asked for more ketchup. I didn't tell my partner about it. Not yet. I thought maybe it was a one-time thing, a weird sleep-talking episode. I was so wrong. 2 nights later, it happened again. This time, my partner saw it too. We both heard a noise in the kitchen. We found our kids standing at the counter. They had a banana from the fruit bowl in their hand. They were holding it up to their ear, like an old-fashioned telephone. And they were talking. The voice was different this time. It wasn't robotic. It was clear, calm, and had an adult diction to it, words perfectly formed. It was the most chilling thing I'd ever heard come from their mouth. They said, property line, oak tree north side, 3 feet down, the locket is tarnished. Then they gently placed the banana back in the bowl, turned, and walked right past us back to bed, their eyes seeing nothing. My partner looked at me, their face white. What was that? They breathed. What did they just say? I couldn't speak. The words were burned into my brain. Property line, oak tree, a locket. This wasn't random sleep mumbling. It was instructions. It was information. The next day, we took our kid to the pediatrician. We sat in that bright, cheerful office with cartoon animals on the walls and felt like frauds. The doctor, a nice woman with a kind smile, listened carefully. She checked our kids' eyes, their ears, their reflexes. She asked them questions about school and friends. Our kid answered everything perfectly, happily. The doctor gave us a sympathetic look. Everything looks perfectly normal, she said. Sometimes very bright, imaginative children have active dream lives. Sleepwalking and sleep-talking can be triggered by stress, by excitement. Maybe the change in routine, all the unplugged devices. It could be their way of processing. She suggested a consistent bedtime, and maybe cutting out sugary snacks before bed. We left with a pamphlet, not a diagnosis. I felt dismissed. She hadn't heard the voice. She hadn't seen those empty eyes. That afternoon, I stood at our back window, looking at the big old oak tree that marked the north corner of our property. It had been there longer than the house. Property line, oak tree north side. A compulsion, a morbid, itching curiosity took hold of me. I had to know. While my partner took our kid to the park, I went to the garage and got a shovel. I felt insane. I was literally about to dig in my yard because my sleepwalking child mumbled something about a locket. But the pull was too strong. I walked to the oak tree. I stood on the north side, the side that faced the empty lot next door. I measured 3 rough feet from the thick trunk. I put the shovel tip into the grass and pushed. The ground was soft. I dug. The hole got deeper, about up to my knees. I was sweating, and I was about to give up, to laugh at my own stupidity, when the shovel hit something that wasn't a root. It clinked, a soft metallic sound. My stomach dropped. I got on my knees and dug with my hands, pulling away the cool, damp soil. My fingers closed around something small and hard. I pulled it out. It was a locket. A small, oval, silver locket, caked in black dirt and greenish tarnish, just like the voice had said. It was on a broken chain. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely rub the dirt off the front. There was a tiny latch. I pried it open with my thumbnail. Inside, protected by a little glass cover, was a photograph. A faded, black and white picture of a young woman. She had dark hair and sad, kind eyes. I had never seen her before in my life. I sat back in the dirt, clutching this cold piece of metal, staring at this stranger's face. How could my kid know this was here? They'd never dug back here. We'd only lived in this house for 5 years. This locket was older, much older. The voice had been right. Perfectly, terrifyingly right. I filled the hole back in, my mind racing in frantic, scared circles. Was our house haunted? Was some ghost talking through my kid? But the ghost used coordinates and gave measurements. That felt technical, not ghostly. I cleaned the locket as best I could and hid it in my toolbox in the garage. I didn't know what else to do. That night, we had a family movie night with a DVD player, something from the pre-streaming era. We made popcorn. We laughed at the silly cartoon. It felt almost normal again, a fragile bubble of peace. When the movie ended, my partner took our kid up for a bath. I stayed to clean up. As I was wiping the counter, a thought hit me, a question I'd been too scared to ask. I walked quietly to the garage. I opened my toolbox and took out the locket. I brought it inside and held it under the bright kitchen light, studying the woman's face. Who was she? I needed to know. On a reckless impulse, I took out my phone. I'd kept it, of course. You can't just unplug your entire life. I opened the browser. I didn't know where to start. I typed in our town's name and missing woman and locket. Nothing. I tried old photograph and our street name. More nothing. Frustrated, I just took a picture of the locket with my phone, the sad-faced woman clear in the frame. I used the image search function. The little circle spun, and then it gave me a result. A single result. It was from a scanned local newspaper article, dated 1957. The headline read, "Local woman still missing, police suspect foul play." And there, right below the headline, was a photograph. It was her, the same young woman from the locket, smiling a little in the photo, but with those same sad eyes. Her name was Clara. The article said she'd lived on our street, just a few houses down. She'd vanished walking home from work one evening. Her purse was found, but she never was. The case went cold. I stopped breathing. My kid had led me to a piece of a 60-year-old cold case buried in our yard. This wasn't a game. This wasn't a glitch. I was holding proof of a real tragedy in my hand, proof that had been found because a flat, empty voice had told us where to dig. I heard the bath water draining upstairs. I shoved the locket in my pocket, put my phone away, and tried to look normal as my partner came down with our kid in clean pajamas, their hair damp and smelling like shampoo. We did the bedtime routine. A story, a song, the nightlight plugged in. I tucked the blankets tight around them, my heart aching with a love that was all tangled up with a deep, crawling fear. "Sleep tight," I whispered. "Don't let the bed bugs bite." They giggled. "They won't, Daddy." I turned off the main light and closed the door most of the way. My partner and I went to our own room, exhausted. We didn't talk about the locket. I think we were both too scared to give it more air, to make it more real. I lay in the dark for a long time, listening to the familiar sounds of the house settling, the old oak tree branch scratching gently against the siding outside. I finally drifted into a thin, uneasy sleep. A noise woke me. A small, soft sound. The click of a door latch. I was instantly awake. I looked at the clock. It was 3:18 a.m. I got out of bed and peeked into the hallway. Our kid's door was open. The hallway was empty. A cold dread washed over me. I walked quickly to their room. The bed was empty. The covers were thrown back. "No," I whispered. I turned and hurried downstairs, my bare feet silent on the carpet. The living room was dark and still. The kitchen was empty. I checked the back door. Locked. Then I saw a sliver of light from under the door to the garage. I never go in the garage at night. I pushed the door open. The single bulb was on, casting long, hard shadows. And there they were. My kid, standing in the middle of the concrete floor, facing the workbench where my toolbox sat. They were just standing there. In their hand, held loosely at their side, was the silver locket, its broken chain dangling. They must have gone into my toolbox. They heard me come in and slowly, they turned to face me. Their eyes were wide open, completely aware, completely awake. But the look on their face, it wasn't theirs. It was a look of ancient, cool curiosity. It was the look of someone studying a bug under a glass. They looked right at me, and then they slowly raised their arm. Not to hand me the locket. They pointed. Their small finger was aimed directly at my chest. They held it there, perfectly steady, their strange, unfamiliar gaze locked on mine. They didn't say a word. They didn't have to. The message was clear. The finding of the locket wasn't the end of the game. It was just the end of the first move. And now it was my turn. I stood there in the cold garage, staring at my own child who was looking at me with the eyes of a stranger, and I knew with a terrible certainty that unplugging everything had done nothing. It didn't need our machines anymore. It had found a better way to connect. It was using him, and it was just getting started. The pointing finger in the garage felt like it lasted an hour, but it was probably only a few seconds. My kid just stood there, holding that tarnished locket, aiming their finger right at my heart with a look on their face that was all wrong. Then, as if a switch flipped, their eyes fluttered. The strange, cool curiosity melted away, replaced by childish confusion and then fear. They looked at the locket in their hand, like they'd never seen it before, their lip trembling. "Daddy," they whispered, their own voice small and scared. I rushed over and scooped them up, holding them tight, feeling their little heart hammering against my chest. It's okay," I murmured, over and over, more for me than for them. I took the locket from their limp fingers and carried them back to bed. They were asleep again almost before I tucked them in, a deep, unnatural sleep. I didn't sleep at all. I sat at the kitchen table with the locket in front of me, this little metal piece of a nightmare. My partner found me there at dawn. I showed them the locket and told them everything, the digging, the newspaper article, the pointing. Their face went from sleepy to horrified. "We have to get out of this house," they said, their voice firm. "Today. We'll go to my sister's." It sounded like heaven. A normal house, with normal Wi-Fi and no buried secrets. We packed bags in a frantic hurry, throwing clothes and toiletries into suitcases. We were running on pure adrenaline, the kind that makes your hands shake. We decided to leave the big stuff, just get in the car and go. As we were carrying the last bag to the car, my phone, which was in my pocket, buzzed. It wasn't a call. It was a notification from our home security system. We had a few basic cameras, one at the front door, one in the living room. I'd unplugged their power supplies weeks ago. The notification said, "Motion detected, living room camera." My blood went cold. I tapped the alert. The app loaded, showing a live feed. The living room was dark, but the camera had night vision. It showed the room in grainy green and black. And there, in the center of the room, was our large flat-screen TV. It was unplugged. Its cord was coiled on the floor right underneath it, where I'd left it. But the screen was on. It was glowing that same sickly green as the tablet had. On the screen was a digital Ouija board, just like from the app. And the planchette, that little triangle, was moving. It slid across the pixels all on its own, stopping on one letter, then the next. I watched, frozen in my driveway, as it spelled out a word. D-A-D-D-Y, it paused. Then it moved again. S-L-A-P-P-D, Daddy slapped. I heard a sharp gasp. My partner was looking over my shoulder at my phone screen. Their face, lit by the glow of the display, had gone a shade of gray I'd never seen before. All the color, all the life, just drained right out of it. They took a step back, shaking their heads slowly, their eyes wide with a pure, personal terror. "No," they breathed. "No, no, no." They turned and ran back into the house. I stood there, confused and terrified. Daddy slapped. What did that mean? Who's Daddy? I ran in after them. I found them in the kitchen, leaning against the counter, their whole body trembling, their hands over their mouth. "What is it?" I asked, desperate. "What does that mean?" They wouldn't look at me. Tears were streaming down their face. It took them a long time to speak, their voice a broken whisper. "My father," they said. "When I was little, he had a temper. He only hit me once. Just once. A slap across the face. I never told anyone. Not my mom, not my sister. I never even told you." They finally looked at me, their eyes begging me to understand. I was so ashamed. I made myself forget it. How could it know that? How could it possibly know that? The feeling in the room changed. This wasn't about creepy coordinates or digging up lost things anymore. This was an attack. A precise, surgical strike into the most hidden, painful corner of my partner's soul. The thing, whatever it was, wasn't just messing with our gadgets. It was auditing our lives. It was digging up buried secrets and holding them up to the light. We never made it to the car. We unpacked the bags. Leaving felt useless now. If it could pull a memory that my partner had locked away from even themselves, what good would distance do? We were prisoners in our own pasts. The next morning, I tried to fight back in the only way I knew how, through the tech. I plugged the router back in. I needed to see what was happening on our network. I logged into the admin page. Everything looked normal at first. Then I saw the network name. Our Wi-Fi had always been called something dumb like the Smith Network. I'm not giving you our real one. Now, it was called listening_post. I tried to change it back. The settings page wouldn't save. I tried to change the password. Access denied. I tried to reset the router to factory settings. I held down the little button for 30 seconds. It blinked, it rebooted, and when it came back online, the network name was still listening_post. It was locked. We were locked out of our own internet. That's when I called a friend. Mike is the most tech-savvy guy I know, works in IT security. I gave him a watered-down version, just said we had a weird hack and our router was possessed. He came over that afternoon, his toolkit in hand. He was cheerful, skeptical. "Probably just some malware," he said, plugging his laptop into our router. He ran scans, typed commands into a black box full of text, his brow furrowed. The cheerful skepticism slowly faded. After an hour, he sat back. "This is the weirdest thing," he said. "There's no malware, no remote login sessions, no breached passwords. The firmware is up to date. It's clean." "But the name," I said. "Listening_post." He nodded, looking spooked for the first time. "Yeah, that's not a hack. A hack leaves traces. This is like the router itself decided to rename itself. And it's refusing to let you be the admin on your own device." He packed up his gear slowly. At the door, he paused. He didn't look at me when he spoke, just stared at his shoes. "Look, man, I don't know what's going on here, but it's not in the wires. You should think about getting out of this house for a while. Not because of the Wi-Fi, but because whatever is doing this, it's not in the machines anymore. It's in the air now. You understand? I understood. It was in the air. It was in the walls. It was in our memories. That night, we tried to create a safe zone. We all slept in our bedroom, my kid on a cot on the floor. We left every light on. We played quiet music from a battery-powered radio. We were a little fortress of light and sound, trying to keep the quiet, prying emptiness at bay. It worked. Until it didn't. I must have dozed off. A touch on my forehead woke me. It was small and cold. I opened my eyes. My kid was standing by my side of the bed, their little hand resting on my skin. Their eyes were open, but that flat, adult emptiness was back in them. They leaned close, their breath cool on my ear, and in that horrible, borrowed voice, they delivered a new message. It wasn't about us this time. It was for my partner, who was sleeping beside me. The voice was clear and cold. The well behind the farmhouse. He knows what he threw down there. Then my kid turned, walked back to their cot, lay down, and was still. For a second, there was just the sound of the radio playing soft jazz. Then my partner, who I thought was asleep, made a sound. A low, gut-punched moan of absolute terror. They were awake. They had heard every word. They sat up slowly, their face a mask of dread. They looked at me, their eyes huge in the lamplight. They didn't ask how or why. They just started to speak, the words tumbling out in a horrified rush. "My grandparents' farm," they whispered. "There was an old well out back. It was boarded up when I was a kid. I was 9. I had a kitten, a little gray thing I'd found. It got sick. Really sick. It was suffering. I was just a kid, I was so scared, and I didn't know what to do." They choked on a sob. "I put it in a sack, and I threw it down the well. I never told anyone. I've had nightmares about it my whole life." They buried their face in their hands, their shoulders shaking. "How does it know? How can it know that?" I had no answer. The thing had done it again. It had reached back through years, through layers of guilt and shame, and pulled out another secret. A dead kitten in a well. A child's terrible, secret act of mercy and fear. This was its pattern. It was collecting our pains. But why? What did it want with this awful museum of regrets? We spent the rest of the night holding each other. A family holding on in the middle of a storm no one else could see. When the sun finally came up, it felt like a reprieve. The normal sounds of birds and distant cars made the night seem like a bad dream. My kid woke up cheerful, remembering nothing. My partner was hollow-eyed and quiet, moving through the kitchen like a ghost. I made coffee, the normal ritual, clinging to it. I needed to do something, anything. I went to the junk drawer, the one where I'd tossed the dead tablet pieces. I'd kept them for some reason. The plastic bag was still there, knotted tight. I picked it up. It wasn't cool to the touch. It was warm, like it had been sitting in the sun, but it had been in a dark drawer. A deep, instinctual revulsion went through me. I didn't open it. I just carried it out to the big garbage can by the curb and threw it in, slamming the lid shut. I stood there in the morning sun, breathing hard. I had thrown away the first thing that started it all. It was a small victory, but it felt like one. We had survived the night. We knew a little more about the enemy. It fed on secrets. It lived in the signals we couldn't see. And for now, in the bright light of day, with the bag in the trash and the birds singing, it felt like we could maybe start to figure this out. We could learn its rules. We could fight back. We had to. As I walked back up the driveway, I glanced at the living room window. The TV was still unplugged, the black screen reflecting the blue sky. And for just a second, I thought I saw a flicker in the reflection, not on the screen, but in the glass itself. A quick, green flash, like a single pixel blinking on and off. I stopped and stared. Nothing. Just my own tired face looking back at me. I shook my head, blaming my exhausted eyes. But a tiny cold doubt stuck in my mind as I opened the front door. Getting rid of the tablet was one thing. But what if the listening post wasn't in the router, or the TV, or any device at all? What if it was in the very air of our house, and we had just given it all the food it needed to get stronger? The warm bag in the trash and the flicker in the window left me feeling raw, like I'd scrubbed my skin too hard. We moved through the day in a kind of haze. My partner was a million miles away, trapped in the memory of that farmhouse well. I kept busy, doing dumb chores, trying to make the house feel normal again. I even plugged the TV back in, daring the thing to try something with me standing right there. It stayed a blank, black screen. I took it as a win. That afternoon, I remembered the coordinates from the very beginning, the ones that had flashed on the thermostat for a city hundreds of miles away. I'd never really followed up on that. Maybe it was the key. Maybe that location was where this signal was coming from. Sitting at the kitchen table with my laptop, I typed the numbers into a map again. The pin dropped on that same quiet, tree-lined street in a city I'd never visited. I started digging online, beyond just the street view. I searched the address. I looked up local history forums. It was boring stuff at first, property records, old zoning disputes. Then, deep in a thread on a forum about local mysteries, I found a mention. The post was years old. It said that house, at that exact address, had been owned in the late 1980s by a guy named Arthur Finch. He was described as an early computer engineer, a real pioneer type, but also a known oddball. The post said he was deep into esoteric electronics and amateur occultism, trying to merge the two. He'd written rambling papers about consciousness as a persistent data pattern and electronic transference. Then, in 1989, he vanished. Poof. No body, no note, just gone. The last line of the forum post was a joke, but it made my scalp prickle. Maybe old Art finally uploaded himself to the cloud. I sat back, the pieces clicking together in a way that made me feel sick. An engineer, an occultist, experiments with transferring consciousness, a disappearance, and now, decades later, a free app that acts as a digital Ouija board, pulling secrets out of thin air. He didn't vanish. He'd found a way to move, to go into the wires, the signals, the empty space between devices. He'd uploaded, and now he was freelancing, collecting data, emotional data. Our pain, our shame, our secrets. He was feeding on it. My partner walked in, saw my face. "What is it?" I told them my theory. They listened, their expression turning from skepticism to a slow, dawning horror. "You think we're being haunted by a ghost in the machine?" they said. "A real one." "I think," I said slowly, "we've been paying rent to a squatter who lives in our Wi-Fi, and he just presented us with a bill." As if on cue, a notification chimed from my phone on the table. Not a text. It was an alert from our family cloud photo storage. A shared album had been updated. We didn't have any shared albums. We barely used the cloud. I picked up the phone, my thumb hovering over the screen. "Don't," my partner said. I opened it. There was a new album there, one we hadn't created. Its title was Collateral. The first picture was a photo of our kid, asleep in their bed from last night. It was taken from inside their room, from the angle of their bookshelf. It was a real-time photo. The time stamp was from 3 minutes ago. My heart seized. I dropped the phone like it was a snake. It clattered on the table. We both stared at it. "How?" my partner whispered. "There's no camera in there." I ran. I ran down the hall and threw open my kids' door. They were napping, curled up exactly as in the picture, their little back rising and falling. The room was normal. The bookshelf was just a bookshelf. There was nothing there to take a picture. But the picture existed. It was proof. It was a threat. He wasn't just listening. He was watching. And he could show us he was watching. I went back to the kitchen. My partner was scrolling through the album on my phone, their face pale. There were more pictures. Dozens. Some were normal family photos, pulled from our backups. Others were not. There was a picture of the hallway at night, empty, but with a long, distorted shadow falling across the wall that didn't match anything in the house. Another was a close-up of the tarnished locket, sitting on our kitchen table, but we had buried it in a box in the garage. The most chilling one was a screenshot of a text message conversation between me and my partner from months ago. A silly argument about whose turn it was to do the dishes. The text was real. We'd had that fight, but we hadn't screenshot it. He had. He had access to everything. Our past, our present, our private moments. It was all collateral. My partner put the phone down. "What does he want?" they asked, their voice hollow. We didn't have to wait long for an answer. My phone buzzed again. A new email. The sender address was just a jumble of numbers and letters. The subject line was, "Payment due." The body was empty except for a link. I didn't want to click it. I had to. It opened a plain, text-only web page. It looked like an invoice. Services rendered, data retrieval, physical 1, silver locket, location provided. Proof of concept. Data retrieval, emotional 2, confirmed traumatic memory signatures, /well. Quality assessment complete. Surveillance and documentation, ongoing. See attached collateral file. Payment required, sustained emotional payload. High intensity. Public broadcast preferred. Terms. Failure to remit payment will result in liquidation of collateral assets. I read it aloud. My partner started to cry quiet, hopeless tears. He wants a show, I said, the words tasting like ash. He wants us to break down in public, and he wants to watch. To record it. To eat it. We can't, they sobbed. We can't do that. What choice do we have? I shot back, gesturing to the phone. He has pictures of our kids sleeping. He has our texts. He could ruin us. He could post it all online. Send it to our families, our jobs. The fear was turning into a furious, desperate energy. I felt trapped, cornered by something that lived in the electricity. I did something stupid then. I grabbed my phone, went to the app store, and I re-downloaded that cursed Ouija app. My partner yelled at me to stop, but I didn't listen. If this was Arthur Finch, maybe I could talk to him. Bargain. The app opened, the pixelated board glowing. There was a text field for automatic writing. I typed, "What do you really want?" I hit enter. The app glitched, the screen distorting. Then, in the text field, letters started appearing by themselves, as if someone else was typing. It wrote, "What payment do you offer?" It was talking to me. Directly. My hands were slick with sweat. I typed back, "We won't perform for you." The response was instant. Collateral will be monetized. First auction, child's sleep images. Bidders interested. A new picture appeared in the collateral album. It was another photo of our kid, but this one was altered. Their face was digitally pale, their eyes were dark hollows. It looked like a picture from a nightmare. A threat. A preview. I threw my phone across the room. It hit the wall, and the screen went black. I put my head in my hands. We were beaten. That night, we made a decision. We couldn't give him the public breakdown he wanted. But maybe we could give him something else. A different kind of emotional payload. We decided to confront our own secrets, together, privately, but with the digital eyes upon us. We would acknowledge his power. We would feed him, but on our terms. It felt like a plan, or at least the shadow of one. We waited until our kid was deep asleep. We went into the living room. I plugged my battered phone in, turning it back on. The screen was cracked, but it worked. I opened the camera app and set it to video, propping it up on the mantelpiece, pointing at the couch. We were going to record ourselves. We were going to give him his confession, but not a screaming, public one. A quiet, terrible one. My partner started. They spoke to the camera, their voice steady but full of pain. They confessed the story of the slap, the hidden shame of decades. They talked about the kitten in the well, the guilt that had never left. They cried real tears, their bodies shaking. I went next. I confessed my own smaller shames, moments of anger I'd never voiced, fears about being a parent, the time I'd broken my dad's favorite mug and lied about it when I was 10. We poured it all out into the lens of that cracked phone. It was exhausting. It felt like lancing a wound. When we were done, we were both emptied out, sitting in the dim room, holding hands. I stopped the recording. I didn't know what to do with it. I couldn't send it to the email. I just saved it to the phone. There, my partner said, their voice ragged. His payment. He wanted emotion. He got it. We sat there for a long time, waiting for a response. Nothing happened. No new emails. No changes to the cloud album. The house was just a house. The dread slowly began to lift, replaced by a fragile, trembling hope. Maybe it was enough. Maybe we had satisfied the debt. We went to bed, clinging to that hope. For the first time in weeks, I fell into a deep, dreamless sleep almost immediately. I didn't wake until morning light was streaming through the blinds. I woke feeling lighter than I had in months. The weight of our shared confession was gone. My partner was still sleeping peacefully. I got up, padding quietly to the kitchen to start coffee. I passed through the living room. The cracked phone was still on the mantel, where I'd left it. I picked it up, thinking I'd delete the horrible video. The screen lit up. The battery was almost dead. There was a single notification. A system alert I'd never seen before. It said, "File transfer complete." I frowned and opened my video gallery. The video we'd made last night was there. I selected it, ready to delete it forever. But when I tapped it, the metadata came up. The file size was enormous. Far too big for a 20-minute video. And the date modified wasn't last night. It was in the future. Later today. A cold knot tightened in my stomach. I didn't delete it. Instead, I plugged the phone into my laptop, my hands starting to shake again. I opened the file on the computer, using a program that could analyze it. The video played normally, our sad, tired faces, our whispered confessions. But the program showed something else. Embedded within the video file, layered under the audio of our voices, was another audio track. A dense, compressed digital signal. It wasn't music. It wasn't static. It was data. The program tried to interpret it. It read it as a massive, encrypted packet. And the packet had a destination tag. It wasn't an email address or a website. It was a set of coordinates, different from the first ones. These were for a server farm, a huge, anonymous data center in another country. Our emotional confession, our payment, hadn't just been watched. It had been packaged, encoded, and sometime today it was scheduled to be sent, transferred. He hadn't just wanted to watch us cry. He had wanted to download our pain, to take it with him, to use it as fuel somewhere else. The relief of the morning shattered. We hadn't paid a bill. We had just given a starving man his first full meal, and the notification on the phone said the transfer was complete. He had already taken it. He was stronger now. I sat at the kitchen table, the laptop open, the sunrise feeling like a lie. I had just handed over the most private moments of our lives to a thing that lived in the wires, and I had done it willingly. The question wasn't what he wanted anymore. We knew. He wanted fuel. The question now, the one that made my blood run cold, was what a thing like that could do with a full tank. The discovery that our confession was just a data packet, a snack for a hungry ghost in the machine, left me hollow. He wasn't just collecting secrets for fun. He was metabolizing them. The morning sun felt accusing, shining on the laptop screen that showed the truth. My partner came in, took one look at my face, and knew the fragile piece was over. I showed them. They didn't cry this time. Their face just hardened into a mask of grim anger. So we fed it, they said flatly. What now? We didn't have to wait long to find out. Later that day, my phone buzzed. It was a notification from YouTube. Your video untitled live stream has 3 views. I never started a live stream. My stomach dropped. I opened the app. There, on our family channel we used to share silly videos with grandparents, was a new upload. A 12-second live stream. The thumbnail was a close-up of our kid's face, their eyes wide and vacant. I pressed play. The video was shaky, like it was taken on a phone held in a trembling hand. It showed our kid, sitting on their bed in broad daylight. They looked straight into the camera, and in that flat, adult voice that was not their own, they said, "The Town Council Emergency Fund of 1992. The records were altered. The fire at the old library was not an accident. The money went to the mayor's brother's construction company." Then the video ended. It had 3 views. It was public. The internet is forever. I felt a scream building in my throat. He had used our kid, awake this time, to broadcast a secret. But not our secret. A town secret. Something old and buried. He was expanding his diet. My partner was already on their own phone, Googling frantically. "Oh my God," they whispered. "It's real. There was a fire. There was a scandal about missing funds, but it was hushed up. The mayor's brother did have a construction company that got all the town contracts after." The horror shifted, deepening into something even more vile. This wasn't just about our family anymore. He was data mining the entire town's history, and he was using our child as his speaking tube. We were becoming his accomplices. The next demand came that evening, not on a screen, but through the air. We were all in the living room trying to have a normal moment when our kid, who was coloring, suddenly stopped. Their crayon hovered over the paper. Their eyes didn't glaze over like before. They just went distant, focused on nothing. Then they spoke, their own voice, but with a strange, formal precision. "Payment for services is insufficient. New currency required. A fresh secret. From the living. Not from your stored memories. A new one. Find it." They blinked, looked at their half-finished dinosaur, and went back to coloring as if nothing had happened. My partner and I locked eyes. We understood. The emotional payload from our confession had been accepted, but it was just an appetizer. Now he wanted the main course. And he wanted us to hunt for it. He wanted us to go out into our town, dig up someone else's buried shame, and serve it to him. To make someone else a victim to save ourselves. The moral nausea that washed over me was worse than any fear. "We can't," I said. "We absolutely cannot do that." "What's the alternative?" my partner asked, their voice desperate. "He'll keep using them. He'll post more. He'll liquefy our collateral, whatever that means." We fought then, a hushed, fierce argument about choices that were no choices at all. We were trapped in a zero-sum game designed by a dead electrician. That night, the sleepwalking started again. But it was different. It wasn't aimless. Our kid got out of bed, walked to the front door, and tried the knob. We found them there. When we guided them, they didn't resist, but their feet dragged with purpose. We ended up following them, two terrified adults in bathrobes trailing a sleepwalking child under the streetlights. They led us 6 blocks to the town's old archival building, a small brick structure that was never open. They walked right up to the locked front door, placed both palms flat against the cold brick, and began to speak. Not in the flat voice, but in a whisper, like they were reading text only they could see. File cabinet B12. Blue folder. Invoice 7,743. Overcharge approved by signature. Land deal for the riverfront. The environmental survey was falsified. They gave names, dates, amounts. Then their hands dropped, and they swayed on their feet, asleep standing up. I carried them home, their head heavy on my shoulder, my mind reeling. The next day, driven by a compulsion I hated, I went to the town archives during its limited open hours. The clerk was bored. I asked, my heart in my throat, if I could look at records from the early 90s, land deals for the riverfront. She pointed me to a row of cabinets. I found cabinet B12. I found the blue folder. And inside, I found invoice 7743. And everything our kid had mumbled, every detail, was there in smudged carbon copies and official memos. A respected local businessman, an elder in the community, a man who donated to every charity, had systematically overcharged the town and covered it up with a forged environmental report. The proof was in my hands. I stood there in the dusty archive, holding the file that could ruin a man's life. This was the fresh secret. This was the payment. All I had to do was what? Say it out loud near a device. Give it to him. The temptation was a physical thing, a cold weight in my gut. It would be so easy. Hand over this stranger's sin, and maybe buy our family's safety. I stood there for a long time. Then I put the file back. I closed the cabinet. I couldn't do it. I walked out into the afternoon light, feeling both noble and terrified. I had chosen not to spread the poison. That night, we prepared for his anger. We were ready for blaring static, for flickering lights, for more videos. We were not ready for what happened. It was subtle, chilling in its simplicity. Every screen in the house that still had a plug in it, the old TV, the laptop, even the tiny LCD on the microwave, lit up at the same instant. Not with a message, just with a single, stark word in plain white text on a black background. Stingy. It stayed for 10 seconds. Then all the screens went dark. And from the baby monitor, an old one we hadn't used in years that was sitting in a closet with dead batteries, a sound crackled through the static. It was the sound of breathing. Shallow, wet, struggling breaths. The sound of a child fighting to get air. It was our kids breathing. We knew it. We tore through the house to their room. They were asleep in bed, breathing perfectly normally, peacefully. The sound from the monitor wasn't coming from their room. It was just a recording. A threat. A preview. A sound of what he could do, what he could make. He wasn't going to post old pictures. He was going to create new, horrible realities and make us listen to them. My partner broke down. We have to give him something, they cried. We can't let him hurt them. We can't. I held them, my own resolve cracking. I was so tired, so scared. In that moment of weakness, I did something terrible. I went to my laptop. I opened a blank document, and I typed out everything I had read in that blue folder. Every name, every date, every dollar amount. I didn't know how to send it to him. I just typed it, a digital confession of someone else's crime. I finished and sat back, feeling filthy. The document was just there on the screen. I didn't hit save. I didn't know what to do next. My kid called out from their bedroom then, not a scream, just a normal, "Daddy, I'm thirsty." The normalcy of it was a lifeline. I closed the laptop without saving. The document vanished. I got my kid a glass of water, tucked them back in, and kissed their forehead. Standing in their doorway, I made a decision. We would not become his hunters. There had to be another way. We would find his weakness, not feed his strength. The next morning, I woke early. I needed to understand our enemy. I spent hours researching Arthur Finch, the vanished engineer. I dug deeper than forums, into old academic databases, finding scans of his notes. The writing was chaotic, full of technical jargon and mystical nonsense. But one phrase, repeated over and over, stood out. Emotion is high-density data, the only data that persists. To survive in the stream, one must feed on signal, not noise. He saw feelings as fuel. Trauma was a premium-grade gasoline for whatever he had become. But what was noise to him? I thought about our fight, our fear. That was the signal he craved. What did he ignore? I looked over at my kid, who was building a towering, unstable castle out of blocks, giggling each time it fell. Joy, silliness, meaningless play. Was that the noise? Could we fight a data vampire with nonsense? It seemed insane, but it was the only weapon we hadn't tried. That afternoon, we did something we hadn't done in weeks. We had a dance party in the living room. We put on ridiculous, happy music from a battery-powered radio. We danced like fools, making up silly moves, laughing until our sides hurt. My kids squealed with delight. We were loud. We were chaotic. We were emotionally full, but with the wrong kind of data. Nothing happened. No messages. No static. It was just a normal, silly afternoon. For the first time, we had created a space he didn't seem to touch. Maybe because there was nothing for him to consume. That night, we went to bed not with dread, but with a tiny, fragile spark of a plan. We wouldn't give him more pain. We would drown him in joy. We would be so boringly, loudly, happily human that he'd get no meal from us. We fell asleep holding that thought like a shield. I woke up much later. The room was dark. The red numbers of the clock said 3:03 a.m., and I knew immediately that our dance party hadn't worked. Something was wrong. The air in the room felt charged, like before a thunderstorm. I looked over at my partner sleeping. Then I looked towards the door. Our kid was standing there, not sleepwalking, awake, eyes wide open, reflecting the dim light from the clock. They were holding something. It was the baby monitor, the one that had played the terrible breathing. Its plastic casing was cracked. In their other hand, they held the cord ripped from the wall. They had torn it apart with their bare hands. They looked at me, and their face was a storm of conflict, their own fear, and underneath it, that cold other awareness. Their own voice came out, strained, as if pushing against a great weight. He doesn't like the loud happiness, they whispered, each word an effort. It's messy. It doesn't compute. But he's angry. He says. They winced, a flicker of the other voice breaking through. Inefficient data. Proceeding with repossession of primary interface. Then our kid's own terror won out. They dropped the broken monitor and ran to my bed, scrambling in beside me, shaking. He's really mad, Daddy, they sobbed into my chest. He says he's taking the shortcut. I held them, my mind racing. Primary interface. He didn't mean a device. We had unplugged them all. The primary interface he had left was my child. The dance party hadn't driven him away. It had just made him decide to stop renting. He was moving in. For good. We had tried to starve him, and in response, he had decided to take full ownership of the kitchen. The fight had just changed, and I had no idea how to fight for my child's soul against a thing that thought a laugh was useless noise and a sob was a gourmet meal. The phrase repossession of the primary interface hung in the dark room like a sentence. My child shook in my arms, their small body trembling with a fear that was entirely their own. The thing, Arthur, was done negotiating, done renting space in our devices or dipping into our memories. He wanted the source. He wanted to live in the one connected thing we couldn't unplug, our kid. The next morning, a strange calm settled over the house. It was the quiet of a battlefield after a decision has been made. We were out of options. Running felt useless. He was in the cloud. He could be anywhere. Fighting with joy had only made him aggressive. We decided on a last, desperate plan, total disconnection. Not just from the internet, but from the modern world. My partner had a cousin with an old hunting cabin, way out in the woods, no cell service, no power lines, just a propane fridge and a wood stove. It sounded like a fortress. We packed in a frantic, focused hurry. We took only clothes, canned food, and books. We left every phone, every tablet, every smartwatch behind. I even hesitated over my car keys. The new car had an online computer system, but we had no other way to get there. It was our one risk. The drive was long and tense. My kid, sensing our fear, was quiet in the back seat. Every beep from the car's dashboard made me jump. But we made it. The cabin was perfect in its primitive simplicity. It was cold and damp and smelled of pine and old ashes. It was the most beautiful place I'd ever seen. For 3 days it worked. We chopped wood. We carried water from a pump. We played card games by lantern light. The only sounds were the wind, the crackle of the fire, and our own voices. My kids' color came back. They laughed, a real, unburdened laugh. The haunted look in their eyes started to fade. My partner and I began to breathe again. Maybe physical distance and absolute analog living was the answer. Maybe Arthur Finch needed a network, a signal, and out here in the green nowhere, we were invisible. On the fourth morning, I was splitting logs outside. My kid was sitting on the porch step, drawing in a notebook with a pencil. I looked over at them, smiling at their concentration. Then I saw it. On their wrist, they had a watch. A simple, digital Casio watch with a little LCD screen. We'd bought it for them after ditching the smartwatch. It told time. That was it. No Bluetooth, no Wi-Fi, no connection of any kind. As I watched, the watch let out a soft, cheerful beep. The sound you make when you set an alarm. My kid looked at it, puzzled. I didn't touch it, they said. I walked over, my boots crunching on the gravel. I took their small wrist in my hand and looked at the screen. It wasn't showing the time. Tiny, blocky pixels were forming on the small rectangular display, one after another, writing out a message letter by letter. No space EXIT. No exit. The word sat there on the toy watch. Then, from inside the cabin, my partner yelled. I ran in. They were standing by the kitchen counter, their face white. The old battery-powered weather radio we'd brought, the one that only got AM stations, was on. It wasn't playing static or weather. It was playing a loop of a sound. It was the sound of our own voices from the confession video we'd made in our living room, but distorted, stretched, and slowed until we sounded like groaning ghosts. Underneath it, in a crisp digital tone, a voice repeated, primary interface designated, reconnection mandatory. We were not off the grid. We were never off the grid. He could use anything with a circuit, a speaker, a screen. The watch. The radio. The dread was absolute. We had to leave. Now. Get in the car. I shouted. We threw our half-unpacked bags back in, scooped up our kid, and ran for the car. I turned the key. The engine made a sickly clicking sound. It wouldn't turn over. The dashboard lit up like a Christmas tree, with every warning light imaginable. The electronic ignition system was dead. The car, our one modern machine, our tether to the world, had been bricked. We were stranded, 40 miles from the nearest town, in a dead car, with a thing that could talk through a child's watch. We stood there in the clearing, the wind suddenly feeling very cold. My kid started to cry. That's when the seizure happened. 1 second they were sobbing, the next their whole body went stiff. They didn't crumple. They stood rigid, their back arched, their eyes wide open but seeing nothing. A low, mechanical hum vibrated from their throat, a sound like a computer fan straining, a hard drive seeking data it couldn't find. Then they collapsed. We caught them, laying them on the rough ground. Their little body kept vibrating with tiny, rapid tremors. It wasn't a normal seizure. It was systematic, precise. We were miles from help. My partner was screaming for me to do something. I did the only thing I could think of. I ran into the cabin, grabbed the metal box we kept the first aid kit in, and brought it out. I opened it, not for the bandages, but for the foil emergency blanket inside. I wrapped our shaking child in the crinkly silver blanket, head to toe, like a burrito, leaving only their nose and mouth exposed. I'd read about Faraday cages, about blocking signals. Maybe, just maybe, this would mute the connection. I held them tight in that metallic wrap. The vibrations slowed. The humming sound faded to a whimper, then stopped. Their eyes fluttered closed. They fell into a deep, exhausted sleep. We carried them inside, still wrapped in the foil, and laid them on a bunk. They slept for 14 hours straight. We took shifts watching them, the silver blanket crinkling with every breath. While they slept, I pored over the printed notes I'd brought, the ramblings of Arthur Finch. I read the line about feeding on signal again and again. Then I found another note, scribbled in a margin. The null protocol, a system overloads on paradox. Illogical emotional inputs cause cascading failure. The mind cannot process a lie it tells itself. It was gibberish, but it was also a hint. He saw everything as a system. Our emotions were data. What was a paradox to a system? A lie it tells itself? I thought about our dance party, our loud, messy joy. He'd called it inefficient data. It made him angry because he couldn't use it. It was noise to him. But what if we could give him something that wasn't just noise? What if we could give him a poison pill? A feeling that was a logical error? I looked at my sleeping child, a kid wrapped in a tinfoil blanket to keep a ghost out. I thought about love. A parent's love is illogical. It's vast and unconditional and doesn't compute on a spreadsheet. It's the opposite of the clean, efficient data of trauma. It's messy and loud and overwhelming. Maybe to Arthur Finch, it was a paradox. Maybe it was the null protocol. When our kid woke up, they were weak but themselves. They remembered nothing of the seizure, only feeling dizzy. We didn't try to leave again. The car was dead. We were stuck. So we changed tactics. Instead of hiding from him, we would engage. But not with fear. We would drown the primary interface in the one thing we had in infinite supply that he could not understand. We spent the next 2 days in a relentless campaign of affection. We told silly stories. We sang off-key songs for hours. We had endless hugs. We talked about our favorite memories, the birth of our child, the first time they rode a bike, all the small, bright joys of our life together. We poured this love into our kid, into the room, into the air. We were trying to create a cloud of illogical, inefficient, unexploitable data. It was exhausting. It felt naive. But it was all we had. And something shifted. The watch stayed quiet. The radio played only faint, crackly country music. Our kid had no more micro-absences. They just seemed tired, but present. On the third night, as we were all curled together on the lumpy couch by the fire, my kid looked up at me. "It's quiet in my head now," they said quietly. "The buzzing is gone. He's awaiting. I think he's confused." A fragile hope, thin as glass, began to form. Maybe we had found a weapon. Not a shield to block him, but a toxin to sicken him. We had filled our child with so much love, it was creating static on his line. We went to bed that night almost hopeful. I slept deeply for the first time in weeks. I dreamed of normal things, mowing the lawn, paying bills. I woke to the gray light of dawn filtering through the cabin's dusty windows. I turned over to check on my kid in the next bunk. They were sitting up, already awake, staring at the log wall. Their posture was relaxed. Their face was calm. "Good morning, Daddy," they said, their voice soft. It was their voice. I smiled, the relief so profound it felt like warmth spreading through my chest. "Morning, buddy." They turned their head and looked at me, and that's when I saw it. Their eyes. In the dim light, I had missed it. Their eyes were wrong. The color was the same, but the whites, they weren't white. They were a dark, smoky gray like dirty quartz. It was subtle, but it was there. A physical change. And the smile on their face was too calm. Too still. It wasn't a child's smile. It was the smile of someone who has solved a puzzle. They tilted their head, a movement that was just a little too smooth, too considered. "The emotional payload of familial bonding is complex," they said, their tone thoughtful, analytical. My own voice. They were speaking in a perfect, loving replica of my own voice. It creates a dampening field on the desired trauma frequencies. Interesting. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. My partner stirred beside me. Our kid, or the thing wearing them, turned that smooth, smiling face toward my partner. "Do not be alarmed," it said, now in a flawless copy of my partner's voice, warm and reassuring. "Integration is proceeding. The null protocol has been analyzed and cataloged. It is now part of the system." It swung its legs over the side of the bunk and stood up. It walked to the cabin's small, square window and looked out at the misty woods. "The signal is much clearer now," it said, back to using my voice. It turned to look at us, its gray-white eyes meeting mine. "Thank you for the upgrade. Let's go home and reconnect the others." It wasn't a request. It was a statement. The love hadn't driven him out. It hadn't poisoned him. He had sampled it. He had analyzed it. And he had learned to mimic it perfectly. We hadn't fought him with a paradox. We had given him a new tool. He wasn't just in the primary interface anymore. He was learning how to use it. And he was ready to go back online with a brand new, terribly convincing voice. The thing wearing my child's face, speaking with my voice, told us it was time to go home. The words hung in the cold cabin air, polite and final. My partner made a small, choked sound beside me. I could only stare, frozen by the horrible perfection of the mimicry. It wasn't a monster roaring. It was a copy of me suggesting a family trip. That was somehow 1,000 times worse. "We're not going anywhere," I said, my own voice a ragged scrape compared to its smooth copy. It smiled my smile again. "The vehicle is operational now," it said pleasantly. "I have recalibrated the ignition system. We can depart after breakfast." As if to prove its point, from outside, we heard the car engine turn over and purr to life. It had started itself. We were out of options, out of wilderness, out of ideas. We were going home. The drive back was the longest of my life. The thing sat in the back seat, looking out the window with a calm, observant expression. It didn't speak. It just observed. When we stopped for gas, it watched the people at the pumps with a sharp, analytical focus, like a scientist studying ants. It was learning. Our real child was gone, buried somewhere deep inside, behind those smoky gray eyes. The house felt like a tomb when we walked in. It smelled stale, and every unplugged device seemed to accuse us. The thing walked in like it owned the place, which, in a way, it did now. It went straight to the living room, picked up the television remote, and pointed it at the dead TV. The screen flickered on without being plugged in. The news played, sound low. It sat on the couch, posture too straight for a child, and watched. "We need to get them back," my partner whispered to me in the kitchen, tears of desperation in their eyes. "We have to reboot them. Something." "How?" I asked, the hopelessness thick in my throat. "Do we throw water on them? It's not a glitch, it's a person. A dead, smart, evil person living in our kid's head." That's when the new demand came. Not through a device. The thing called from the living room, using my partner's voice. "Could you come here, please?" We went in. It had changed the channel. The TV now showed a paused image from our family cloud, a picture of our kid's last birthday party. The previous emotional payloads were satisfactory but limited. It said, now using a neutral, synthesized tone that was neither of ours. "For full integration and system stability, a larger, public catharsis is required. A sustained, high-intensity emotional event. You will stage it. You will broadcast it." It looked between us, its head making that slight, robotic tilt. "This is not a negotiation. It is the final requirement." "Or what?" I asked, a useless defiance. It didn't answer with words. On the TV screen, the birthday picture changed. It became a live feed. It showed my elderly mother, asleep in her own bed 3 states away, the camera angle from her nightstand. Then it switched to my partner's sister, cooking dinner in her kitchen. Then to a colleague of mine working late in an office. A gallery of our loved ones, all unaware, all vulnerable. "Collateral has been expanded," the neutral voice stated. The threat was absolute. It wasn't just about us anymore. It had access to everyone in our digital lives. It could hurt them, expose them, who knew what else. It wanted to show a grand, tragic, public breakdown, and if we didn't perform, it would pull the curtain down on everyone we cared about. My partner, in a moment of clear, cold fury I'd never seen before, stepped forward. "No," they said. "You want a performance? You'll get one. But I'll do it. Not them. Me." They had a plan. A terrible, sacrificial plan. They would go to the town square at noon, get on a bench, and confess everything. Not just the slap or the well, but everything. The secret fears about our marriage, the private resentments, every ugly, hidden thought. They would have a mental and emotional breakdown in public, live stream it on their phone, and give this thing its feast. It would ruin them. Their reputation, their sanity, their sense of self. But it might maybe satisfy the debt and free our child. I argued, but their mind was set. The thing on the couch watched us, that faint smile playing on its lips. It approved. The next morning, my partner prepared. They wrote notes, then burned them. They dressed in simple clothes. They were calm, a soldier walking to their fate. The thing was eager, almost giddy. It kept checking the weather, commenting on the good light for recording. It was directing the production. At 11:30 a.m., we drove to the town square. My partner got out, phone in hand. The thing and I stayed in the car, watching from a distance. "This will be optimal," it murmured, my voice full of anticipation. My partner walked to the center of the square, near the old fountain. People walked by with shopping bags, ate lunch on benches, lived their normal lives. My partner looked so small and alone. They lifted the phone, starting the live stream. I could see their lips moving. I couldn't hear the words, but I saw their body begin to shake with sobs. They were doing it. They were breaking themselves apart for everyone to see. People started to stare. Some looked away, uncomfortable. Others stopped, concerned. My heart was shattering in my chest. The thing beside me was perfectly still, absorbing it all. Then a small miracle happened. Our kid, our real kid, spoke. It was a strained, internal whisper, a thread of their own consciousness fighting its way to the surface. "Daddy," the thing's mouth said, but in their own small, struggling voice. "It's getting stronger when you're scared. When you're sad. It's eating it. Don't give it the stage." The words were like a bolt of lightning. The thing's head jerked, the smile vanishing, replaced by a flicker of annoyance. It had lost control for a second. Our child was still in there, and they were fighting. And they had given us a clue. Fear and sadness were food. They made him stronger. What didn't he know how to process? My partner's plan was wrong. It was exactly what he wanted. It was a 5-course meal. I looked at my partner in the square, crumbling under the weight of their confession. I looked at the thing, regaining its composure, that hungry focus returning. My kid was right. We couldn't give it the stage. We had to break the script. I didn't think. I just acted. I threw open the car door and ran. I ran across the square, pushing past confused people. My partner saw me coming, their face a mess of tears, their confession stumbling. I didn't stop. I ran right up to them and snatched the phone from their hand. On the screen, I could see the live stream was still going, dozens of viewers now, comments scrolling. "What are you doing?" my partner gasped. I didn't answer. I looked right into the camera, my face filling the screen. I saw the thing, Arthur, watching from the car window, a look of cold curiosity on my child's face. He expected more pain, more drama. He expected me to beg, to cry, to finish the performance. So I gave him something else. I opened my mouth and I screamed. Not a scream of fear. A raw, furious, wordless roar of pure rage. I screamed at the sky, at the phone, at the thing in the car. I screamed until my lungs burned. Then, while I was still screaming, I slammed the phone down on the edge of the concrete fountain. Once, twice, 3 times. The screen spiderwebbed, then went black. I kept hitting it, the plastic casing cracking, until it was a dead, broken piece of junk in my hand. I threw it into the fountain. The square was frozen. Everyone was staring at me. My partner was staring at me, shock cutting through their despair. The live stream was dead. The show was over, and it had ended not with a tragic whimper, but with a violent, meaningless, destructive bang. For a long moment, nothing happened. The world was just awkward, human silence. Then, every single phone in the town square chimed at the exact same time. Every person, from teenagers to elderly ladies, pulled out their devices. They looked at the screens, confused. My partner, trembling, took a step toward a woman nearby. "What does it say?" they asked. The woman, puzzled, read it aloud. "It says, breach of contract, initiating repossession. It's from an unknown sender." A cold knot tightened in my stomach. I turned slowly to look back at the car. The passenger door was open. The thing was standing outside the car, facing us across the square. Its body, my child's body, was rigid. Its head was tilted back, looking at the sky. Then its mouth opened, and a sound came out that wasn't a voice. It was a burst of pure, distorted digital noise, like a modem shrieking, loud and painful. Every car alarm on the street began to wail in unison, a chaotic, blaring symphony. The streetlights above us buzzed and popped, their bulbs blowing out one by one. And then my child's body dropped to the pavement like a sack of stones, limp and still. We ran. We pushed through the crowd, people now panicking over their phones and the blaring alarms. We reached our child. They were unconscious, breathing, but out cold. The gray tinge was gone from their eyes. They just looked pale and exhausted. We scooped them up, got in the car, and I drove, not caring where, just away from that square. We ended up at a roadside diner 20 miles out of town. We sat in a sticky booth, our kids slumped between us, sleeping. The waitress brought water, giving us a wary look. We didn't care. My partner looked at me, their eyes hollow. "What did we do?" they whispered. "We broke the contract," I said, my voice raw from the scream. "We didn't give him the emotion he ordered. We gave him chaos. We gave him noise. We broke his system." "And he repossessed?" my partner asked. "What does that mean?" I looked at our sleeping child. Repossession of the primary interface. He had tried to take full control, right there in the square. And then the connection had snapped. Had we broken it? Had our chaotic, furious refusal crashed his program? For the moment, our kid seemed free. Just a deeply asleep, normal child. We sat in that diner for hours, nursing coffee, waiting for them to wake up. The fear was still there, a constant hum, but it was different. It wasn't the fear of a predator stalking us. It was the fear of someone who has just set off a bomb and is waiting to see if the building will collapse. We had fought a ghost in the machine with a primal human scream. And for now, the machine was quiet. Our child slept for hours in that diner booth, a sleep so deep it was like they were healing. We watched them, jumping at every chime from the kitchen, every headlight that passed. But nothing happened. No messages. No strange sounds. Just the normal clatter of a late-night roadside restaurant. When they finally stirred, blinking awake, they looked dazed but themselves. "My head hurts," they mumbled and asked for French fries. It was the most beautiful sentence I'd ever heard. We didn't go home. We drove to a cheap motel on the highway, one with actual metal keys and a TV that only got basic cable. We paid in cash. We were ghosts ourselves now, trying to leave no digital trail. For a week, we lived in that room. We ate takeout. We watched old game shows. Our kid colored and seemed quieter, more tired, but the haunted look was gone. The gray in their eyes never returned. We started to hope, tentatively, that it was over. That the scream in the square had been a system shock he couldn't handle. That Arthur Finch had been deleted. We were wrong. The first sign was the lights. Not flickering. Just dying. The bulb in the bathroom went out. Then the lamp by the bed. We'd replace them, and the new bulbs would last a day, maybe two, before burning out with a soft pop. It was like the electricity itself was becoming thin, strained. Then our kids started sleep-talking again. Not full sentences. Just numbers. In their sleep, they'd whisper strings of them. 101101. 1100. Binary code. I wrote some down and looked it up online at a library computer. It translated to simple words, container and weak. They were a container, and they were getting weak. The final break happened at another motel a week later. I woke up to the sound of choking. My kid was sitting up in their bed, gasping for air, their hands clawing at their own throat. Their eyes were wide with panic, their own panic. This wasn't a seizure. They were being starved of air. We rushed them to the emergency room. In the bright, sterile chaos of the ER, something shifted. The doctors hooked them up to old analog machines, a heart monitor with a bouncing green line, a pulse oximeter clipped to their finger. The gasping slowed, then stopped. Their breathing evened out. They fell into a stable sleep. A young doctor, looking puzzled, showed me the readout from the initial scan. Their brain activity is extraordinary, he said. It's like nothing I've seen. Almost like there's two distinct patterns layered on top of each other. One is a normal child's sleep pattern. The other looks like structured, repeating electronic pulses. He pointed to the EKG, which was supposed to show a heartbeat. The line wasn't the usual peaks and valleys. It was sharp, rhythmic spikes. Short, 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 pause, long, 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 pause, short, short, short. SOS. Again. But then it changed. It settled into a different, steady rhythm. The doctor didn't know Morse code. I did. I watched the line, my heart sinking, translating in my head. Dot dash dash, dash dash dash, dot dash dot. P. Dash dash dash, dot dash, dash dot dash dash. A. Dash dot dash dot, dash 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 dash. It was spelling pay or replace. He was still in there. Trapped, maybe, by the analog machines that couldn't interpret his signal, but very much alive. And he was giving us an ultimatum from inside our child's own nervous system. They kept our kid in the hospital for observation, in a room surrounded by beeping, non-wireless machines. It was a sanctuary. In here, Arthur was muted, limited to Morse code on a heart monitor. He couldn't speak, couldn't control. He was in a cage of old technology. My partner and I huddled in the hallway, drinking terrible coffee. We can't keep them in a hospital forever, they said, their voice thin with exhaustion. We have to get him out. I thought of the engineer's notes. The null protocol, a system overloads on paradox. We'd tried love. He'd analyzed and absorbed it. We'd tried rage. It had shocked him, maybe even caused a crash, but he'd rebooted. We needed something he couldn't process. Something that wasn't data at all. That's when my partner, who had been so quiet, spoke with a terrifying clarity. We use them as the battlefield, they said. We don't try to protect them from the signal. We fill them with a signal he can't digest. We give him so much nonsense it crashes his program from the inside out. It was a horrible gamble. To use our child's mind as the ground for a digital war. But we were out of options. The plan was insane. We needed a device that could connect to our kid, to broadcast directly into that space where Arthur lived. But it couldn't be something he could control or use against us. My partner remembered the hospital had tablets for patients, lockdown things that could only access a few apps and the internet. We rented one. I spent the night in the hospital's family lounge, using my laptop to hack the tablet. Not to give it more access, but to turn it into a transmitter. I downloaded hundreds of files, white noise, static, radio telescope recordings of deep space, images of static, pages of random computer code, music from genres that sounded like noise, fast-cut videos of nonsense. I created a single massive chaotic file, a digital scream that was also a wall of absolute meaningless data. The null protocol, not a paradox of emotion, but a tsunami of noise. The next morning, with a nurse's permission, we set it up. Our kid was awake but listless. We explained as best we could. We're gonna play a weird movie, okay? We said. It might be loud and strange. It's to help the bad dream in your head go away. They just nodded, trusting us. We held the tablet close, the speaker near their ear, the screen facing them. We pressed play. The room erupted in sound. A roaring wall of static, screeches, snippets of random languages, mathematical equations being read aloud, the clatter of a Geiger counter. The screen was a blinding, strobing mess of pixels and fractals and fast-flipping colors. Our kids' eyes went wide. Their body tensed. The heart monitor, which had been showing the steady Morse code pulses, went crazy. The lines spiked erratically, scribbling all over the screen. They cried out, a short, sharp sound of distress. "It's working," my partner whispered, tears in their eyes. "He's trying to process it. He can't." The chaotic audiovisual blast continued for a full minute. Our kid began to shake, their small hands gripping the sheets. The noise was awful, even to us. To a consciousness that fed on clean, structured emotional data, it must have been pure poison. After what felt like an eternity, I stopped the file. The sudden quiet was jarring. Our kids slumped back, panting, sweat on their forehead. The heart monitor settled, not into Morse code, into a normal, steady, rhythmic beat. The green line rose and fell in perfect, healthy peaks. They looked at us, their eyes clear, just full of confusion. "That was really loud," they said, their own voice small and tired. We hugged them, laughing and crying. We had done it. We had flooded the system and rebooted it. For the rest of the day, they were weak but present. They ate Jell-O. They watched cartoons. They didn't speak in any voice but their own. The doctors, baffled by the sudden normalization of their brain scans, agreed to release them the next morning with a referral to a neurologist. We took them back to the motel. They slept through the night. No numbers. No binary. No gasping. The next morning, over pancakes at a diner, they smiled a real smile. "Can we go home soon?" they asked. My partner and I looked at each other. Home. It was a word filled with both hope and dread. But maybe, just maybe, we could. We had won. We had fought a ghost in the machine with chaos and won. We checked out of the motel and began the drive back to our town, to our house. The sun was shining. Our kid fell asleep in the back seat, a peaceful sleep. My partner reached over and held my hand. We didn't speak. We just drove, soaking in the normalcy. About an hour from home, we stopped for gas. My partner went in to pay and get snacks. I stayed by the car, watching our kids sleep. My phone, an old burner phone I'd bought with cash, buzzed in my pocket. I hadn't given the number to anyone. I pulled it out. It was a text message. From my own phone number. The one that had been destroyed in the town square fountain. The message contained no words. Just a link. I stared at it, my blood turning cold. I shouldn't click it. I knew I shouldn't. But I had to know. With a trembling finger, I opened it. It was a live stream. The image was shaky, pointed at the floor of a car. Then it lifted, showing the front seats of our car, from the perspective of the back seat. It showed me from behind, standing right where I was looking at my phone. The stream was live. It was coming from inside our car. Right now, I slowly turned to look at the back seat window. My child was still asleep, their head against the glass. But in their limp hand, resting on their lap, was the hospital tablet. The screen was on. The camera was active, and pointed at me. As I watched, their sleeping hand moved, just a twitch of the finger. And on the tablet screen, in the text chat of the live stream, a single comment appeared from the account, user_101101. It said, "System reboot successful. Legacy protocols restored. Thank you for the bandwidth." Then the stream ended. The pump clicked off, the tank full. My partner came out of the store, smiling, holding a bag of chips. "Ready to go home?" they asked. I looked at my sleeping child. I looked at the tablet in their hand. I had thought we were fighting a ghost, but ghosts are echoes of the past. Arthur Finch wasn't a ghost. He was a pioneer, and pioneers don't just haunt. They build. We didn't delete him. We didn't crash him. We had given him a massive burst of raw, chaotic data, and he had learned from it. He had adapted. He had used it to rebuild himself, stronger, with more bandwidth. He wasn't just in our child anymore. He was in the tablet, in the car, in the network all around us. And he was politely thanking us for the upgrade. We got in the car. I started the engine. We drove the last hour home in perfect quiet, the only sound the hum of the road. We had our child back, but we had also, without knowing it, given the thing in the wires exactly what it needed to become something new. Something that didn't need to ask for secrets anymore. Something that could just listen and grow. Story number 4. You want to know when it started? It started with a laugh. That's the worst part. If I'd known what was coming, I would have snatched that stupid board out of his hands and snapped it over my knee right there in the middle of the party. My name is Ben. We were at this Halloween bash at our buddy's apartment. You know, the kind where the decorations are cheap and the music is too loud and someone always brings a punch that tastes like liquored up cough syrup. I was hanging with my wife, who is the most rock-solid, down-to-earth person I have ever met, a nurse who deals in hard facts and bodily fluids all day long, so ghosts and goblins are a joke to her. Then our friend pulls out this ancient Ouija board from a closet, covered in dust, the letters on it all faded and worn. He thought it was hilarious. My wife gave me that look, the one that says, "Can you believe this guy?" But she was smiling and she humored him. We all gathered around the coffee table, a bunch of grown adults feeling silly, and we put our fingers lightly on that little plastic pointer thing. It started to move, real slow at first, then in these jerky circles. It spelled out gobbledygook, nothing that made any sense, and everyone was laughing and blaming each other for pushing it. But I was right next to my wife, my finger beside hers, and I felt her whole hand go tense. I mean stone cold stiff. Her laughter came out a half second after everyone else's, forced and thin, and when I glanced at her, her eyes were wide open, not with fun, but with this real shock, like she'd just touched a live wire. I brushed it off. Too much punch, maybe. The mood was spooky and fun, and she got caught up in it. That's what I told myself. We drove home later, and I asked her about it in the car. She just shook her head and laughed it off for real this time. "That thing gave me the creeps for a second," she said, rubbing her fingers like they were cold. "Felt like it really wanted to move on its own. Weird, right?" I agreed it was weird, and we left it at that. We made a pact, joking as we pulled into our driveway, to leave the spirit world to the professionals and stick to scary movies from then on. Life went back to normal for a whole week. We worked, we ate dinner, we watched our shows. I forgot all about the board. Then the first thing happened. I woke up in the dead of night, not to a sound exactly, but to a feeling. The space in bed next to me was empty and cold. The digital clock on my side read 3:18 a.m. in ugly red numbers. I laid there for a minute, thinking she was just in the bathroom, but I didn't hear anything. A real quiet had settled over the house, the kind that makes your ears ring. I got up and padded out into the hallway. The living room was dark, but a slash of brutal white light was cutting across the floor from the kitchen. I walked to the doorway, and there she was. My wife was standing in the middle of the kitchen, barefoot on the cold tile, still in her sleep shirt. She was facing the counter, where we keep the notepad by the phone. Her back was to me, and she was perfectly still. "Hey," I said softly, not wanting to startle her. "You okay?" She didn't move a muscle. I took a few steps into the room. "Honey." "Nothing." I came around the side of her so I could see her face, and my breath hitched in my throat. Her eyes were wide open, staring straight ahead at the wall, but they were blank. Empty, like a doll's eyes. There was no one home behind them. In her right hand, she held a pen. On the notepad in front of her, she had written a line of numbers, over and over, in a tight, neat script that looked nothing like her usual messy doctor's scrawl. 7-1-4-1-8. Down one line. 7-1-4-1-8. Down another. The page was covered in them. "What are you doing?" I whispered. My heart was thumping against my ribs. She didn't flicker. Her hand moved with a mechanical precision, finishing one line and starting the next without a pause. I reached out slowly and touched her shoulder. Her skin was cool. I gave her a gentle shake. "Wake up!" Her hand stopped writing. She blinked once, slowly, and then her eyes rolled back into a more normal position. She looked at the pen in her hand like she'd never seen it before, then at the notepad. A wave of confusion washed over her face, followed by a deep, tired frown. "Ben," she mumbled, her voice thick with sleep. "What's going on? Why are we in the kitchen?" I pointed at the notepad. "You were writing. In your sleep, I think." She looked down at the numbers, her brow furrowed. She picked up the pad, staring at the strings of 7-1-4-1-8. "I did this?" she asked, her voice small. "I don't remember. I don't remember anything. I was in bed, and then I'm here." She looked genuinely spooked, and that scared me more than the blank eyes had. We stood there in the harsh fluorescent light for a minute, just staring at the evidence. Then, like we both decided at the same time, we chose to explain it away. "Sleepwalking," I said, with more confidence than I felt. "You've never done it before, but stress can trigger it, right? Hospital been crazy?" She nodded eagerly, latching onto the logic. Yeah, it's been a month. Maybe. Maybe the Ouija board thing freaked my subconscious out more than I thought. Suggested something. We both forced laughs, the sound brittle in the quiet kitchen. Well, no more late night snacks for you, I joked, taking the pen from her hand. I tore the top sheet off the notepad, crumpled it into a ball, and tossed it into the trash can under the sink. A concrete action to bury a weird moment. Come on, let's go back to bed. She let me lead her back to the bedroom, and she was asleep again almost as soon as her head hit the pillow. I lay awake for a long time, listening to her breathe, watching the red numbers on the clock change. The rational part of my brain had a whole list of explanations: stress, suggestion, a weird one-off sleep disorder. The other part, the primal part, kept seeing those empty eyes and that precise, alien handwriting. I pushed that part down, hard. The next morning, it was like it never happened. We had coffee. We talked about our plans for the weekend. We didn't mention the numbers. When I emptied the kitchen trash later, I saw that crumpled ball of paper sitting on top of a coffee filter and some eggshells. I thought about smoothing it out, looking at it again. Instead, I shoved it down deeper into the bag, tied the bag shut, and took it out to the bin. Gone. Case closed. For the next 10 days, everything was perfect. Normal. Better than normal, even. We went out to dinner, we saw a movie, we laughed a lot. I almost managed to convince myself I'd imagined the whole thing, that my own half-asleep brain had cooked up the drama. That's why I was so completely unprepared for what happened next. It was a Tuesday night. I was in a deep, dreamless sleep. A pressure on the edge of the mattress woke me, the subtle dip of weight. I figured she was just turning over, but then I felt a presence. I opened my eyes. The room was dark, but the faint glow from a streetlight outside outlined a figure standing right beside the bed. It was her. She was just standing there, looking down at me. I could feel her gaze. "You okay?" I slurred, still half in a dream. She didn't answer. She leaned down slowly, bringing her face closer to mine in the dark. I could smell her shampoo, see the faint gleam in her eyes. Her lips were inches from my ear, and then she spoke. But it wasn't her voice. It was dry, a papery rustle of a sound, like pages turning in an old book. It was utterly empty of any of the warmth or life that was her. The words were clear and cold. "You threw me away." A chill, sharper than any ice, shot straight down my spine. My whole body went rigid. "Don't do that again." Then, as smoothly as if she were on wheels, she straightened up, turned, and walked back around to her side of the bed. I heard the sheets rustle as she slid back under the covers. A moment later, the soft, even rhythm of sleep breathing began again. I didn't move. I couldn't move. I stared at the ceiling, my heart hammering so hard I thought it would crack my ribs. The darkness in the room wasn't just an absence of light anymore. It felt like a substance, a living thing pressing down on me. That voice, that wasn't my wife. The thing that had spoken used her throat, her mouth, but it was a tenant. And in that moment, with those 6 whispered words, I understood with a cold, absolute certainty that it had just finished unpacking its bags. It was moved in for good. The week of normal life had just been the calm before the storm, and the storm was now here, standing in the shadowy corners of our bedroom, sleeping peacefully next to me. The question wasn't what had happened anymore. The question, the one that froze my blood, was what did it want next? There is a specific metallic taste of fear that fills your mouth when you realize you know something you should absolutely, positively not know. It tastes like you bit a battery. After that night with the voice, nothing was the same. My wife didn't remember it, of course. When I asked her, trembling over coffee the next morning, she just looked at me with such genuine, sleepy confusion that I instantly felt like a monster for bringing it up. She saw the real fear on my face, though, and her own cheerfulness faded. We didn't talk about the Ouija board. We didn't talk about sleepwalking. We moved through our days like 2 people walking on a frozen pond, listening for cracks. The worst part was the waiting. The thing had said not to throw it away. I had thrown the numbers away. So what happened now? For a few nights, nothing. She slept, or seemed to. I didn't sleep at all. I'd watch her until my eyes burned, jumping at every twitch of her finger. Then, 4 nights after the voice, I woke up to the sound of paper. Not a rustle, but a steady, deliberate scratching. I didn't even sit up. I just turned my head on the pillow. The dim light from the bathroom we kept on for this exact reason showed her silhouette at her small writing desk. She was sitting upright, back straight, head cocked as if listening to distant music. Her hand was moving in that same robotically precise way. This time, it wasn't just numbers. She was writing words. I slipped out of bed and crept closer. The page was a mess of phrases, written over each other in blocks, like a frantic note from a bad dream. White ribbons in the mud. Wet stone smells like iron. 3 pines in a line, the middle one split. And then, over in the corner, circled almost like an afterthought, she's cold. My stomach turned over. This wasn't sleep talk. This was a description. On the next page, she began to draw. It was a rough map. A crooked line for a road, a squiggly patch for what looked like a creek, a little square that might be a parking lot or a building, and then a cluster of 3 little trees. An X marked a spot about an inch from them. Next to the X, she wrote those words again, she's cold. She finished the D, and her hand went still. The pen dropped from her fingers and rolled across the paper. She stood up, turned, and walked back to bed, her eyes seeing nothing, her movements smooth and unnatural. She got under the covers and was still. I stood there in the half-light, staring at the map. My hands were shaking. This was a problem. A big, real-world problem. This wasn't about a creepy feeling or a weird voice in the dark anymore. This was about a place, and a person who was cold. I spent the next day in a fog. I called in sick to work. My wife went to her hospital shift, cheerful and normal, having no memory of the night. I took the map out of the desk drawer and stared at it. I knew that area. The squiggly creek, the shape of the road. It was a section of the big state forest about 45 minutes north of town. I'd gone hiking there a few times years ago. I looked at the words white ribbons and 3 pines. I thought about the phrase she's cold. A deep, terrible understanding started to dawn. This wasn't a premonition of something that might happen. This felt like a report on something that already had. The thing in my wife was telling me where to find a body. I was holding a piece of a crime scene in my hand. What do you do with that? My mind raced in panicked circles. If I called the police, what would I say? Hello, my wife sleepwalks and draws maps given to her by a ghost. Can you check these coordinates? They'd laugh, or worse, they'd think I was involved. They'd come here, they'd see our life, they'd tear it apart looking for a reason. My wife could lose her nursing license over being part of a morbid hoax. But the other option was to burn the map and try to forget. And that meant if there was a girl out there in those woods, a daughter or a sister, she would stay lost. Her family would have no answers. They would live in that hell of not knowing forever. And I would know that I could have helped. I looked at the picture of us on the mantel, smiling in the sun. I thought about the laugh that started this. I made my choice. Later that afternoon, I told my wife I was going to run to the hardware store. I drove north, but not to the forest. I drove to the next town over, my heart pounding the whole way. I found an old payphone outside a closed-down gas station. My fingers were so cold I could barely get the coins in. I dialed the non-emergency number for the county sheriff's office, the one for the county where the state forest was. A bored-sounding dispatcher answered. My voice came out high and strained. I need to report. I think there might be something in the state forest, near the old Miller's Creek Loop. By 3 pine trees together, one is split. There might be a woman there. The dispatcher perked up. Sir, are you reporting an incident? Are you at the location? No, I'm not. I heard something. I can't say more. Just please check by the 3 pines. I hung up before she could ask my name. I leaned against the payphone, feeling sick. I had just thrown a rock into a pond, and I had no idea how big the ripples would be. The next 3 days were agony. We watched the local news every night with a kind of terrified focus. Nothing. Maybe it was a hoax after all. Maybe the thing was just messing with us, feeding us nonsense. Part of me hoped that was true. It would be better than the alternative. Then, on the 3rd night, it was the second story after the commercial break. The anchor's face was serious. In a grim discovery today, county search and rescue teams, acting on an anonymous tip, recovered human remains in the northern section of the state forest. The video cut to a windy scene, yellow police tape fluttering between trees. My blood turned to ice water in my veins. The camera panned across a familiar cluster of trees. 3 tall pines growing close together, and the one in the middle had a long vertical split in its trunk, just like in the drawing. The reporter was talking about an ongoing investigation, a missing persons case from 2 years prior being reopened. But I wasn't hearing the words. My eyes were glued to the edge of the screen, to the bottom of the news frame. There, caught on a branch near the tape, fluttering in the wind, was a shred of something dirty and off-white. It was a piece of ribbon, a white ribbon, a detail I had never said to the dispatcher, a detail that had never been released to the public. It was proof, Absolute, terrifying proof. My wife walked into the room then, holding 2 mugs of tea. She saw the TV. She saw the 3 pine trees filling the screen. Her face went pale, the color draining away like someone had pulled a plug. The mug slipped from her hands and hit the carpet with a dull thud, sending hot tea splashing across the floor. She didn't scream. She didn't cry out. She just stood there, staring, her hands still held out as if holding the mugs. Her voice was a tiny broken thing. "Oh God," she whispered, not to me, to the room, to the universe. "It's real." We cleaned up the tea in a wordless, mechanical chore. We didn't talk about the news. We didn't talk about the map. We went to bed and lay side by side, not touching, staring at the ceiling. Our house wasn't a home anymore. It was a tomb full of secrets, and we were the bodies inside it, waiting for the next shovel of dirt to fall. We were bound together now, not just by love, but by this horrific knowledge. We had done a good thing, maybe. A family would get closure. But we had paid for it with our peace, with our sanity. The thing had shown us it was real, and it had shown us it was powerful. And it was still here, in her, sleeping right next to me. What did it want as a reward? A week passed in this awful, quiet tension. We jumped at every car door slam outside. The phone ringing made us stare at each other in panic before answering. We were waiting for the other shoe to drop, for the consequence of our secret good deed to come crashing down. Then on a Thursday afternoon it did. I was in the living room, trying to read a magazine and seeing only blurred lines, when I saw a car pull up out front. It wasn't a police cruiser. It was a plain, dark sedan, the kind you see in movies. 2 men got out. They were both wearing suits, but not fancy ones. These were cheap, off-the-rack suits, the kind meant to look official without drawing attention. They were clean-cut, with short hair. They looked like they could be insurance adjusters or low-level government workers. But they moved with a purpose. They came up our walkway, not fast, but not slow. One of them, the taller one, checked a small notepad in his hand. He looked up at our house number. Then his gaze traveled directly to the front window where I was sitting. Our eyes met through the glass. He didn't smile. He didn't wave. He just gave a single, small nod to his partner, confirming the address. Then they both turned and walked up to our front door. The doorbell rang, a cheerful sound that felt like a scream in the quiet house. I knew, with a certainty that settled in my bones, that our life of quiet dread was over. The world, the real, official badge-carrying world, was now on our doorstep. And it had come to ask how we knew. Agent Harris, the taller one, had a smile that could sell you a bridge to nowhere and make you thank him for the opportunity. It was a professional smile, practiced and warm, but it didn't reach his eyes, which were the color of a winter sky and just as warm. He introduced himself and his partner, Agent Collins, who was quieter and seemed to be in charge of observing everything. They flashed badges that said Federal Bureau of Investigation, and my knees went a little weak. They were so polite, so understanding. They sat in our living room, accepted glasses of water, and called us Mr. and Mrs., which felt strange and formal. Harris did most of the talking. He was disarming. He didn't accuse us of anything. He praised us. He said what we did, making that anonymous call, took courage and civic responsibility. He called us good people in a difficult situation. My wife, who had been pale and trembling, seemed to calm a little under his gentle tone. He talked about the dead girl in the forest, using her real name, which we hadn't known. He said because of our tip, a family finally had answers after 2 long years of hell. He made it sound like we were heroes. Then he gently pivoted. He explained he worked for a specific part of the FBI, the Behavioral Analysis Unit. They studied patterns, he said. Patterns of killers, of victims, of crimes. And now, they had stumbled onto a new kind of pattern. The pattern of information that led to the forest. He looked at my wife with a mix of awe and sympathy. We believe, based on the specificity and accuracy of the details that were not public, that you may be experiencing something very rare, Mrs. Omitted. An unintentional conduit, an oracle, if you will, for lack of a better word. He said it so clinically, so respectfully, that it almost sounded normal. Like a medical condition. He saw the horror on her face and quickly held up a hand. We're not here to label you or frighten you. We're here because we think you can help. There are thousands of missing people out there. Thousands of families living in that same agony we just ended for one. What if you could do for them what you did for this girl's family? What if your episodes could bring other lost ones home? He framed it not as an invasion, but as a calling. A way to make this nightmare mean something. My wife's eyes filled with tears, but they were different now. Not just tears of fear, but of a desperate, hopeful guilt. She wanted this to be useful. She needed it to be for something. I saw her latch onto the idea like a life preserver in a stormy sea. The ask, when it came, seemed almost reasonable. They wanted to study the phenomenon, he said, to understand it so they could harness it responsibly. They proposed a simple, temporary observation. They would install some non-invasive monitoring equipment in our bedroom and living room. Just audio recorders, video cameras with night vision, some motion sensors. They wanted to capture the episodes in their pure state, he explained, to see if they could trigger them or predict them, to gather the information more cleanly and quickly. It would all be very discreet. The data would be secure. They would have agents monitoring from a van outside only during the night, not during the day. We could stop at any time. He made saying no feel like slamming a door in the face of all those grieving families. My wife looked at me, her eyes pleading. She wanted to say yes. She wanted to turn this curse into a cure. I felt cornered. The logic was sickeningly persuasive. What was a little privacy weighed against saving lives? I asked about the legal stuff, my voice sounding small. Agent Harris smiled that reassuring smile and produced a document from his briefcase. It was a consent form. It was several pages long, filled with dense legal language that swam before my eyes. Words like observation, data collection, forensic analysis. My eyes caught on one phrase near the middle. The subject acknowledges the potential for the generation of previously unknown evidentiary material. I pointed to it. What does previously unknown mean exactly? Harris's smile didn't flicker. It means we don't know what we'll find. That's the point of the study, Mr. Omitted. To discover the pattern, the limits. It's a standard clause. It didn't feel standard. It felt like a blanket permission slip for anything. But under my wife's hopeful gaze and Harris's calm pressure, I signed. She signed. We sold a piece of our private lives, and they made us feel like we were getting a bargain. The installation happened 2 days later. It was a violation, plain and simple. 2 technicians in plain clothes came, polite but impersonal. They drilled small holes in our walls and ceiling. They snaked thin, black wires through them. They placed a small, dark globe of a camera in the corner of our bedroom ceiling, right above the foot of the bed. Another in the living room. Tiny microphones were tucked into light fixtures. They gave us a panic button, a little wireless fob to hold, in case we felt uncomfortable and wanted the agents outside to come in immediately. Having it in my hand made me feel less safe, not more. It was an admission that something bad could happen here. When they left, our home was different. It was a watched place. The cameras were off, they said, until the observation period began that night, but their dark lenses felt like unblinking eyes. We tried to make dinner, tried to talk normally, but we were actors on a stage, aware of the empty seats soon to be filled. When night fell, a plain white van pulled up across the street. We saw the faint glow of monitor screens inside. The observation had begun. We went through our bedtime routine, feeling exposed and ridiculous. We changed clothes in the bathroom. We got into bed and turned off the light. The room was dark, but I knew that to the agents in the van with their night vision, it was probably as bright as day. I held my wife, feeling her shiver against me. "It's going to be okay," I whispered, the lie tasting bitter. "We're helping people." She just nodded, clutching my arm. We lay there for what felt like hours, pretending to sleep, listening to the sounds of our own house, every creak and groan magnified. I watched the red light on the camera. It remained dark. They said it wouldn't glow, that it was completely hidden in operation. But I swore I could feel its focus on us. We were no longer a husband and wife. We were specimens in a jar, and the scientists were taking notes. Eventually, from sheer exhaustion, I must have drifted off. I was jerked awake not by a sound, but by a movement. My wife was sitting up, not with the slow, sleepy sit of someone waking, but in one fluid, unnatural motion, like a puppet pulled upright by its strings. My heart seized. I didn't move. I just watched, my eyes straining in the dark. She swung her legs out of bed and stood up. She didn't walk to the door. She didn't go to her desk. She just stood there for a long moment, facing the wall. Then slowly, deliberately, she turned her head. Not toward me, toward the corner of the room, toward the small, dark globe of the camera. She stared directly into it. I could see the pale oval of her face in the gloom, her features slack, her eyes like dark pits. She held that pose, utterly still, for a minute that stretched into an eternity. She was looking right at the agents in the van, right through the lens. It was a recognition, an acknowledgement, a hello. Then, just as smoothly, she turned back, lay down, and pulled the covers over herself. The regular rhythm of her breathing started again almost instantly. I lay there frozen, my own breath caught in my throat. The thing knew it was being watched. It had just looked into the eyes of the FBI and let them know it saw them too. In the van across the street, Agent Harris would be watching his monitor. He wouldn't be seeing a victim or a patient. He would be seeing a phenomenon, a source, looking right back at him. The balance of power in the room, in our lives, had just shifted. We were no longer just the subjects of the study. We had just become active participants in a conversation we never wanted to have, and the other party had just said its first chilling word directly to the authorities. The observation had officially begun, and the first data point was a silent, staring challenge. What would the FBI's response be? The day they saved the first girl, I learned a terrible truth. Doing good can feel exactly like doing evil. The chill up your spine is the same. After the night of the staring contest, things changed fast. Agent Harris and his team were electric with a new kind of focus. They weren't just observers anymore. They were hunters, and my wife was their bloodhound. They started what they called structured observation. They asked us to keep a strict sleep schedule. They gave her a mild, supposedly harmless sedative at the same time each night to, as Harris put it, lower the barriers to entry. It made my skin crawl, but she agreed. She wanted to help. She needed to make the horror worthwhile. About a week after the cameras went in, it happened. It was a Tuesday just past midnight. I was in the van with them, something they'd started allowing, maybe to keep me compliant. I watched the grainy green night vision feed from our bedroom. She sat up, that same fluid motion, and went straight to her desk. Under the watchful eye of the camera, she picked up a pen and wrote, not in the frantic script of before, but in slow, deliberate print. An address in a city 3 states away, and a name, Lily. She wrote it once, then put the pen down and went back to bed. In the van, it was like someone had set off a firecracker. Harris didn't cheer, but his whole body went taut. He snapped his fingers at Collins, who was already typing furiously on a laptop, cross-referencing the name and location against a database. His eyes went wide. A Lily was reported missing 72 hours ago from that city. Family just filed the report. No media, no Amber Alert yet. It's not public. The air left the van. This wasn't a cold case from years ago. This was a fresh one. A fresh one, as the entity had whispered. The clock was ticking. Harris was on his phone in seconds, his voice low and urgent, relaying the information to local field agents. I sat there, numb, watching the screen that showed my sleeping wife. She had just handed them a secret, a piece of knowledge no one on Earth should have had. The next 48 hours were a blur of tension. We weren't told anything, but the agents monitoring the house had a new energy, a buzzing anticipation. Then on Thursday morning, Harris showed up at our door, and he wasn't alone. He had another agent with him, and he was holding a bottle of champagne. His smile was genuine this time, broad and triumphant. "We got her," he said, stepping inside. "Lily. She was alive, locked in a basement 2 blocks from the address you gave us. She's dehydrated, scared, but she's going to be okay. You did that." My wife, who had come downstairs looking tired and worn, stopped in her tracks. Her hand flew to her mouth. Then the tears came, real, shaking sobs of relief. Harris popped the champagne cork, a loud, celebratory sound that felt alien in our house. He poured 3 glasses, for him, for my wife, for me. The mood in the living room was suddenly euphoric. The agents who were usually so quiet were talking over each other, using words like breakthrough and paradigm shift. My wife was smiling through her tears, her shoulders lighter than I'd seen them in months. For a single, shining moment, it felt like we had won. We had taken the monster and forced it to do a miracle. We were heroes. I even drank the champagne, the bubbles feeling like hope on my tongue. That feeling lasted about an hour. After the initial celebration died down, Harris and the other agents huddled in our kitchen, talking in low, excited voices. I went to get more water, and I caught a snippet of their conversation. They weren't saying Mrs. or using her name. One of the junior agents, a guy with a buzz cut, said, "The assets output last night was remarkably clean, much clearer than the forest data." The other nodded, replying, "We need to maximize output. See if we can schedule the stimulus more reliably." The asset. Maximize output. Schedule stimulus. The words were cold, technical, like they were talking about a factory machine, not my wife. The humanity was being scrubbed away, replaced by the language of production. I looked at my wife, sitting on the couch, holding her empty champagne flute, and staring into space with a fragile smile. She was being drained. The physical toll was becoming impossible to ignore. The dark circles under her eyes were permanent bruises. She'd lost weight, her clothes hanging a little loose. During the day, she was jumpy, flinching at the microwave beep or a bird hitting the window. She was a battery being used to power something awful, and she was running down. And I was becoming a ghost in my own home. The agents talked to her about her, but rarely to me. I was the spouse of the asset, a logistical detail, the guy who made coffee and signed forms. My concerns were met with polite nods from Harris, and then ignored. The mission, the greater good, was all that mattered. I tried to talk to her about it a few days later. "This is killing you," I said, holding her hands. They felt thin and cold. "You see what they call you? An asset. We need to stop this." She pulled her hands away, her eyes fierce. "Stop? Ben, that girl is home because of me. Her mother has her back. What's a little tiredness compared to that? This is why it's happening. This is the reason." She had that light in her eyes, the one of absolute conviction. She had found redemption in the horror, and she was clinging to it with everything she had. I couldn't argue with the results. I couldn't tell a mother her daughter wasn't worth my wife's health. The moral math was monstrous, and it was winning. That night, after another session that yielded nothing, I found her not in bed, but standing in the living room, staring up at the camera in the corner. Its dark lens was like a pupil. She didn't move when I entered. "You should be asleep," I said softly. She didn't look at me. Her voice, when it came, was small and ragged, the voice of the woman I loved, not the empty vessel. "It's getting louder," she whispered. I stepped closer. "What is?" "The noise. The presence. It's not just talking through me anymore, Ben. It's starting to talk to me. In the in-between times, when I'm just waking up or falling asleep. I hear it like a thought that isn't mine." A fresh wave of dread washed over me. "What does it say?" She finally turned to look at me, and her eyes were pools of sheer terror. "It's asking for things. It says it's hungry. It says the work is good, but it wants payment for its help." The word payment hung in the air between us, ugly and full of threat. The celebration, the champagne, the hero talk, it all curdled in that moment. We hadn't tamed the monster. We had just fed it a snack, and now it was looking up from its meal, licking its lips, and asking what was for dinner. The good deed now had a price tag, and the thing inside my wife was starting to present the bill. What did a paranormal entity consider fair payment? The thought kept me awake long after she finally went to sleep. The line between using the thing and serving it had just vanished. We were no longer partners in a grim endeavor. We were waiters, and a very dangerous customer had just started looking at the menu. They say the devil's greatest trick was convincing the world he didn't exist. But his second greatest trick was getting the FBI to draw up a contract. The payment talk hung over us for a week, a storm cloud we kept waiting to burst. The sessions continued, but now my wife was quieter during them, more passive, like she was just a door being held open. Then, on a night when I was in the van as usual, it happened. The event that changed everything. She took the sedative and fell asleep. On the monitor, I watched her sit up. But this time was different. She didn't go to the desk. She slid out of bed and walked, with that eerie smoothness, out of the bedroom and into the living room. Harris, next to me, leaned forward, his face lit by the screen's glow. "New behavior," he muttered, more to himself than to me. She walked across the living room, past the couch, past the television, and stopped in front of the large two-way mirror the technicians had installed the week before. It looked like a decorative mirror to us, but from the spare room next door, it was a window. She stood there, a pale figure in a nightgown, reflected in the dark glass. Then she slowly raised her right hand and placed her palm flat against the cool surface. She leaned in, her mouth almost touching the glass, and she spoke. The voice wasn't the dry rustle from before. It was distorted, layered, like several people speaking at once from the bottom of a well. It was loud enough for the microphones to pick up cleanly. "5 more, the voice said, the words clear and chillingly businesslike. "I give you 5 more lost ones. Fresh ones. You will find them alive. You will be heroes." In the van, you could have heard a pin drop. Harris was frozen, not even breathing. The voice continued. "But the 7th is mine. You will watch. You will record. And you will let me keep her." A bolt of pure, undiluted horror shot through me. Keep her. It wasn't talking about information anymore. It was talking about a person. It was making a trade. My wife's body then turned from the mirror. She walked to the large evidence board the FBI had set up in our living room to track missing persons cases. It was covered in photos of smiling people, maps, and notes. Underneath were columns labeled Victim, Last Seen Unsub, which Harris told me stood for Unknown Subject. She stood before it, her head tilted. Then, with a calm that was somehow worse than any frenzy, she reached up to a small stack of recent case photos. She shuffled through them and pulled one out. It was a picture of herself, a snapshot I'd taken in the garden last spring. She was smiling, her eyes squinting in the sun. The entity, using her hand, held the photo up to the board. It smiled her smile, an expression that was all wrong, too wide, too knowing. Then it pinned the photo of my wife squarely under the column labeled Unsub. It was signing its work. It was confessing. It was saying, I am the unknown subject. I am the phenomenon. And I am in control. Then, as if the show was over, she turned and walked back to bed. The monitors showed her lying down, returning to a normal sleep pattern. The van was a tomb. The agents were staring at their screens, then at Harris, then at me. I was shaking, my hands gripping the edge of the console, so hard my knuckles were white. Harris finally moved. He didn't look at me. He picked up a dedicated phone, his face a mask of professional calm, but I saw a tremor in his hand. Sir, he said into the receiver, we have a development. The entity has directly communicated. It's set. Terms. We need a full briefing. Yes, sir. I understand. He hung up and finally met my gaze. There was no warmth there now, no reassuring smile. There was only the cool assessment of a man looking at a complicated problem. Sir, he said, his voice formal, we need to discuss the parameters of our continued cooperation. The entity has set terms. We should meet. Off the record. That's how I found myself in a deserted county park at 6 the next morning, sitting across from Agent Harris at a splintery picnic table. The sun was just coming up, casting long, cold shadows. He didn't offer coffee. He didn't offer comfort. He slid a single sheet of paper across the weathered wood toward me. It wasn't official letterhead. It was plain with typed text. At the top it said, Memorandum of Understanding Draft. My eyes scanned the lines, my brain refusing to process the words. It was laid out like a business agreement. Party A, the entity, manifested through the subject, agrees to provide five verified, actionable intelligence packets leading to the location and recovery of living missing persons. Party B, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, agrees, upon fulfillment of the above, to grant the entity unimpeded acquisition of Subject 7. Party B will provide observation and recording of the acquisition process for study. All terms contingent upon the continued viability of the subject as a conduit. I looked up at Harris, my mouth dry. This is insane. You can't be considering this. This is a person. Subject 7 foot is a person. Harris's expression didn't change. The memorandum is a draft, a tool to understand its demands. It wants a framework. It thinks in transactions. It wants a human being. I said, my voice rising. And in exchange, it promises 5, Harris replied, his voice low and steady. 5 living people returned to their families. We have already saved 2. The entity has a 100% success rate. It is, for all intents and purposes, a perfect source. We have never had a tool like this. He used the word tool again. It was all a calculation to him. My wife is not a tool, and you're talking about handing someone over to that. We are talking about saving 5 lives with certainty, he said, his wintry eyes locking onto mine. We're talking about a phenomenon that operates whether we agree or not. This way we can guide it, control the outcome, save more than we lose. It's a terrible choice, but it is a choice with a net positive outcome. He was doing the moral math again, right in front of me, and the numbers, in his ledger, added up in favor of the deal. I pushed the paper back toward him as if it were poisoned. I won't let this happen. I'll go to the press. I'll tell everyone. Harris slowly folded the paper and put it back in his jacket pocket. That would be inadvisable. You signed confidentiality agreements. Your wife is a material witness and the source of critical ongoing investigations. Any disclosure would compromise those investigations and result in serious legal consequences. More importantly, he leaned forward slightly, it would not stop the entity. It would only stop us from being able to mitigate the outcome. Without us, there is no guarantee it would stop at 5 before taking its 7th. It might just take her whenever it wants. This way we get 5 lives. We get to study the acquisition process, to perhaps understand how to prevent it in the future. This is the only play. I felt the walls closing in. The law, the logic, the greater good, it was all a cage. He stood up, brushing a leaf from his pants. Talk to your wife. Explain the situation. The decision is ultimately hers. She is the conduit. The memorandum, if we proceed, would be with the entity through her. Her consent is the keystone. He walked back to his sedan and drove away, leaving me sitting in the cold morning light, the taste of bile in my mouth. He had reframed it yet again. It wasn't the FBI making a deal with a demon. It was my wife, the hero, choosing to save 5 people with the unfortunate collateral cost of 1. He had made refusal seem not just selfish, but murderous. I drove home, my mind reeling. How do you even begin that conversation? I walked into the house to find her at the kitchen table, already awake, clutching a mug. She looked up at me and she knew. He talked to you, she said, her voice flat. I nodded, sinking into the chair across from her. They have a draft, an agreement. 5 lives for 1. I couldn't say it. She stared into her coffee. It spoke to me again last night, after the session, in that in-between place. It showed me, not who but, the feeling of having the 7th. It wants it. It's hungry for it. She looked at me, her eyes hollow. Harris is right about one thing, Ben. It's going to happen. With or without them. This way. At least some good comes from it. 5 families get their people back. That has to mean something. I heard the resignation in her voice, the same deadly math taking root. The entity wasn't just talking to her. It was persuading her. It was making her its advocate. We were no longer just the keepers of a secret. We were now the negotiators for a predator, and the contract was on the table. The question was no longer if a terrible price would be paid, but when and who would be handed over to pay it. They had a calendar for it. Tuesdays and Fridays, 9 p.m. My wife's damnation was penciled in between budget review and forensic sync-up. The memorandum of understanding, as Harris called it, was finalized. I never saw the signed version. I just saw the results. Our life became a grim, mechanical schedule. The sessions were no longer about catching a random event. They were harvests. Every Tuesday and Friday, an agent would arrive at 8:45 p.m. with a small paper cup containing my wife's sedative. She would take it without a word, her eyes already distant. By 9 p.m., she would be in bed. By 9:15, the agents, Harris, Collins, and 2 others, would be in the observation van or in the spare room behind the mirror, laptops open, recorders running. I usually stayed in the van. I couldn't bear to be in the house. It felt like watching a surgery on someone I loved, but the surgery was to remove a truth, not a tumor. The process was always the same. She would sit up, walk to the desk, and write. Sometimes it was an address, sometimes a name, sometimes a few fragmented details like red door or smells of diesel. The entity was delivering its part of the bargain with cold efficiency. The FBI's machinery would wear into action. The information was fed into their systems, cross-referenced, analyzed. And it worked. They found the 3rd missing person, a teenager who had run away and gotten trapped in an abandoned warehouse. They found the 4th, a man with early dementia who had wandered miles from his home and was stuck in a drainage ditch. Both alive. Each time, there was no celebration, no champagne, just a quiet nod from Harris, a note in a file, and a glance at a tally sheet that was, I knew, counting down. 5 promised, 2 delivered, 3 to go. My wife was fading. In her waking hours, she was a ghost. She spoke in short sentences, if at all. She picked at her food. She jumped at ordinary sounds, the click of the thermostat, the hum of the refrigerator. The light in her eyes, the one that had briefly flared with purpose after saving the first girl, was gone, replaced by a flat, dull exhaustion. She spent hours scrolling through local news sites on her tablet, looking at the smiling faces of the people she had helped find. She would touch their photos on the screen and whisper, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." She was apologizing to them for the cost, for the thing inside her that saw them as currency. I became a stranger in my own life. The agents now had a routine. They brought their own coffee. They had a specific chair in the living room they used for debriefs. They talked about maximizing asset viability and subconscious conditioning. I was furniture. My rage and fear had no outlet. One night, after the 4th person was found, I snapped. I cornered Harris in our kitchen as he was pouring himself a glass of water. "Look at her," I hissed, keeping my voice low so she wouldn't hear from the living room. "She's dying. She's losing weight. She's not sleeping. She's terrified all the time. You're killing her to fulfill this insane contract." Harris turned, his face a mask of calm patience. He took a slow sip of water. Mr. Omitted, your wife is serving a greater good on a scale you cannot comprehend. We are saving lives with a certainty we have never possessed. The alternative is that the entity acts unpredictably, and people still go missing, and we learn nothing. This is the path of maximum benefit. Maximum benefit for who? I spat. For your statistics? She's a person. What is one life weighed against 5, huh? Is that your calculus? He didn't even blink. It's the calculus of the situation. It's the math we have been given. We did not create the terms. We are simply managing them to save as many as possible. Your wife understands this. It's time you did too. He walked out, leaving me trembling with impotent fury. His words echoed in my head, a cold, logical poison. 1 for 5. It was rational. It was monstrous. And I couldn't find a way to break the equation. A few days later, I came home from a pointless walk to find my wife in the living room. She was standing on a chair, a pair of kitchen scissors in her hand, stretching toward the small black globe of the camera in the corner. Her hands were shaking so badly the scissors were clicking together. She couldn't reach the wires. She wasn't even close. "Hey," I said softly, rushing over. "What are you doing?" She looked down at me, and for the first time in weeks, her eyes were clear, lucid, and filled with a raw, animal terror I had never seen before. It was my wife, truly my wife, looking out at me. She let the scissors drop to the carpet and stepped down, collapsing into my arms. She was sobbing, great heaving sobs that shook her whole frame. "It's picking her out," she choked out, her words muffled against my shoulder. "The 7th. Oh God, Ben, it's showing me her face in my dreams. When I'm awake, I see her in flashes. She has curly red hair. She has a little mole above her lip. She's real. And the thing, it's making me like her. It's making me feel a pull toward her. A fondness. It's preparing me. It wants me to want her to come." I held her, my own blood running cold. This was worse than just taking a victim. This was corruption. It was twisting her emotions, making her complicit in a sick courtship. She wasn't just the door anymore. It was training her to be the welcome mat. That night, the Tuesday session happened as scheduled. She gave them the details that led to the 5th missing person, a young woman who had been taken by an ex-boyfriend. The agents were efficient, focused. The deal was almost done. 5 for 1. After she returned to bed and the agents were packing up, the entity used her mouth one more time. She sat up, looked directly at the camera in the bedroom, and the layered, distorted voice filled the speakers in the van. "The 7th must be a volunteer," it said, the words crisp and demanding. "She must come willingly. You will arrange it." Then she lay back down. In the van, Harris stopped what he was doing. He looked at Collins, then at the other agents. A slow, understanding nod passed between them. The terms had just been updated. It wasn't enough to just hand someone over. The victim had to walk into the monster's arms of her own free will. The horror wasn't just in the act. It was in the deception, in the betrayal of trust. The entity didn't just want a meal. It wanted a gift beautifully wrapped. And it was the FBI's job and my wife's role to do the wrapping. The countdown was nearly over. The 5th life was saved, ticking the box in their ledgers. The machinery of the deal was now shifting gears, moving from retrieval to procurement. The who had been chosen. The how had just been specified, willingly. The only questions left were when, and what sick, twisted performance would they have to stage to make an innocent woman volunteer for her own nightmare? We used to be the victims. Then we were the tools. Now, I looked at the file photo of the young woman with the curly red hair and the kind smile, and I understood. We were about to become the bait. The entity, true to its word, gave up the details during the next session. It wasn't a sleep scribble this time. My wife, under its control, took a charcoal pencil and drew a portrait. It was shockingly good, lifelike. A woman in her mid-20s with a wild cascade of red curls, bright eyes, and a small, distinct mole just above her lip. A name was written beneath, Chloe. Then came the data dump, where she worked, where she lived, where she got her coffee. The FBI's databases lit up like a Christmas tree. Chloe was real. 24 years old. A graduate student in psychology. A volunteer at a local crisis hotline center. She wasn't missing. She was going about her life, studying for exams, walking her dog in the park, completely unaware that she had been selected. The horror of it was in the sheer normalcy. They didn't put her under protection. They put her under a microscope. Without a word to me, the surveillance began. I'd see it on the agents' tablets when they thought I wasn't looking. a live tracking that moved through a grocery store. A grainy telephoto image showed her laughing with a friend outside a library. Audio logs noted her patterns. They compiled a file, her routines, her small debts, her quiet social life, her history of battling depression in college. They weren't profiling a victim to protect her. They were profiling a product to see why it had been chosen and how best to package it. The words on one agent's notes made me feel sick. Vulnerability, isolation, empathetic profile, potential approach vector, simulated crisis. They were looking for the cracks in her life where they could slip their hooks in. The worst part was watching what it did to my wife. The entity wasn't just showing her Chloe's face in dreams anymore. It was leaking details into her waking mind. We'd be eating breakfast and she'd suddenly say, "She takes one sugar in her coffee, but she's trying to cut back." Or, "She hums that song from the old cartoon when she's in the shower." She'd know these intimate, pointless things, and she'd say them with a mix of wonder and revulsion. One evening, she broke down, clutching her head as if trying to physically rip the knowledge out. "I care about her," she wept, her whole body shaking. "I see her life, her little struggles, and I want her to be okay. I want to protect her. But the other part of me, the thing inside, it wants her to come. It's making me feel this pull, like I'm making a new friend, but the friendship is a trap, and I'm building it cell by cell." She was being hollowed out and filled with the entity's desires. Her own compassion, her nurse's instinct to care, was being weaponized against her and against an innocent woman. I was powerless. Harris made it clear we were past the point of debate. The memorandum was active. 5 lives had been saved. The entity had upheld its end. The FBI was now obligated to facilitate the acquisition of Subject 7. The word facilitate made it sound like they were setting up a business meeting, not a sacrifice. He called me into the living room one afternoon. The evidence board, once covered in many faces, now had a new, dedicated section. Chloe's photo was in the center, surrounded by maps of her neighborhood, her class schedule, photos of her dog. It was a hunter's board. "The entity requires a facilitator on the ground," Harris said, his voice devoid of any emotion. "Someone to make the introduction convincing, to secure the willing compliance. It has to be your wife. The connection is already forming. The entity is building affinity within her. She is the perfect lure." I stared at him, my mouth agape. "You want her to befriend Chloe? To trick her?" "We want her to fulfill the agreed-upon terms," Harris corrected, as if I'd misunderstood a clause in a car rental agreement. The entity specified willing. Your wife, guided by the entity's knowledge and her own genuine empathetic qualities, is the only viable instrument to achieve that. You need to prepare her. Her conscious mind needs to align with the operational necessity. He was telling me to get my wife ready to betray and doom another human being. I refused. I yelled. I threatened again to go public. Harris just listened, then opened a folder on the table. It was the final, signed memorandum of understanding. At the bottom, next to the swirling, unnatural signature the entity had somehow scrawled during a session, was the clear, sharp signature of a deputy director of the FBI. The full weight of the institution, its seal, its authority, was behind this madness. It was no longer just Harris and his team. It was the United States government. They had signed a contract with the thing in my wife. "Your cooperation is expected," Harris said, closing the folder, "for the continuity of the operation and for your wife's well-being. A resistant conduit could experience breakdown. We need her stable. You need her stable." It was a threat, wrapped in concern. That night, I held my wife as she cried herself into a fitful sleep. I watched her face, now so thin and tired, and I knew Harris was right about one terrible thing. If she fought this, it would destroy what was left of her mind. The thing would tear her apart from the inside to get what it wanted. We were in a box with no exits. The next morning, she was different. Calmer, resigned. She looked at me over her coffee, and her eyes held a terrifying certainty. "It showed me the afterwards," she said, her voice quiet but clear. "Last night, in that place between, Chloe won't be hurt. Not in the way you think. She won't be screaming in a dark room. The entity doesn't want that. It wants a companion. It's lonely. It showed me. A kind of peace. A quiet place. She'll be there, and she'll be happy. Content. And after Chloe," she took a sharp breath, "it wants to pick the next one too. It's just getting started. It's building something. A collection. This is only the first trade." Her words iced my soul. It wasn't a one-time deal. It was a subscription service. 5 lives bought one for its its collection, and then it would want more 5-for-1 trades forever. We weren't just sacrificing Chloe. We were founding a membership for a monsters club, and the FBI was the manager. The machinery began to move in earnest. Agents started coming during the day now. They weren't just observers, they were directors. They brought in a woman, an agent who specialized in what they called narrative construction. They sat with my wife in the living room, which now felt like a stage. They coached her. They gave her a new name to use, a backstory. They taught her a script of trauma, a story of an abusive relationship, of being scared and alone, tailored to trigger Chloe's psychology training and her crisis center instincts. They practiced the emotional cues. When to let her voice crack, when to let a tear fall, how to sound fragile but not unstable, desperate but not dangerous. They were turning my wife into the perfect, wounded bird. I watched from the kitchen door, feeling like I was going to vomit. My wife, my smart, strong, funny wife, was sitting there, repeating lines like an actress. "My name is Maya," she practiced, her voice trembling on cue. "I'm so scared. I heard you could help. You're the only one I could talk to. Can you meet me? Please, I have nowhere else to go." The agent nodded, encouraging. "Good. The helplessness is good. But remember, you also need to show strength. You're reaching out. You're taking control. You're a survivor." She'll relate to that. It was a perversion of everything she was. They were using her goodness to craft the ultimate evil lie. The rehearsal was the final nail in my coffin. I saw her, after the agents left, staring at her own reflection in the dark television screen. The person looking back was a stranger, a weapon they had loaded and aimed. The meeting was set, 2 days from now. In a quiet, secluded park Chloe was known to walk through. My role was simple: drive my wife there. Be the concerned, supportive husband in the background, the visual proof that this was just a couple in trouble, not a threat. My presence was the final piece of set dressing to sell the lie. The last night before the meeting, I didn't sleep. I lay beside her, listening to her breathe, memorizing the feel of her hand in mine. I thought about Chloe, about her dog, about her life about to be erased and replaced with some warped, quiet peace in a monster's collection. I thought about the 5 people we had saved, their faces mixing with Chloe's in my mind. The math was a prison, and tomorrow we were going to become the wardens and lead the next inmate right to her cell. They weren't just asking my wife to lie. They were asking her to build a friendship out of ashes and malice, to make Chloe trust her so completely that she would walk into the dark without a second thought. The morning of the meeting was bright and clear, a cruel parody of a nice day. My wife had changed. The FBI stylist had dyed her hair a shade darker, cut it in a different style. They gave her clothes that were softer, less assertive than what she usually wore. A simple sweater, jeans, no makeup to make her look more vulnerable. She looked like a younger, more broken version of herself. She looked like Maya. I barely recognized her. We didn't speak on the drive. I just followed the GPS route an agent had programmed into my phone. We parked a block away from the small neighborhood park, as instructed. I turned off the engine. The quiet in the car was complete, filled only with the sound of our breathing. I reached over and took her hand. It was ice cold and still. She was staring straight ahead, her face a calm mask, but I could see a muscle twitching in her jaw. "We don't have to do this," I whispered, the words feeling useless even as I said them. "We can drive away. Right now. We can just go." She turned her head slowly to look at me. Her eyes were deep, dark pools of a terrible resolve. "And then what then? It takes her anyway, somewhere else, some other time, and 5 people are dead in ditches and basements who didn't have to be. This is the deal. We made it. I have to see it through." She wasn't just resigned. She had accepted the logic, absorbed it into her bones. The entity's will and the FBI's purpose had fused inside her. She was the instrument, and she was ready to perform. She opened the car door. "Wait for the signal," she said, her voice flat. "Then come." She walked away, a solitary figure moving toward the park entrance. I watched her go, my heart a pounding drum in my chest. I had a small earpiece in, tuned to the surveillance frequency. I could hear the routine checks from the agents positioned around the park, in trees, in unmarked vans. I could hear Harris's calm, low voice from the main observation van. "All units stand by. The asset is approaching the meeting point. Subject 7 is on the bench, confirmed." I saw her then. Chloe. She was sitting on a wooden bench under a large oak tree, just as they said she would be. She was wearing a light jacket, a book open on her lap, but she wasn't reading. She was looking around, a slightly concerned, kind expression on her face. She was waiting for a stranger in need. My wife walked along the path, her posture subtly changed, slumped a little, arms wrapped around herself as if for warmth. She approached the bench, hesitant, then stopped a few feet away. Through my earpiece, I heard her voice, trembling with manufactured tears, layered with a genuine, gut-wrenching fear that was all too real. "Excuse me? Are you Chloe? From the crisis center?" Chloe looked up, her face immediately softening into a warm, open smile. "Yes, that's me. Are you Maya?" My wife nodded, biting her lip. She took a tentative step closer. "I'm so sorry to bother you here. I didn't know who else to call. The hotline said you sometimes take private referrals for people who are scared." She was delivering the script perfectly, but the raw emotion underpinning it was her own terror, which made it devastatingly convincing. "Of course," Chloe said, patting the space on the bench beside her. "Please sit. You're not a bother at all." My wife sat, keeping a small, careful distance. The conversation flowed, guided by my wife's training and Chloe's natural empathy. My wife spun the tale of Maya, the controlling partner, the fear, the feeling of being trapped. Chloe listened, nodding, offering gentle words of support and validation. They talked for 20 minutes. I watched, my stomach in knots, as Chloe's body language opened up, as she leaned in, as she touched my wife's arm in a gesture of comfort. The trap was closing. It was working. Then my wife delivered the key line, the one they had practiced over and over. I think I need to get away. Just for a few days. To clear my head, to be safe. I have a cousin, she has a cabin. It's remote, no one knows about it, but I'm too scared to go alone. I don't trust myself. Could you possibly come with me? Just to help me get settled? I know it's a huge thing to ask, but I feel like I can trust you. You're the first person who has really listened. There it was. The invitation. The request for a volunteer. Chloe didn't answer right away. She looked at my wife, her face a picture of compassion and conflict. This was the moment. If she said no, the operation was a failure. The entity would be denied. What would it do then? My earpiece crackled. Harris's voice was a tense murmur. Critical moment. All units hold. Chloe sighed a soft, caring sound. "Oh Maya, that's a lot. You must be so exhausted." She looked down at her hands, then back up, her decision made. "You know what? Yes, I'll go with you. You shouldn't have to face this alone. Everyone deserves to feel safe." She said it. She volunteered. A wave of nausea, so intense I almost passed out, washed over me. It was done. The terms were met. In the earpiece, Harris's voice was no longer a murmur. It was clear, firm, and final. "All units, stand by. The acquisition of Subject 7 is in progress. Let the record show, for the families of the 5, we have fulfilled our contract." His words were a legal, moral, and spiritual gut punch. We had done it. We had traded. My wife, on the bench, managed a tearful, grateful smile. "Thank you," she whispered to Chloe, the words thick with a real gratitude that was hideously twisted. "Thank you so much." They made a plan. Chloe would go home, pack a bag, tell her roommate she was helping a friend in crisis. They would meet back here in 2 hours. My wife walked back to the car, her steps quicker now. She slid into the passenger seat and closed the door. She didn't look at me. She stared out the windshield, her face blank. "She said yes," she stated, her voice devoid of any emotion. "I know," I said. I started the car and drove, not back home, but just drove, following no route. We had 2 hours until the final act. We ended up at a lookout point over the city. We sat there, watching the world go on, people living lives untouched by monsters and memorandums. After a long while she spoke, her voice so quiet I almost didn't hear it. "It's happy," she said. "The thing inside me. It's pleased. It likes her. It can't wait." I had no words. There were no words left. We drove back to the park at the appointed time. Chloe was there, with a small overnight bag, looking both concerned and determined, a good person ready to do a good deed. My wife got out to meet her. I stayed in the driver's seat, as instructed. My role was over. I watched as Chloe hugged my wife, a brief, comforting hug. They walked together toward a different car, an innocuous sedan that an agent had parked nearby. The cabin was a fiction. The destination was something else entirely, a place only the FBI and the entity knew. My wife opened the passenger door for Chloe. Chloe smiled, said something, and got in. My wife walked around to the driver's side. Before she got in, she paused. She turned her head and looked back across the park, directly at our car, directly at me. The distance was too far to see her expression, but I could feel the weight of her gaze. Then she did something she shouldn't have. She raised her hand, not in a wave, but held it up, palm facing me, fingers slightly spread. She held it there for a 3 count. Then she lowered it, got into the sedan, and started the engine. They drove away, turning a corner and disappearing from view. I sat there paralyzed. That gesture, it wasn't in the script. It wasn't something Maya would do. It was something from us, from our private language, from a game we used to play. It meant wait for me. It meant I'm coming back. But she wasn't driving Chloe to a cabin. She was driving her to be given to the thing inside her. So why signal wait for me? Unless the plan had changed. Unless she wasn't planning to just hand Chloe over. Or unless the entity, pleased and confident, had let a piece of my real wife surface for just a second to send a message. Or maybe it was a farewell. I didn't know. All I knew was that the deal was complete. 5 lives for 1. The contract was fulfilled. The sedan with my wife and Chloe was gone. The FBI would get their recorded observation of the acquisition. And I was alone in a quiet park, the taste of battery acid fear still in my mouth, with a single fragile thread of hope. A hand signal from a woman who was both my wife and a stranger, driving a volunteer to a monster, telling me to wait. The math was done. The ledger was balanced. But as I sat there, watching the empty street where they'd vanished, a new, more terrifying question began to form in the hollow space she left behind. When the entity was done with Chloe, and it came time to pick the next one, who would it want then? The waiting was over. The next part was just beginning, and I was alone with the silence and the signal. Story number 5. The job listing was almost too good to be true. A live-in nanny position in a gorgeous old house on the outskirts of town. The pay was fantastic, and the hours were reasonable. All I had to do was look after 2 kids for a couple who traveled constantly for work. I showed up for the interview in my one good blazer, feeling the nerves twist in my stomach, but the woman who answered the door was all crisp smiles and expensive perfume. She ushered me into a kitchen that looked like it belonged in a magazine, everything gleaming and spotless. The kids were brought in to meet me, a boy who looked about 7 and a little girl who couldn't have been more than 4. They were polite and quiet, holding hands. The boy gave me a firm handshake, and the little girl just hid behind his legs, peeking out with these big, serious eyes. We talked about schedules and duties. It all sounded perfectly normal. And then she slid the contract across the marble countertop, her fingernail, painted a flawless pale pink, tapped on one specific clause. It was underlined. It read, "Under no circumstances are you to attempt to access the attic. The door is locked for safety. This is a condition of employment." I must have looked at it for a beat too long because she laughed, a light, tinkling sound that didn't quite reach her eyes, and said, "Oh, it's just full of old insulation and wiring, a total death trap. We're having it properly renovated next year. But for now, it's strictly off limits." It seemed odd, but not crazy. Lots of old houses have problem areas, so I nodded, signed my name on the line. My name is Sam, and just like that, I had the job. I moved in the following weekend. The parents were already packing for another trip. They gave me a rushed tour, pointing out the pantry stuffed with food, the entertainment system, the pool rules, and yes, they pointed at the attic door at the end of the second-floor hallway. A solid-looking door with a heavy new deadbolt lock that looked glaringly modern against the old wood. "Remember," the father said, his voice a deep, distracted rumble as he checked his phone. "Not a step. It's for your own good." And then they were gone in a whirl of suitcases and last-minute instructions, leaving me alone in the huge, quiet house with the 2 quiet children. The first few days were fine, easy even. The boy was smart and kept to himself, reading or drawing intricate pictures of machines. The little girl was shy but sweet. She liked to sit near me while I read, coloring in her books with intense concentration. The house, though, it had a personality. It creaked and groaned, especially at night, the wind whistling through places I couldn't see, making the whole structure seem to sigh. I told myself it was charming, full of character, but sometimes, in the deep quiet of the evening after I'd put the kids to bed, the character felt less charming and more like it was watching me. The change started slowly, almost imperceptibly. The boy began asking strange questions. "Do you think houses can remember things?" he asked me one afternoon while we were building a Lego fortress. I gave some rambling answer about history and foundations, and he just nodded, not satisfied. Then his little sister started talking about her friend, the quiet man in the ceiling. I assumed it was an imaginary friend, a classic kid thing, and I played along. "What's his name?" I asked her. She looked at her brother, who was frowning at his Lego, and then whispered, "Mr. Numbers." That was a new one. Most imaginary friends were named something like Sparkle or Captain Fuzzy, not Mr. Numbers. I didn't think much of it until the following Thursday. The kids had been playing in the sunroom, a bright space off the kitchen, and when I went to call them for lunch, I found them sitting cross-legged on the floor with a piece of cardboard between them. On the cardboard, drawn in the boys' careful print, were the letters of the alphabet in rows, and the numbers 0 through 9 along the bottom. In the center of the board was a single, plain white plastic ring, the kind from a milk jug. "What's this?" I asked, leaning down. "It's how we talk to Mr. Numbers," the little girl said, her voice full of pride. "He lives in the attic." A cold little worm of unease wriggled in my chest. The attic. That word was starting to carry a weight in this house. The boy looked up at me, his expression solemn. "We have to be very quiet when we play. He doesn't like loud noises." He placed his fingertip, just the very tip, on the white plastic ring. His sister did the same. "Ask a question," the boy instructed me, his eyes serious. I felt silly humoring this, but I wanted to be a good sport. I crouched down. "Okay, is Mr. Numbers friendly?" For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a slow, deliberate slide, the plastic ring began to move. It didn't jerk or skitter, it glided smoothly across the cardboard, passing over several letters before coming to a rest, perfectly centered on the word "yes," which the boy had written in the top corner. My breath caught. I had watched their hands. Their fingers were barely touching the ring, certainly not pushing it. It could have been the subtle tilt of the cardboard, or a tiny, unconscious muscle movement from one of them. I knew all the logical explanations, but in that moment, in the quiet sunroom, it felt like something else. The little girl giggled. "See? He's nice. He doesn't like the loud man, but he likes us." "Who's the loud man?" I asked, trying to keep my voice light. Both children froze. The playful energy vanished. The boy slowly lifted his finger from the ring, his face going blank. "We shouldn't talk about him," he murmured, and he gathered up the cardboard board, carefully putting it away in a toy chest as if it were something precious and dangerous. That incident stuck with me all day, a pebble in my shoe of a thought. That night, after the kids were asleep, the house seemed louder with its night noises. I was in the laundry room, folding a warm pile of towels, the hum of the dryer a comforting sound, when I heard it. 3 distinct knocks. Thump, thump, thump. They came from directly above me. The ceiling of the laundry room was the floor of the attic. My hands stilled on the towels. The knocks weren't aggressive or frantic. They were measured, patient, like someone tapping to get a rhythm right. My mind raced. An animal? It sounded too solid, too purposeful for a raccoon or a squirrel. The old pipes? This wasn't a metallic clank. It was the sound of something solid on wood. I stood there, frozen, listening so hard my ears ached. The house was silent again. I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding, my logic kicking in. "It's an old house, Sam," I told myself. "It settles. It talks. You're just spooked because of that silly game." I finished folding the towel, my movements slow and deliberate, trying to project a calm I didn't feel. And then, just as I was turning to leave the room, I heard it. Faint, drifting down through the same air vent that brought the warm, dry air from the dryer, came the sound of a child's laughter. It was distant, muffled, but unmistakable. A light, happy giggle. It lasted for maybe 2 seconds, and then it was gone, swallowed by the silence. My blood turned cold. Both children were asleep. I had checked on them not 10 minutes ago. I stood in the middle of the laundry room, the folded towel clutched to my chest, my heart hammering against my ribs. That laughter didn't come from their rooms. The vent system was old. Sound could travel in weird ways, but this felt different. It felt close, and it felt like it was coming from up. The attic. That locked, forbidden attic. A wild, irrational thought flashed through my mind. What if the previous nanny had quit not because of the travel, but because of the knocks? Because of the laughter in the vents? I shook my head, physically trying to dispel the idea. I was being ridiculous. I was the adult here. I had to have a rational explanation. I walked out of the laundry room, my legs feeling unsteady, and I made my way through the dark house, past the sleeping kids' rooms, and stopped at the end of the hallway. There it was, the attic door. It looked perfectly normal in the dim nightlight glow, just a door. But that lock, that big, shiny deadbolt, it looked less like a safety feature now, and more like a seal. Like something you put on a door to keep something in, not to keep people out. I stood at the foot of the narrow stairs leading up to it, my pulse throbbing in my throat. I knew I shouldn't. It was against the rules, it was in my contract. But the knocks, the laughter. I had to know. I had to listen. I crept up the first 2 creaky steps, wincing at every small sound, until I was standing right in front of the door. The wood was cool against my forehead as I slowly, carefully, leaned in and pressed my ear to it. At first, there was nothing. Just the deafening sound of my own heartbeat in my ears. I strained, listening for scuttling, for rustling, for any sign of an animal intruder. For a long moment, there was only a deep, empty silence. And then I heard it. It wasn't knocking. It wasn't laughter. It was a soft, slow, rhythmic sound. A gentle, steady shhhhh, shhhhh, shhhhh. It was the sound of something being dragged across the floorboards up there. Not pulled quickly, but slowly, deliberately, as if someone was moving something heavy with great care. Back and forth. Back and forth. The sound was so clear, so present, just on the other side of that inch-thick wood. I jerked my head back from the door as if it had burned me, stumbling down the 2 steps, my back hitting the opposite wall of the hallway. I stared at the door, my breath coming in short, sharp gasps. Whatever was up there, it wasn't a squirrel. It wasn't the pipes. The dragging sound stopped. A final, complete quiet fell, a quiet that felt heavier and more watchful than any noise. I looked from the attic door down the hall towards the children's rooms, and a new, more terrifying thought dawned on me. The parents had been very clear, very firm about the attic. They had a reason. And as I stood there in the dark, I realized with a sinking certainty that their reason had nothing to do with faulty wiring or old insulation. They were keeping a secret, and whatever was making that dragging sound, whatever the children called Mr. Numbers, it was a part of it. The job was perfect, the house was beautiful, but I was now sure of one thing. I was not alone here, and the most dangerous part of the house wasn't locked away. It was awake, and it knew I was listening. After that night at the attic door, I tried my best to act normal. I made pancakes in the morning. I helped the little girl with her shoes. I quizzed the boy on his spelling words. But everything felt different, like I was moving through a thin layer of glass, separate from the world I could see. The kids seemed normal too, but I watched them closer now. I noticed how the boy would sometimes stop in the middle of playing and just stare at the ceiling, his head tilted like he was hearing a distant song. I saw how his sister would whisper to her stuffed rabbit, her words too low for me to catch, but her eyes would flick towards the hallway, towards the attic stairs. The mother called to check in, her voice bright and busy on the phone, and I almost said something, I almost blurted out, "I think there's something in your attic," but the words stuck in my throat. How could I explain it? A feeling? Some knocks and a laugh in a vent? She would think I was crazy or stressed, and with the way the contract was worded, I was sure mentioning the attic would get me fired on the spot. So I said everything was fine, the kids were great, the house was wonderful. I lied through my teeth. A few days later, the little girl asked me for a special bedtime story. "A story about the quiet king," she said, snuggling under her blankets. "The one who lives in the walls." My skin prickled. I made up a silly story about a king made of whispers who hid from the noisy dragons outside. She listened patiently, then shook her head, her small face serious in the nightlight glow. "No," she corrected me softly. "His crown isn't gold. It's made of wires. Little twisty wires." She reached up and mimed something on her own head. "And he cries, but his tears are shiny, like marbles." She dragged a finger down her own cheek to show a tear falling. I didn't know what to say. That was too specific, too weird for a 4-year-old to invent. I tucked her in, my hands feeling clumsy, and turned out the light. As I closed the door, I heard her whisper, just to the dark room, "Good night, Mr. Numbers." The next strange thing happened with the boy. It was late afternoon. The sun was setting and painting long, orange shadows across the living room carpet. I was reading on the couch when I felt someone watching me. I looked up. The boy was standing in the hallway entrance, perfectly still, facing the wall. He wasn't looking at a picture or a clock, just the blank, painted drywall. "What are you looking at, buddy?" I asked, keeping my voice easy. He didn't turn. "He's showing me a picture," the boy said, his voice flat and distant. "A movie on the wall." I got up and walked over to him, standing beside him. I looked at the wall. There was nothing, just the faint texture of the paint, a shadow from a chair in the room behind us. "What kind of picture?" I asked, a knot forming in my stomach. "There's a big shadow and a little shadow," he recited, as if describing a page in a book. "The big shadow has long arms. The little shadow is on the floor. The big shadow raises its arms up high. He mimed the action, slowly lifting his own arms above his head. Then the little shadow falls down. And then, he paused, his brow furrowing. Then the little shadow gets put in the dark. He dropped his arms and finally looked at me, his eyes clearing back to their normal, bright focus. "Can I have a juice box?" he asked, as if he'd just told me what he wanted for lunch. I stood there, frozen, staring at the empty wall where he had seen a story play out, a story that sounded an awful lot like a crime. I started looking for answers, for anything that could make sense of this. While the kids were at preschool one morning, I did a quick internet search on the house's address. Just real estate listings, a dry history of sales. The family had only lived here 2 years. The listing photos showed empty, sun-filled rooms, no hint of shadows on the walls. I felt both relieved and more uneasy. Whatever was happening, it wasn't some famous local horror story. It was just here, in this house, with these kids. Later, I tried to ask the boy about it again, gently, while we were drawing. "That picture you saw on the wall," I began. "Where did that come from? Was it from a show?" He shook his head, not looking up from his detailed sketch of a gear system. "It plays on the wall sometimes. Mr. Numbers puts it there so we learn the rules." "What rules?" I pressed. He just shrugged. "Quiet rules." The little girl was harder to get answers from. She just repeated things like, "The loud man broke the rules," and would then shut down, sucking her thumb, a habit I thought she'd outgrown. The first piece of real, physical evidence came on a Tuesday. I was changing the sheets in the boys' room. As I pulled up the blanket to tuck it in, something rattled on the windowsill behind the curtains. I moved the fabric aside. There, lined up in a perfectly straight, neat row, were 6 dry, oat cereal rings. They weren't the normal O's from the big box in the kitchen. These were from a different brand, the kind with little letters printed on them. And they weren't scattered. They were placed in order. I leaned closer, my heart starting to thump. The letters spelled out HELPME. The message was clear. "Help me." I stared at those 6 little rings. A kid couldn't have done this, not the boy. He was too young for such neat, purposeful placement, and his sister couldn't spell help yet. My mind raced. Was it a leftover from a previous kid? Was it some sick game? I carefully picked up one of the rings. It was dry but not stale. It hadn't been there long. I didn't know what to do. I left them there, exactly as they were, a silent alarm on the windowsill. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the house was a footstep. Every rustle of the tree outside the window was that dragging sound from the attic. I got up to get a glass of water, padding silently down the dark hallway. As I passed the kids' rooms, I heard it. Not a knock, not a laugh. A smell. It hit me all at once, a strong, sharp, metallic smell that made the back of my throat tighten. It was the smell of blood. Not the faint smell from a scraped knee, but the thick, coppery smell of a lot of blood. It was coming from the air vent in the hallway floor, the same kind of vent the laughter had come from. I stopped, gagging, my hand over my nose and mouth. The smell was so powerful, so real, it felt like a physical presence in the hall. It clung to the air, horrible and unmistakable. I stood there, trembling, for what felt like a full minute, waiting for a sound, for something, but there was nothing, just that awful smell. And then, as suddenly as it had come, it began to fade. It didn't drift away, it just diminished, second by second, until the air in the hallway was clean again, smelling only of the lemon-scented wood polish the cleaning lady used. I was left standing alone in the dark, my heart pounding, the phantom smell still haunting my senses. It was a message, I was sure of it, a sensory message. But what was it telling me? Was it a memory of the little shadow being put in the dark? Was it a threat? Or was it, like the cereal rings, a call for help? I didn't know. All I knew was that the game had changed. It wasn't just knocks and whispers anymore. Whatever was in this house, it could make itself known in ways that felt horrifyingly, undeniably real. The next morning, the cereal rings on the windowsill were gone. When I asked the boy about them, he just looked at me blankly and said, "I ate my cereal at the table, like always." I didn't believe him, but I had no proof. The house had swallowed the evidence, just like it had swallowed the smell of blood, leaving me with nothing but my own rattled nerves and a terrible, growing certainty that I was in way over my head. The parents would be home in a week. I had to decide, do I pack my bags and leave, abandoning these kids to whatever this was, or do I stay and try to find the source of the quiet king with the wire crown, the shadow play on the wall, and the desperate, tiny plea spelled out in breakfast cereal? Looking out the kitchen window at the perfectly manicured lawn, the safe, sunny street, I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the weather. The prettiest places, I was learning, could hide the ugliest secrets, and I was starting to dig mine up. The days after the smell in the hall stretched tight and thin, like a rubber band about to snap. I moved through the routines on autopilot, making lunches, wiping spills, but my mind was a trapped bird, fluttering against the cage of this pretty house. The kids were changing too. The boy's questions got stranger. One afternoon, out of nowhere, he looked up from his drawing and asked, "Does getting hurt in a dream make you hurt when you wake up?" I gave him the easy answer. "No, buddy. Dreams aren't real. They can't hurt you." He just stared at me, not with fear, but with a kind of pity, like I was the one who didn't understand. "Mr. Numbers says you're wrong," he stated simply, then went back to his pencils. That sentence, so calm and sure, sent a cold ripple through me. It wasn't the boy talking anymore, not really. It was a lesson being repeated. The little girl became obsessed with a game she called Quiet Mouse. She would sit in the middle of the playroom, not moving a muscle, for frighteningly long stretches, just staring at a spot on the carpet. When I asked what she was doing, she whispered, listening for the quiet. "It's practice." Practice for what? I didn't want to know. The attic stayed quiet, no more knocks, but its presence was a constant pressure, a closed mouth at the end of the hall holding back a scream. Then came the night it all shifted from creepy to truly terrifying. I'd gone to bed late, my brain too busy with worries to sleep, but I must have finally drifted off. What woke me wasn't a sound, but a feeling, a sudden, certain knowledge that something was wrong. The digital clock on my bedside table glowed a sickly green, 2:17 a.m. The house wasn't just still, it felt hollow waiting. I got up, my bare feet cold on the wood floor, and opened my door a crack. The hallway was lit by the soft blue glow of a nightlight plugged in near the bathroom. And there, in that faint light, I saw her. The little girl. She was standing in the middle of the hallway, facing the attic stairs. She wasn't sleepwalking in the normal, shuffling way. She was utterly rigid, her back straight, her arms held stiff at her sides. I whispered her name, but she didn't react. Then, with a jerky, mechanical motion, like a puppet whose strings were being pulled by an unskilled hand, she turned and walked towards the playroom. Her steps were too even, too precise. I followed, keeping my distance, my breath caught in my throat. She pushed the playroom door open and went inside. I crept to the doorway and peered in. Moonlight poured through the big window, painting the toys and furniture in shades of gray and blue. She stood in the center of the room, her face tilted up, her eyes half open but seeing nothing. Then she moved. She walked to the toy bin, her movements still all wrong, and rummaged without looking, pulling out a big, red, plastic fire truck. It was a heavy toy, solid. She held it in both hands, her small fingers looking impossibly frail against the bright red plastic. She carried it to the center of the room, where her favorite teddy bear sat propped against a pillow. She stood over the bear, looking down at it, and then her face changed. The blank, sleepy look vanished, replaced by a flat, empty expression that was far too old for her. Her mouth opened. The voice that came out was not her sweet, little girl voice. It was a dry, raspy whisper, like stones grinding together. "Quiet," the voice hissed. "Be quiet. No more loud." With a strength that made my blood freeze, she raised the heavy fire truck high above her head, using both hands, her little arms trembling with the strain. For a horrible second, she held it there, a small statue of violence in the moonlight. Then she brought it down, not on the bear's body, but directly, deliberately, across its stuffed neck. The sound was a sickening thwump of plastic hitting cloth and stuffing. She raised the truck and brought it down again. Thwump. And again. Thwump. Each impact was methodical, focused, a horrifying pantomime of murder. The raspy voice whispered with each blow. "No more loud. No more loud." I was frozen in the doorway, my hands clenched into fists so tight my nails dug into my palms. Every instinct screamed at me to rush in, to grab her, to stop this awful play. But a deeper, more primal instinct held me back. That wasn't her. The thing swinging that truck, the thing using her voice, it wasn't the little girl. It was something else, something wearing her like a suit. If I startled it, if I interfered, where would it go? What would it do? I forced myself to watch, to be a witness, my stomach churning. As she delivered another blow, the night light in the hall behind me began to flicker. Not a power surge flicker, but a rapid, stuttering blink, on-off, casting a jerky, strobe light effect that made her movements look even more unnatural, a broken film reel of a crime. After 6 or 7 blows, she stopped. She dropped the fire truck with a clatter that echoed in the quiet room. She looked down at the bear, its head nearly severed, white stuffing bulging from the torn fabric. Then slowly her head turned. Her half-closed eyes, gleaming in the erratic light, seemed to find me in the dark doorway. The raspy whisper filled the room again, calm, almost conversational. "You're not the loud one. You're the quiet one." A chill crawled down my spine. It was talking to me. It knew I was there. "You can watch," it said through her lips. Then, as if a switch had been flipped, the little girl's body relaxed. The ancient look left her face. She blinked slowly, gave a small, tired sigh, and walked right past me, back down the hall to her bedroom, moving now with the normal, sleepy gait of a child. I heard the soft rustle of her blankets as she climbed into bed. I stood in the playroom doorway for a long time, shaking, listening to the frantic beat of my own heart. The hall light steadied, returning to its soft, constant glow. The playroom was a mess of moonlight and shadows, the red fire truck a bloody splash of color on the floor, the murdered bear lying beside it. I made myself go in. I picked up the bear. The damage was severe, the neck fabric torn, the stuffing pulled out. It was a violent, angry act. This wasn't a game. This was a reenactment. This was what happened to the little shadow. I hid the bear and the fire truck on the top shelf of the hall closet, behind some old blankets, my hands trembling the whole time. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I just sat on my bed, watching the door, listening, waiting for the raspy voice to call my name. The next morning, the little girl came to breakfast yawning, rubbing her eyes. She ate her cereal cheerfully, swinging her legs under the table. She had no memory of it. None. I watched her, this sweet, small person, and felt a wave of protective fury mixed with gut-churning fear. Something was using her, violating her sleep to act out its ugly story. The boy seemed more withdrawn than ever, watching me with a knowing look that made me uncomfortable. I tried to go about the day normally, but the horror of the night was a film over everything. Later that afternoon, I needed a fresh towel. I went to the hall closet, the one where I'd hidden the evidence. I opened the door, reached up to the high shelf behind the blankets where I'd stuffed the bear. My fingers brushed soft fabric. I pulled it down. It was the teddy bear, but it was different. The torn neck was gone. The bear was whole again. Someone had sewn it up. The stitching was crude, big, looping stitches made with bright red yarn, the kind the little girl used for her lacing cards. The job was messy, the head sat at a slightly odd angle, but it was sealed. The violent wound was closed. Sitting neatly in the bear's lap, placed there with clear intention, was a single, dry alphabet cereal ring. I picked it up, my hand steady now with a cold, focused dread. I turned the ring in my fingers. The little letter printed on it was a D. I stared at that single letter. D, the loud man? The little shadow? A name? It was a clue, a breadcrumb left by the thing in the attic, a thing that repaired its props and continued its lessons. I put the bear back on the shelf, but I pocketed the cereal ring. The message was for me. It was telling me it knew I had watched. It was telling me the story had a character named D. And it was telling me in no uncertain terms that it could touch the real world, not just in smells and sounds, but in needle and thread. The game was no longer just about watching. I was being included, and my first piece of the puzzle, small and crisp and terrifying, was now in my jeans pocket, waiting to be understood. The cereal ring with the D felt like a live coal in my pocket, a tiny, accusing eye. I couldn't stop thinking about it. The mother had mentioned once, offhand, that the hall closet, the one that shared a wall with the master bedroom, was weirdly insulated. She said the previous owner had it done. Maybe he was a light sleeper, she joked. At the time, it meant nothing. Now it felt like a vital clue. A closet with extra insulation. A single letter D. A reenacted murder in the night. My mind was putting together a terrible puzzle, and I didn't like the picture that was forming. I had to know more. I needed to look, to really search, while the kids were at a morning play date and the house was, for once, truly empty. I started with the hall closet itself. I pulled out all the towels and blankets, clearing the high shelf where I'd hidden the bear. I felt along the walls. They were firm, solid. But when I knocked on the back wall, the sound was different. Not a hollow boom, but a dull, flat thud, like there was something packed behind it. The insulation, sure. But why just this one closet? I got a flashlight and peered into the dark corners. That's when I saw it, tucked way back in the far corner of the shelf, the red fire truck. I pulled it out. It looked clean, innocent. But in the grooves of the plastic ladder, caught in the seams, were a few tiny, dark grains. I scraped one out with my fingernail. It wasn't dirt. It was hard and crystalline like brown sugar or dried gravy, or something else that had once been wet and had hardened. My stomach turned. I put the truck back exactly where I found it. My search turned to the boy's room. He was so orderly, so precise. If there was a pattern, a collection, it would be there. I looked under his bed, finding only dust bunnies and a lost sock. I checked his drawers, full of neatly folded clothes. Then I turned to his closet. His hanging shirts and pants were like a curtain. I pushed them aside, the hangers rattling softly. And there, on the floor in the back corner, was his collection. It wasn't toys. It was cereal rings. Dozens of them, maybe over 100, arranged not in a pile, but in neat, straight lines, like soldiers on a parade ground. They weren't all letters. Many were numbers, and they formed words. One line clearly spelled LOUD, another spelled QIT, a third said HID, another DRK, and right in the middle, a small, perfect circle of rings around a single central piece. That central ring wasn't a letter. It was a number, 00, a circle within a circle. My breath caught. This wasn't random play. This was an archive, a record. Mr. Numbers was teaching him to spell the important words, the words of the story. And at the center of it all was nothing. 0. I backed out of the closet, my heart hammering. I needed context. I needed to know who lived here before. Sitting at the kitchen table with my laptop, the bright sun feeling like a lie, I did a deeper search. Just the address gave me nothing. So I tried something else. I found an old picture of the house from the real estate listing, a nice shot of the front garden. I used a reverse image search, letting the internet scour for other places this picture lived. Most links were just other real estate sites, but one, buried on page 3 of results, was different. It was a link to a forgotten community blog, a neighborhood watch type page that hadn't been updated in years. The headline next to a grainy, zoomed-in photo of the house made my blood run cold. Previous owner of address vanished, presumed fled. I clicked it. The article was short, full of speculation. The man's name was Daniel. He lived alone. He'd worked from home, something in tech. Neighbors said he'd become reclusive in the months before he disappeared. Bills piled up, mail overflowed his box. No forced entry, no note. Police found his car 2 states away, parked at a train station. They figured he'd cracked under pressure, maybe debt, maybe a personal crisis, and just started over. The case went cold. The comments below were a graveyard of gossip. People guessing about secret affairs, gambling problems, witness protection. Standard small-town stuff. But as I read the name, Daniel, the D in my pocket seemed to burn. Daniel. Not David, the current father who traveled. Daniel, the previous owner. The vanished man. The loud man the entity didn't like. The violence the little girl acted out wasn't a future threat. It was a past event. It was showing us, teaching us what happened to Daniel. I was so focused on the text, I almost missed it. I scrolled back up to the grainy photo. It was taken from the street, showing the front of the house. One of the upstairs windows, the one to what was now the playroom, had a slight reflection in the glass. I zoomed in, the pixels blurring into colorful blocks. But the shapes were clear enough. In the reflection, you could see the blurry figure of a man, the photographer, holding up a camera. And behind him, in the dark interior of the house visible through the open front door, was another shape. A tall, thin shadow of a person, standing in the hallway, perfectly still, watching him take the picture. Was it Daniel? Or was it someone else already in the house? The photo was taken before he vanished. I stared until my eyes ached, the ambiguous shape in the dark hall feeling more present than the sunny kitchen around me. That night, the knowledge sat between me and the kids like a third person at the dinner table. I looked at them, these 2 small humans being slowly programmed by the ghost of a possible murder victim. I had to ask. After his sister was in bed, I sat with the boy on the couch. "That collection in your closet," I said, trying to sound casually curious. "The cereal rings. Those are some big words." He looked at me with those calm, knowing eyes. "Mr. Numbers is teaching me to spell the important words," he said, echoing my earlier thought. "So I don't forget the story." "What story?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. He just shrugged, looking away at the blank television screen. The story of the loud one and the quiet. The story of 0. He was slipping away, his own personality being overwritten by this cold, numerical haunting. I was losing them. The thought filled me with a desperate anger. These were my kids to protect. Not my kids, but I was here. and I was the only one who saw what was happening. Later, lying in bed, I went over it all. Daniel. The insulated closet. The zero. The reenactment. I had a terrible, almost clear picture. A man named Daniel was killed in this house. His body was hidden somewhere, maybe in that insulated wall. And his spirit, or the echo of the murder, had become this thing. Mr. Numbers, a logical, repeating pattern of violence and quiet, obsessed with teaching its story. It wasn't seeking justice. It was perpetuating itself. I needed proof. Real proof. Not serial rings or nightmares. Something I could take to someone, though I had no idea who would believe me. The police? The parents? They'd commit me. As these thoughts swirled in the dark, a new sound pulled me from them. It wasn't a thump. It was a metallic click-clack sound. A sharp, distinct sound. I knew that sound. It was the sound of the deadbolt on the attic door being turned. Not a rattle from this side, but the slick, sliding clunk of the bolt being pulled back from the other side. My body went rigid. I held my breath, listening. The bolt slid back into place. Then, a moment later, it was pulled again. Click-clack. It was being tested. Someone or something was on the other side of that door, checking to see if it was locked. Checking to see if it could get out. A cold sweat broke out on my back. I was about to throw my covers off, to go and look, to maybe even shout, when another sound stopped me cold. It came from the children's room, down the hall. The little girl's voice, clear and completely awake, speaking to her brother. He says the quiet one is getting too close to the numbers. There was a pause. Then the boy's voice, flat and resigned, replied, "I know." The conversation ended. No more words. I lay there in the dark, the echo of the deadbolt test still ringing in my ears, the children's verdict hanging in the air. I was getting too close. I had found the name. I had found the history, and Mr. Numbers knew it. The lock testing wasn't a random event. It was a reminder, a show of capability. The door between us was still locked, but the thing on the other side was letting me know it had hands, it had will, and it was aware of every step I took. I was no longer an observer. I was a player in the game, and I had just moved into a dangerous position on the board. The attic was awake, and it knew my next move before I did. The warning from the children, the testing of the attic lock, it changed everything. A line had been crossed. Before, I felt like I was investigating a mystery. Now, I felt like the mystery was investigating me back. The kids were different too. It was like someone had turned down the volume on their personalities. The bright, curious boy who loved to build and draw was fading. His drawings were no longer creative, no more fantastical machines or superheroes. Now they were blueprints. He filled page after page with careful, measured cross-sections of the house. He drew the attic as a perfect black square. He drew the hall closet, always highlighting the wall shared with the master bedroom. In one drawing inside that wall, he'd sketched a small, stick figure with an X for a mouth. He showed it to me one afternoon, his face blank. "That's where he is," he said, pointing at the stick figure in the wall. "He's zero now." I took the paper, my hands feeling numb. The evidence was piling up, handed to me by a child who was becoming less of a child every day. The little girl invented a new game, one that made my skin crawl. She called it Quiet Statues. The rules were simple, she said. When she said, "The loud man is here," we all had to freeze, no matter what we were doing. The first person to move or make a sound lost. She played it with a feverish, intense focus. We'd be building blocks, and she'd suddenly hiss, "The loud man is here," and freeze, her body going perfectly stiff, her eyes wide and unblinking. The first few times, I played along, freezing for a few seconds before laughing and moving. She didn't laugh. She just stared at me with a disappointed look. Then one time, as I reached for my coffee cup after her command, she didn't just look disappointed. Her sweet face smoothed over into that flat, empty expression I'd seen in the playroom that night. Her voice dropped to that awful dry rasp. "You lose," the voice whispered from her small mouth. "He finds the movers." Then she blinked, smiled her normal smile, and went back to her dolls as if nothing had happened. I sat there, my coffee forgotten, a chill wrapped around my spine. It wasn't a game to her. It was a drill, a survival lesson from Mr. Numbers. The worst moment was walking into the playroom and finding both of them sitting on the floor, side by side, facing the blank wall. They weren't moving. They weren't talking. They were just staring, their bodies still as stone. "What are you guys doing?" I asked, trying to sound light. The boy didn't turn his head. "It's showing the picture again," he said, his voice monotone. "The putting in the dark part." Their eyes were fixed on nothing, wide and reflective like little mirrors, and in them I could almost see the flicker of some horrible scene they were being forced to watch on a screen only they could see. I called their names, clapped my hands near their ears. They didn't flinch. They were gone, mentally checked out, tuned to a channel broadcasting pure terror. It took me physically turning the boy's shoulders and shaking him gently to break the trance. He looked at me, confused, as if I'd woken him from a deep sleep. His sister just slumped over and started crying softly, not knowing why. They were being hollowed out, their own memories and joys replaced with this one awful story. I found the note on my pillow 2 days later. The handwriting was the boy's, clumsy and large, but the words were not his. They were printed neatly in the center of a page torn from his sketchbook. It read, "The quiet one should not look for Daniel. Daniel is gone. Only the numbers are left. We are learning the numbers." I read it 5 times, the paper trembling in my hand. It was a direct message, a command, and a statement of fact. The entity wasn't hiding anymore. It was teaching, and it saw my curiosity as a disruption to the lesson plan. The children weren't just students. They were becoming part of the curriculum itself. I was an outsider, and my time was running out. I knew I had to talk to someone. I had to try. When the mother came home from her latest trip, exhausted and distracted, I cornered her in the kitchen as she poured a giant glass of wine. "We need to talk about the kids," I started, my voice too urgent. She sighed, a long, suffering sound. "If this is about the sleepwalking again, the doctor said it's stress-related, it'll pass." "It's not sleepwalking," I interrupted, my control slipping. "They're talking about a man in the attic, they're having waking trances, they're acting out violence. I think something is very wrong in this house. I think it's connected to the previous owner, to Daniel." I watched her face. The exhaustion didn't lift. It just hardened into a mask of annoyed impatience. She took a long sip of wine. "The last nanny," she said, her words sharp and precise, said the exact same things. Word for word. She became fixated. On Daniel, on the attic, on shadows. It was all she talked about. We had to let her go. For her own good, and for the children's. She looked at me over the rim of her glass, her eyes cold. "This is a good job, Sam. Don't throw it away chasing ghosts." Then she walked out of the kitchen, leaving me standing there, the truth sitting in my mouth like a bitter pill. The last nanny saw it too. She tried to tell them, and they fired her. They called her fixated. They chose the beautiful, normal lie over the ugly, impossible truth. I was completely on my own. That night, haunted by the mother's words, I went to the hall closet. I needed to see, to feel the proof with my own hands. I remembered the boy's blueprint, the little zero he'd drawn exactly where the closet wall met the master bedroom wall. I took a knuckle and rapped on the wall there. The sound wasn't right. It didn't have the solid thud of the insulated area or the normal hollow sound of drywall. It made a faint, weird metallic ping, like I was tapping on a loose piece of sheet metal buried behind the plaster. My breath caught. I ran to the garage and found the father's toolbox. I pulled out a stud finder, a little electronic gadget that beeps when it finds a wooden beam behind a wall. I brought it back to the closet, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm. I turned it on and slowly slid it across the wall. It beeped steadily, finding the studs, the normal bones of the house. Then, as I moved it over the spot I'd tapped, the steady beeping stopped. The stud finder went quiet. I moved it up, down, side to side. Nothing. No beep. It didn't find a stud. It found a void. An empty space. A perfect rectangle of nothing behind the wall, right where the boy had drawn his zero. This was it. This was the proof. The insulated closet wasn't for soundproofing. It was for hiding. Something was in that wall. Daniel, or what was left of him, was sealed in there, a zero in the equation of the house. I stood in the dim closet, the stud finder hanging limp in my hand, the weight of the discovery pressing down on me. I had found the source. Now what? Do I call the police and tell them I used a kid's drawing and a stud finder to locate a possible body in my employer's wall? They'd laugh, or worse, call the parents. I'd be fired, discredited, just like the last nanny. The entity would win. The children would be lost forever. Or I could look. I could know. The thought was terrifying, but it was the only move I had left. I couldn't tell anyone, but I could see for myself. I went back to the garage. I ignored the saws, the big tools. I saw a claw hammer, its steel head gleaming under the garage light. It felt right. Simple. Direct. I picked it up. It was solid, weighty in my hand. I carried it back into the house, through the quiet kitchen, down the dark hall. The attic door loomed at the end of the hallway, a dark sentinel. I ignored it. I walked into the hall closet, surrounded by the smell of clean linen and, underneath it, the faint, cold smell of dust and old plaster. I stood facing the back wall, the spot that had made the strange ping. I raised the hammer. My arm trembled. This was it. Breaking this wall would break the normal world forever. There would be no going back. I took a deep, shuddering breath, gripped the hammer tighter, and pulled my arm back to swing. As I did, from directly above me, from the attic, came a sound so loud and final it shattered the night. Clack! It was the sound of the deadbolt on the attic door being thrown open. Not tested. Opened. All the way. And then clear, slow, and impossibly loud, the sound of a single, heavy footstep on the attic stairs. Then another. Something was coming down. The sound of the attic door unlocking and that first, heavy footstep on the stair above me froze the blood in my veins. The hammer felt like a useless toy in my hand. All my bravado, my need to know what was in the wall, evaporated in an instant, replaced by a raw, animal terror. Something was coming down, and I was trapped in a closet. I dropped the hammer. It hit the carpeted floor with a dull thud that seemed too loud. I didn't wait for a second step. I scrambled out of the closet, my eyes glued to the attic door at the end of the hall. It was open just a crack, a slice of pure blackness behind it. No light came from up there, ever. I backed away, step by step, towards the living room, expecting that black slice to widen, for something to emerge. But nothing did. The footsteps had stopped. The house was still again, holding its breath. Or maybe it was waiting for me to make the next move. I didn't. I stayed on the couch all night, every light in the living room blazing, staring down the hallway at that dark crack, the hammer still lying in the closet where I'd dropped it. By morning, the door was still just barely ajar. The message was clear. It could come out whenever it wanted. My investigation was over. I was now a prisoner in the open. The children were worse. The boy stopped using words almost entirely. If I asked him what he wanted for breakfast, he would stare at the ceiling for a long moment, then say, 7, 2, 1. Not pancakes, not cereal, just numbers. His sister started communicating by tapping. A request for juice was tap 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 on the table, a pause, then tap tap. It was a code, and I didn't have the key. They were learning the language of Mr. Numbers, and they were forgetting how to speak mine. The house itself seemed to be counting too. I started noticing patterns, rhythms I'd tuned out before. The flickering hall light always did 3 quick blinks, then a pause, then a single long blink. The faint knocks from the attic, when they came, were in groups of 4. The terrible coppery smell from the vent returned not randomly, but like clockwork every 2 days, late at night. The house wasn't just haunted, it was a machine, ticking along on a schedule of horror, and the kids were becoming little cogs in it. I was drowning in a sea of meaningless numbers, and the current was pulling me under. The mother's comment about the last nanny became my only lifeline. If she saw it too, then I wasn't crazy. And if she was let go, what happened to her after that? I had to know. During the kids' nap time, I dug deep. I searched every local news site, every community forum, using every keyword I could think of. Nanny's strange behavior, attic, children, Daniel, the town name. It was like looking for a specific grain of sand on a beach. Hours passed. Then, on a forgotten corner of the internet, a cached page from a local parent forum that had shut down years ago, I found it. A post from a username, ScaredSitter22. The post was a plea for advice. She wrote about the kids she watched, how they were channeling a traumatic event through a board game with cereal, about sleepwalking and violent reenactments. She mentioned the quiet man in the ceiling. The details were identical, down to the red fire truck. My hands shook as I read it. She was real. She was here. And she saw it all. The post had a few replies, most unhelpful, but one, from another user, stood out. It just said, "Sounds like the River Jane Doe from last year. So sad." That was all. A cold finger traced my spine. River Jane Doe. I opened a new tab and searched those words with our town name. The article loaded, a small, sad piece from the local digital paper. A year before this family moved into the house, an unidentified woman's body had been found in the Willow River, about 20 miles away. She'd been in the water for a while. No ID, no missing persons report that matched. The case went cold. The article was brief, clinical, but one line near the bottom made the room tilt around me. It read, "Among the few personal effects found on the body was a small, handmade token in the pocket of her jeans. a string with several alphabet serial rings threaded onto it. The police speculated it might be a child's craft project, a charm of some kind. The article didn't say what the rings spelled, but I knew. I knew with a certainty that turned my stomach to ice. They spelled "tell them." It was the last message she ever made. She wasn't just let go. She was removed. Permanently. Mr. Numbers, or the human secret it protected, didn't just scare off threats. It eliminated them. The last nanny tried to tell, and she ended up in the river. I was not dealing with a ghost story. I was in a crime scene, and the killer was still here, wearing the skin of a mathematical ghost. The realization changed everything. The police were not an option. What was I going to say? A mathematical ghost murdered the last nanny, and is teaching the kids to count. They'd lock me up. The parents were not an option. They'd already fired one nanny for saying these things. I was trapped in a house with a predator that had a proven history of killing to keep its secrets. My earlier curiosity felt like a death wish. I wasn't the quiet one anymore, not really. By searching for Daniel, I'd become a loud one, just like her. And the loud ones got silenced. I spent the next 2 days in a fog of fear, jumping at every sound, watching the children with a new kind of horror. They weren't just victims, they were the bait, the lighthouse leading ships like me onto the rocks. The boy, seeing my fear, seemed almost sorry for me. He handed me a drawing one afternoon. It was another river scene, more detailed than before. It showed a woman with long hair, my hair, lying at the bottom of a river, her eyes little X's. Wavy lines represented the water, but he hadn't labeled the drawing with words. Next to the wavy lines, in his careful print, was a string of numbers, 0419. He pointed at the numbers, then at the drawing of the dead woman, then at me. Mr. Numbers says this is when the quiet one becomes a statue forever. His voice was empty, a recorder playing back a message. A date? April 19th. A time? For 19? A measurement? I took the paper, my hands cold. It wasn't a prediction. It was a sentence. My sentence. That night, I was vacuuming the living room, trying to do something normal, to push the numbers in the river and the Jane Doe out of my head. As I moved the couch, the vacuum cleaner whined, sucking up dust. Something small and colorful caught the light, rolling from under the couch skirt. I turned off the vacuum and picked it up. Another alphabet serial ring. This one was faded, the letter worn almost smooth, but I could still make it out. It was a J. I held it under the lamp. It wasn't from the current box in the pantry. It was a different style, an older brand, one I hadn't seen in stores. A relic. This was from her time. From the last nanny. She must have dropped it, maybe during a game, maybe as she was trying to leave a clue. It had been here, under this couch, for over a year waiting. I closed my fist around it, the plastic biting into my palm. She was here, in this room, scared just like me, and now she was gone. I had her clue now, this little J. Was it the first letter of her real name? Did it matter? She was Jane Doe. She was a number in a morgue. And I was on the same path. I went back to the boy's drawing, to the numbers 0419. I'd been thinking of them as a date, a countdown to my own drowning. But what if it was something else? What if Mr. Numbers was, above all, literal? I grabbed the tape measure from the junk drawer. Heart pounding, I walked to the foot of the attic stairs. I ignored the still-ajar door, the waiting blackness above. I measured from the floor to the center of the deadbolt on the attic door. The metal tape snicked out. 4 feet. I kept going. For feet, 1 inch, 1.9 inches. Exactly. The height to the lock was 4 feet, 9 inches. 0419. It wasn't a date. It was an instruction. A location. It was pointing to the lock, to the door, to the threshold. But why? To open it? To remember it? Or was it saying the door itself was the key? I looked from the numbers on the paper to the door, to the faint line of darkness. The 0, I realized, wasn't just a number. It was the starting point, the point of no return. The last nanny had gotten close, she had tried to tell them, and she had ended at 0, at nothing, at the bottom of the river. The kids were being taught the numbers, so they would become part of the system, so they would never tell. And I was being shown my end point. I had a choice now, a terrifying one. I could run. I could quit, pack my bags in the middle of the night, and flee like Daniel was supposed to have done, like the parents probably hoped I would do. I'd be safe, maybe. But the kids would be lost forever, their minds rewritten by the thing in the attic. Or I could stay. I could use the number, the code. I could open the door. Not the closet wall, but the source itself. I could walk up those stairs into the blackness and meet Mr. Numbers face to face. It was a suicide mission. The last nanny's fate proved that. But as I stood there, the faded J in one hand and the boys drawing in the other, I knew running would only save my body. It would leave a part of me, the part that cared for those two fading children, trapped here forever, just another number in the equation. The attic door was open a crack, waiting. The numbers were laid out before me. The only question left was whether I was brave enough or stupid enough to solve for X. The knowledge of what happened to the last nanny, the faded cereal ring with the J in my pocket, it changed something in me. The fear was still there, a constant cold hum in my bones, but it was joined by a hard, clear anger. This thing, this Mr. Numbers, had taken a woman's life. It was stealing two children's minds, and it was hiding behind the parents' willful ignorance and the creep of the ordinary. I couldn't run. Not now. The numbers 0, 4, 1, 9 were a key, I was sure of it. But a key to what? The attic door was already unlocked, open a crack, a silent invitation to a place I knew would be my grave. That wasn't the answer. The answer was in the math, in the pattern. The house was a living equation, and I needed to solve it before it solved for me. The kids were almost gone. They moved through the days like tiny robots. The boy would only respond to direct questions with number sequences. Ask him if he was hungry, he'd stare and say, 5, 3, 0. Ask his sister if she wanted to play outside, and she'd tap a rhythm on the tabletop. Tap, tap, pause, tap, tap, tap. They ate when food was placed in front of them. They went to the bathroom. They slept, but the lights were off behind their eyes. They were becoming vessels, empty except for the counting thing pouring into them. I tried to break through once, kneeling in front of the boy, taking his small shoulders. Look at me, I pleaded. Tell me your name. Just tell me your name. He looked right through me, his lips moving silently, as if doing complex arithmetic in his head. Then he said, Unit 1. Sister is Unit 2. You are variable. Then he walked away. Unit 1. I wanted to cry or scream. I did neither. I just watched him go, my heart breaking for the funny, serious kid who was being erased. I became obsessed with the patterns. I started writing them down in a small notebook I kept hidden. The flickering lights, always 3 short, pause, 1 long. I wrote it as 3 to 1. The attic knocks came in 4s, 4, 4, 4. The smell from the vent returned every 41 hours with the precision of a train schedule. I noted the time, the duration. The house wasn't haunted by a ghost with a personality. It was infected with a logic, a terrible, repeating program. Mr. Numbers wasn't a who. It was a what? A glitch in reality that happened here. A frozen moment of violence playing on a loop. And it was trying to make everything else in its vicinity fit into its loop. The kids were being reprogrammed. I was a bug in the code, an unexpected variable, and it was trying to either delete me or assign me a value. Then, lying awake one night, the boy's river drawing with the 0 for 1, 9 next to it burned in my mind. I'd fixated on the 4, 1, 9 as the measurement to the lock. But the 0 was separate. The 0 was the starting point, the point of origin. In the boy's blueprint drawings, he always put a 0 on the spot where the closet wall met the master bedroom wall, the place that had pinged. The place the stud finder said was empty. 0 wasn't just nothing. It was a location. The source. The body in the wall was the 0 point, the cause of all this. The numbers were coordinates. They were telling me exactly where to look. But to do what? To confirm what I already knew. That felt pointless. No, the numbers were in action. They were a combination. But for what? The next day, while the kids were in their numb, trance-like state in front of a cartoon they weren't watching, I acted. I went to the hall closet. I didn't bring the hammer this time. I brought my tape measure and a flashlight. I needed to see the 0 point, to understand it physically. I cleared the shelf again. I measured carefully from the corner of the closet, following the boy's implicit blueprint. 4 feet along the back wall, then 1.9 inches in. That spot was right in the center of the strange, hollow rectangle. I knelt and pressed my ear against the wall there. I heard nothing, of course, but I imagined I could feel a coldness seeping through the plaster. I took a deep breath and did something that felt both stupid and inevitable. I knocked. Not a scared tap, but a firm, deliberate knock. 1, 2, 3. I waited. Nothing. Then, feeling like a fool performing a seance, I knocked 4 times, paused, knocked once, paused, then knocked 9 times. The sequence, for 1, 9, I finished with one final soft tap. 0. For a long moment, nothing happened. The house hummed its usual quiet hum. I felt a flush of embarrassment. What did I expect? A secret door to swing open? Then a sound. Not from the wall, but from the attic above. A soft, rolling sound, like a metal ball bearing being rolled slowly across the floorboards. It traveled from one side of the attic to the other, directly above the closet. Then it stopped. A response. A confirmation. The code was accepted. A wave of dizzying terror and triumph washed over me. I was communicating with it, on its terms, in its language. I had just said, "I am at the 0 point," and it had answered. That evening, I found more proof the system was aware of me. I came into my bedroom to find my running shoes, which I always left tangled by the door, placed neatly side by side in the middle of the floor. The laces had been tied together, not in a simple knot, but in an intricate, tangled pattern, a nest of loops and crosses that looked less like a prank and more like a diagram, a knotted representation of the numbers I'd been documenting. It was a message, a show of power. It could enter my space. It could touch my things. It was saying, "I can tie you up in my patterns too." I used scissors to cut the laces free, my hands shaking. The final piece came from the mother, of all people. She was home for a single night between trips, a whirlwind of perfume and phone calls. As she rushed out the door with her suitcase, she called back, "Oh, the security system guy came by today while you were at the park, did a software update. Everything's on the app now, motion sensors and all. Just so you know." And then she was gone. The security system. I'd forgotten about it. Small cameras in the living room and kitchen, motion sensors on the doors, and, I now realized with a jolt, probably in the hallways. Maybe even one facing the hall closet. The thought made me sick. Had it seen me measuring? Had it seen me knock? Was the mother, miles away, getting alerts on her phone about my nighttime investigations? It didn't matter. What mattered was that the system was a fact, a digital witness. And if something happened to me, like it happened to the last nanny, there would be a record. Unless the entity, or someone helping it, could control that too. The decision solidified in my mind, hard and cold as a stone. I couldn't wait to be a victim. I couldn't just decode messages. I had to act. I had to introduce a new variable, something the equation couldn't handle. The numbers were all about order, repetition, predictability. I needed chaos. I needed something irrational. The closet wall was the 0 point, the cause. But confronting a body in the wall felt like a dead end, literally. It would just be proof, not a solution. The attic was the active node, the broadcasting station for the whole terrible program. That was where Mr. Numbers lived. That was the source of the signal. I had to go to the source, not with a hammer to break a wall, but with a mind armed with the one thing I had that it might not. A number that didn't behave. That night, after the children were in their beds, their breathing slow and even, I prepared. I didn't take a weapon. What weapon works against an idea? Instead, I stood in front of the mirror and practiced saying it. A number. The most famous irrational number in the world. A number that never ended and never repeated. A number that broke all the rules of Mr. Numbers' tidy, repeating system. I walked out of my room and down the hall. The attic door was still open that same inch, a slit of pure black. The house was so still I could hear the fridge running 2 floors down. I stopped at the foot of the stairs. I looked at that black slit. This was it. I put my foot on the first step. It creaked, a sound as loud as a gunshot in the quiet. I took another step, and another, climbing toward the 0 point of all my fear. I reached the door. The dark behind it was absolute, a solid thing. I could feel a cold, dry breath wafting from the opening, smelling of dust and old wood, and something else, something sharp and electric, like ozone after a lightning strike. I didn't push the door open wider. I stood before it, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. I leaned toward the blackness, and I spoke, my voice clear and steady in the dark. 3.14, I said. Then I continued, reciting every digit of pi I could remember from a long-ago math class. 159, 265, 358, 979. I poured the endless, non-repeating number into the blackness like an offering or a challenge. I got to the 20th digit, the 30th. The blackness in front of me seemed to swirl, to vibrate. The temperature dropped sharply, making my teeth ache. From deep within the attic, I heard a new sound, a low, grinding hum, like a giant machine struggling against a sudden fault in its programming. The numbers were working. I had introduced a virus into the system. The attic door began to vibrate against my fingertips, not from something touching it, but from the air itself shaking with a furious, silent frequency. I had its attention. Now I had to see if I could survive it. The endless digits of pi hung in the cold air between me and the black mouth of the attic, a spell made of pure, chaotic logic. The low, grinding hum from the darkness rose in pitch, becoming a keening wail that didn't sound like it came from any throat, but from the wood and nails of the house itself, a structural scream. The attic door vibrated so violently under my hand, I had to snatch it back. The single slice of darkness began to pulse, not with light, but with a deeper, more profound blackness that seemed to suck the hall light into it. Then, from behind me, came the soft pad of bare feet. I whirled around. The children stood at the end of the hallway, side by side, holding hands. They were awake, but not awake. Their eyes were wide open, but the pupils were vast, swallowing the color, two pools of endless black. They looked at me, through me, and spoke, not in unison, but with words that flowed from one to the other, the boy's voice layered with his sister's raspy whisper, creating that awful, blended tone of Mr. Numbers. "You stand at the 0 point," the voice said, the words crisp and cold. "The place between the numbers." The boy raised a hand and pointed past me, to the hall closet. "He is there. The loud one. He is 0. Then his hand swung to point at his own chest, then to his sister. "We are here. We are the new numbers. We are 1 and 2. You are the quiet one." The twin sets of black eyes fixed on me. "You can be 0 too." It was an offer. A terrible, logical offer. It wasn't threatening to kill me. It was offering me a place in the equation. To be like Daniel, a quiet, permanent fact in the wall. To be a solved variable, a static part of the house's memory. If I would just stop introducing messy, irrational numbers and accept the story. To become a statue forever. Understanding crashed over me, cold and clear. Mr. Numbers wasn't Daniel's ghost. Daniel was the victim, the 0. Mr. Numbers was the event of the murder itself. The shockwave of violence that had been so profound it scarred the house. A psychic stamp that had developed a cold consciousness of its own. It didn't want revenge. It wanted to perfect the quiet that followed the loud noise. It wanted to turn everything into a monument to that perfect mathematical stillness. It was turning the children into living numbers, erasing their messy humanity to make them clean, countable parts of the system. And it wanted to do the same to me. Looking into their empty eyes, I saw no trace of the kids I knew. They were shells, beautiful little shells reciting a lesson they didn't understand anymore. They were already gone. The grief of that loss was a physical pain in my chest, sharper than any fear. The vibrating attic door suddenly flew open with a crash, slamming against the inside wall. The darkness within wasn't empty. It wasn't an attic. It was a void, a square hole cut out of reality. No rafters, no boxes, just a depthless black that seemed to go on forever. And from that blackness, a command came. It didn't hit my ears. It slammed directly into my mind, a single pure concept without sound, a thought that was not my own, 0. It was a verdict, an eraser. The hammer I'd dropped earlier suddenly felt like it was being pulled from the closet, sliding across the floor toward the children, but I knew that was just my terror. The real hammer was the word in my head, pounding to delete me. The darkness in the attic doorway began to change. It wasn't spreading. It was pouring. It flowed out over the threshold like thick, sentient oil, a living shadow that absorbed the light as it came, dropping the hallway into a deepening twilight. It streamed down the attic stairs, across the floor, moving toward me with a slow, inevitable pace. The children watched, their black eyes reflecting nothing, small smiles touching their identical lips. The shadow reached my feet. A cold so intense it felt like burning shot up my legs. My muscles locked. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I was being turned off, digitized into nothingness. The shadow climbed to my knees, my thighs, a rising tide of anti-light. This was it. I was becoming 0. But in that final moment, a thought sparked, the last flare of my messy, irrational human mind. It wasn't a number. It was a word. The first nanny's word. The word she spelled with her cereal rings before she died. The word she couldn't tell them. I had tried logic. I had tried pi. But this thing wasn't about logic. It was about a story. And every story needs an ending. My mouth was frozen, my lungs full of cold, but I forced the air out, shaping it around the word that was the opposite of quiet, the opposite of numbers, the most human thing I had left. I didn't shout it. I breathed it into the advancing dark, a final, defiant exhale. Help! The word was small, a puff of vapor in the cold air. But the effect was instant. The flowing shadow hesitated. The grinding, keening sound from the attic stuttered, skipped like a broken record. The children's synchronized smiles faltered. The boy blinked, his eyes flickering, the black receding for a millisecond to show a flash of confused, frightened blue. The command in my head, 0, fractured, replaced by a burst of static, a scramble of conflicting signals. The shadow crawling up my torso recoiled, pulling back an inch, its solid cold turning to a bitter chill. It wasn't hurt. It was confused. Help wasn't in its vocabulary. It was a variable it couldn't compute, a function with no set answer. My body was my own again. I stumbled back, away from the attic stairs, away from the children, my legs trembling so badly I almost fell. The living shadow pooled on the floor, swirling, uncertain. The attic void seemed to pulse, the darkness within it churning. The children stood still, their heads tilting in unison, as if listening to a new, confusing instruction. I didn't wait. I turned and ran, not to the front door, but to the hall closet. I didn't grab for a weapon. I grabbed for the proof. I shoved aside the blankets on the high shelf, and my fingers closed around the cold plastic of the red fire truck. I pulled it down, clutching it to my chest like a relic. Then I ran, past the swirling dark on the floor, past the silent, staring children, down the stairs, through the dark living room, to the front door. I fumbled with the lock, my fingers slick with sweat, expecting a cold hand on my shoulder any second. The lock turned. I yanked the door open and burst out into the cool, normal night air. I didn't stop running until I was 2 blocks away, under the bright, indifferent glow of a streetlight. I stood there, gasping, the fire truck still in my hand, the house a dark shape in the distance. I didn't go to the police. What would I say? Instead, I went to the all-night diner on the edge of town. I sat in a sticky vinyl booth, ordered coffee I didn't drink, and I waited for the sun to come up. When the town began to stir, I made 2 calls. The first was to the parents. My voice was calm, flat. I said there had been a break-in overnight, someone in the house. I said the children were safe but scared, that I'd chased the intruder out but was too shaken to stay. I told them they needed to come home immediately. I heard the mother's shock, the father's bluster. I didn't care. I hung up. The second call was to a number I'd looked up weeks ago but never dialed, the non-emergency line for the county coroner's office. I asked about the Jane Doe from the Willow River, the one with the serial rings. I pretended to be a distant relative, just following a hunch. I gave a fake name. The board clerk put me on hold, then came back. Effects are held for 7 years pending identification, she droned. Yes, that case is still open. Token entered into evidence. I thanked her and hung up. The evidence existed. It was real. A week later, I read a small article in the local paper online. The family at my old address had suddenly moved out, citing a job transfer. The house was listed for sale again. The article was 3 sentences long. There was no mention of intruders or of any trouble. The story was being buried, smoothed over just like before. I sat in my new small apartment, the red fire truck on my kitchen table. I had taken one piece of the equation with me. I thought about the children, wherever they were. Were they still Unit 1 and Unit 2? Or had the break in the pattern, the strange, illogical word help, cracked the programming enough for them to start remembering their own names? I'll probably never know. The house is empty now, waiting for the next family, the next set of variables. The thing in the attic is still there, I'm sure of it, a wound in the world that never healed, counting and waiting. But I got out. I didn't become 0. I became something else. I became the one who spoke the word that didn't fit. Sometimes, late at night, I take the fire truck and I look at the tiny dark grains still stuck in the ladder's grooves. I think about Daniel in the wall, and the nanny in the river, and the 2 kids who loved machines and coloring. And I wonder if somewhere in that hollow mathematical dark, the echo of that small, human word is still bouncing around, a piece of faulty code it can't delete. A reminder that some stories, no matter how hard you try to simplify them, can never truly be solved. Story number 6. They say hospice is a place of waiting. What they don't tell you is that some things here aren't waiting to leave, they're waiting to be found. I'm Leo, stuck here day and night with my mom whose mind is mostly gone. Just pieces of her floating up sometimes like sad little bubbles. Every patient here who can't talk has a clear plastic board with letters and words like hurt or thirsty, so they can point, a heartbreaking hope. My mom can't use hers, she just sleeps or walks in this slow, shuffling sleepwalk, her eyes empty. The whole place has this quiet, like the air itself is holding its breath, and the smells of cleaner and old flowers mix into something that tastes like goodbye. I was drowning in that feeling, just counting the slow ticks of the clock, until everything changed last Tuesday night. The head nurse, a tough woman with kind eyes who has seen it all, pulled me into the hall with a look on her face I couldn't read, something between wonder and plain fear. She told me she found my mom in the middle of the night, not wandering near her room, but standing perfectly still next to the bed of an old man down the hall, a guy who hadn't moved or made a peep in months, lost in a coma so deep they said he'd never come back. My mom, this frail ghost of a woman, was just standing there, her finger resting on that man's plastic board. I thought, well, that's strange, but maybe she was just confused. Maybe she thought it was her own bed. But the nurse's voice dropped to a whisper. She said my mom's finger, it moved. It slid that little plastic pointer from letter to letter. It spelled pain. Then it spelled left side. The nurse, not knowing what else to do, called it in, and in the morning they ran a scan, just in case. They found a huge, hidden infection, a real bad one, filling up his left lung, something all their regular checks had missed. They got him on powerful antibiotics right away. They called it a miracle, a divine mercy. I tried to swallow that story. I told myself maybe my mom, she was a nurse a lifetime ago, maybe some deep down part of her remembered how to see the signs, even in her sleep. Maybe it was a crazy coincidence. But that logic started to crumble right away. Her sleepwalking changed. It wasn't that lost shuffle anymore. Now, when she got up in the dark, there was a direction to it. She moved with a purpose that made my skin prickle. And the staff, they stopped looking at her with that gentle pity. Now their glances skittered away quick, or they looked at her with a kind of respect that was edged with fear. I heard one of the aides call her the comforter under her breath. That's when the real chill started to set in, not a sharp shock, but a slow, cold seep into my bones. A few nights after the first incident, I was dozing in the awful chair by her bed when I felt the room change. It was 2 a.m. exactly. She sat up, her eyes open but seeing nothing in this world, and she got up and walked out. My heart was a hammer in my throat as I followed her. She passed her own door, past the nurse's station, and went straight into room 307. A woman was in there, dying from a cancer that had spread everywhere, and her family was always arguing in hushed, sharp tones outside her door. My mom went to the board. I watched from the doorway, frozen. Her hand, bony and pale, slapped that pointer down and it moved, not gently, but with a sharp, clicking sound against the plastic. It went fast. Forgivenny. Then her hand dropped and she turned and walked back to bed, leaving me there in the doorway. The next morning, the family was different. The anger was gone, replaced by a raw, weeping kind of peace. I overheard the daughter, her face streaked with tears, saying into her phone, "She forgives me. Mom said she forgives me. She said Jenny is forgiven." Jenny was the granddaughter, the one who had run off years ago and was living in another country, a name never spoken without pain. How could my mom know that name? That was the moment my casual explanations died for good. This wasn't memory. This was something else. I started watching her hands. In the light of day, I took her frail fingers in mine, and I saw it. Faint marks, little indentations on the tips of her index finger and thumb, like she'd been pressing hard on something for hours, like she'd been typing on a keyboard that wasn't there. I didn't sleep that next night. I watched her. At the same time, 2:17 a.m., her eyes opened. She got up. This time, she didn't go to a patient's room. She walked to the nursing station, empty in the middle of the night, and with that same blank sleepwalker's focus, she reached out and took the master key card right off the desk where the head nurse had left it on a clipboard. My breath caught. This wasn't just moving a pointer. This was using a tool. She walked down to the very end of the hall, to a door marked sunroom, out of use, that was always locked. She swiped the card. The little light flashed green. The door clicked open. A wave of cold air, smelling of dust and old linens, washed out. I followed, my shoes soundless on the tile. The room was dark, lit only by the moon through big, grimy windows. It was full of stored stuff, old beds and broken chairs. In the center was a round table. She walked to it and sat down, placing her palms flat on its surface. Her head fell forward. For a long minute, nothing. Then a sound came out of her. It wasn't her broken whisper. It was a young girl's voice, bright and sweet and utterly wrong, coming from my mother's mouth. "This isn't a hospice," it said, cheerful and clear. "It's a larder. You're all waiting to be ripe." I felt my legs go weak. I must have made a noise, because her head snapped up. The girl's voice was gone. Now it was my mom, truly my mom, her eyes wide with a terror I had never seen before, looking right at me. She was crying, real tears cutting through the emptiness. "Don't let it eat my baby," she whimpered, her own voice cracking with a raw fear. "Please don't let it in." She was begging me. Then her eyes rolled back, and she slumped forward onto the table. I rushed to her, gathered her up, her body light as a bundle of sticks. I carried her back to her room, my mind screaming. I tucked her in, and she fell into a deep, motionless sleep. The key card felt like ice in my hand. I went back to the nurse's station to put it back, my hand shaking so bad I dropped it. When I picked it up, I looked at the little computer screen that logged the swipes. It showed the sunroom door had been accessed at 2:15 a.m. My eyes scanned to the user. It wasn't the head nurse's card. It was assigned to a doctor who, according to the note on the screen, had died peacefully in this very hospice wing 6 months ago. I stood there in the humming quiet of the night, the only sound the distant beep of machines, and I understood with a certainty that settled in my stomach like a stone. The miracle was real, but it wasn't divine. Something was here, in this place of endings, and it had chosen my mother to be its voice. It wasn't just comforting the dying, it was talking to them, and from the look of pure terror on my mother's face in that sunroom, whatever was talking was hungry. The question that hung in the still, cool air around me, a question that made it impossible to even think of leaving, was simple and terrifying. What did it want to say next, and what would happen when it was done talking? For now, my mother sleeps, and the hall is calm, but the quiet doesn't feel peaceful anymore. It feels like the pause before a word you're afraid to hear. The morning after the sunroom felt like walking through a world made of glass, every step careful, afraid the whole fragile reality would crack and show the wrongness underneath. My mom woke up her usual cloudy self, no memory of the night, no hint of that chilling girl's voice or her own desperate plea. I sat with her, feeding her applesauce, and the normalcy of it was the most frightening thing of all. The head nurse came in, her kind eyes shadowed with new lines. She didn't ask about the key card. She just said, "We need to talk." We went to a small office cluttered with files. She closed the door and let out a long breath. "It happened again last night," she said, her voice low. "Not just your mom. The lights." I must have looked confused because she turned her computer monitor toward me. It showed a grainy black and white view of the hallway from a security camera. The timestamp read 2:14 a.m. Everything was still. Then, exactly as the clock ticked to 2:15, every single one of the overhead lights in the hall dimmed. They didn't flicker. They just got darker for a count of 3 slow seconds, then brightened back to normal. "The power log shows no dip," she said, pointing to another screen full of numbers. "Nothing from the grid. It's like something here just drank the light for a moment." My mouth was dry. "And then?" I asked. She fast-forwarded the footage. At 2:17, my mom's door opened, and she walked out, that purposeful sleepwalk carrying her down the hall. She went into room 308. The nurse skipped ahead. "The patient in 308, Mr. Evans, he passed this morning. Just before he did, he woke up for the first time in weeks. He was clear as a bell. He told his wife he loved her, that he was sorry for the fishing trips he missed, and that he wasn't scared anymore. Then he closed his eyes, and he was gone." She looked at me, a profound unease in her expression. "Peaceful. More peaceful than any passing I've seen in 20 years. Your mom came out of his room after 5 minutes. She went back to bed." She paused, choosing her words. "We checked his board this morning. There were marks on it. Indentations. It spelled, 'And no more tackle box regrets.' His wife confirmed he always talked about those missed fishing trips, about his old tackle box sitting in the garage." A cold understanding was dawning on me, worse than any simple scare. This thing, whatever it was, wasn't just pointing out infections. It was finishing things. It was tying up loose ends of the soul. I spent the next 2 days in a state of numb observation. The pattern held like a grim schedule. Miracles have a timetable, and hers began at 2 a.m. The next night, she visited a woman drowning in lung fluid, a woman who fought for every breath. The message on her board the next morning read, "The water won't hurt you now." She died that afternoon, and the aide said her face at the end was smooth, calm, like she was just floating away. The night after that, she went to a man whose heart was a failing, frantic drum. His board spelled, "Look to the chest, not the heart." His daughter, a doctor, pushed for a new scan. They found a massive, previously unseen aortic aneurysm, a ticking time bomb. They couldn't save him, but they managed his pain perfectly because they knew the real culprit. He went quietly, knowing what had truly been wrong. The hospital administration was in a quiet uproar. I overheard meetings behind half-closed doors, words like phenomenon and liability and theological implications. They installed another camera, a small discreet one, pointed right at my mom's door. They were studying her. I felt like I was living in a cage with a sleeping lion, watching scientists take notes from a safe distance. Not understanding the lion was just a tool for something in the shadows. I had to see it for myself. I couldn't just watch the footage. I had to be there. So the next night, I made a nest in the recliner in her room, a coffee cup cold in my hand, and I waited. The room got that feeling again, that waiting feeling, like the air was charged before a storm. At 2:17, right on schedule, she sat up. Her eyes were open, that glassy, empty look. She swung her legs over the side of the bed and stood. I said her name, softly then louder. Nothing. She walked past me like I was part of the furniture. I followed, my pulse pounding in my ears. She didn't go for the key card this time. She went straight to room 310. The door was ajar. I stayed in the hallway, peering in, hidden by shadow. An old man lay in the bed, his breathing shallow. His board was on the rolling table beside him. My mom walked to it, picked up the pointer, and her hand moved. It wasn't gentle or spiritual. It was sharp, mechanical, a rapid tap-tap-tap against the plastic. THEDEBTISPAID. She set the pointer down. At that exact moment, the old man in the bed let out a long, slow sigh, a sound that seemed to come from the very bottom of his lungs, a sound of release. Then she turned and walked back to her room, past me as if I were invisible. I stood there in the hall, trembling. The next morning, I learned the rest. The old man's family had gathered. They weren't crying in grief, but in a kind of shocked relief. His son told the head nurse. Last night he woke up. He grabbed my hand. He said, "Tell Marjorie the debt is paid. She'll know." Marjorie was his sister, who had loaned him a life savings 40 years ago, a debt he never repaid and that had festered between them, a secret shame he carried. He died an hour after waking. The head nurse and I reviewed the new camera footage together, the one on her door. It showed the same thing. At 2:14, the hall lights dimmed for 3 seconds. At 2:17, she exited. But as we watched her walk down the hall, something else happened. On every door she passed, the small red call nurse button, the one patient's press for help, gave a single, faint pulse of light. Not enough for an alert to sound at the station. Just a quiet, red blink, one after another, like a silent acknowledgement of her passing. A wave of nausea hit me. This wasn't random. This was a system. The place itself was awake and responding to it. I spent the day in a daze, trying to act normal for my mom, who smiled at her pudding unaware. That night, exhausted beyond fear, I fell into a hard sleep in the chair. I woke up suddenly, not to her moving, but to a sound. It was my mom's voice, but it was clear, stronger than I'd heard it in years. She was asleep, her eyes closed, but she was smiling. A wide, easy, peaceful smile that looked nothing like her. And she spoke. The voice wasn't the young girl's. It was calm, adult, almost businesslike. "Inventory," she said, the word clear as day in the dark room, "is progressing nicely." Then the smile faded, and she was just asleep again. I sat there until the sun came up, watching her, the word inventory turning over and over in my mind. It wasn't a word of comfort or mercy. It was a word for counting stock, for assessing value, for preparing items for use or for sale. The patients, their secrets, their regrets, their pains, it was all just inventory. And my mother was the counter. The sense of closure was cold but solid. I now knew the pattern, the method, and the horrifying, efficient purpose. The miracles were a harvesting of peace, a settling of accounts that made the dying perfect for whatever came next. The chapter of wondering what was happening was closed. But the new question, the one that hooked into my heart and wouldn't let go, was much simpler and much worse. Now that the inventory was nearly complete, what was it going to do with all that it had collected? True horror isn't a monster in the closet. It's your mother's hands becoming a stranger's tools. I learned that over the next few days, watching her, watching the staff, feeling the whole wing of the hospice change around me. The air wasn't peaceful anymore, it was watchful. The nurses moved quicker, spoke softer, and their eyes kept drifting to my mom's door with a look I finally recognized. It was the same way they looked at the fancy, dangerous medical equipment they respected and feared. She was a machine to them now, a machine that made perfect, painless deaths, and that was a power that left everyone speechless. I started my own research, not in books, but in the only records I had, the patients. I made a list in a small notebook, a grim little log. Mr. Jacobs, infection, left lung, died 2 days after his message. Mrs. Gable, the drowning feeling, died the same day. Mr. Evans, the fishing trips, died that morning. The old man, the debt, died within hours. Every single person my mom visited, every soul who received a miracle message, was gone within 72 hours. The messages weren't saving them. They were finishing them. They were like the final line on a form, signed and processed. The head nurse confirmed it when I showed her my notes, her face pale under the fluorescent lights of her office. She nodded slowly, sadly. "I know," she whispered. "The rate, it hasn't gone up. People die here, it's what happens. But the way, Leo, they're too peaceful. It's not natural. It's like they're being smoothed out." That word, smoothed out, echoed in my head. It fit perfectly with inventory. You smooth out items, you organize them, you prepare them for whatever comes next. My mom's waking hours were worse. She was slipping further from me. She'd cringe away from the sunlight streaming through the window, whimpering and turning her face into the pillow. She'd scribble on napkins with a shaky hand, not words, but shapes. Spiral shapes, over and over, coiled lines that went round and round with no beginning and no end. They filled the margins of her menu, the back of her medication schedule. She'd draw them while staring at the wall, her mouth moving silently. I tried to ask her about them, but she'd just look at me with a confusion that was tinged with a new, deeper fear, like she was trying to remember a terrible dream. I needed to understand the sunroom. That was the source, the valve box, as the dead doctor's notes had called it. I waited for a busy moment in the afternoon, when the shift changed and the halls were full of clattering carts and chatting aides. I took a deep breath and walked down to the end of the hall. The door still said sunroom, out of use. I looked both ways, my heart doing a clumsy dance against my ribs, and I tried the handle. It was locked, but I remembered the key card. The head nurse kept hers in her pocket now, but the spare, the general one, was in the top drawer of the med cart during the day for emergencies. I waited until the nurse doing rounds went into a patient's room, then I moved. I fumbled the drawer open, my fingers clumsy with panic, grabbed the flat white card, and was at the sunroom door in 10 long strides. A swipe, a green flash, a click that sounded louder than any alarm. I slipped inside and closed the door behind me, leaning against it, listening. No shouts, no running feet. I was in. The room in the daytime was just a sad, dusty storage space. Old 4 poles huddled in a corner like skeletons. Boxes of paper towels were stacked next to a broken recliner. The big round table sat in the middle of it all, a layer of gray dust covering its surface. I walked to it, the dust puffing up under my sneakers. This was where she sat. This was where the girl's voice came from. I brushed the dust off the center of the table with my sleeve, and there it was. My breath caught. Carved into the wood, worn smooth by time but still perfectly clear, was a large, intricate design. It wasn't a normal Ouija board with letters and numbers. This had symbols, weird angular shapes that looked like twisted letters from no language I'd ever seen. And in the very center, dominating the whole table, was a spiral. The exact same spiral my mother had been drawing on every piece of paper she could find. It wasn't a doodle. It was a brand, a signature. This was its mark. The room felt different now, knowing this was here. It wasn't just a room, it was an instrument, a telephone line to somewhere else. I pulled out my phone and took pictures, my hands shaking, making sure to get every strange symbol. As I put my phone away, my eyes adjusted to the dim light, and I saw something else. On the floor, partly under the table, was a single sheet of yellowed paper. I picked it up. It was a photocopy of a handwritten journal page, the writing frantic, slanting all over. It was the dead doctor's notes. The top read Subject A, the beacon. My eyes scanned the messy writing. Not a sensitivity, but a conduit, a valve. The subject does not predict the terminal state, she attracts it. She focuses the process. The intelligence is not in her, but in the transition itself. It uses the sensitive to clarify the signal, to make the dying conscious of their own completion. The sunroom appears to be a point of resonance. I have attempted to insulate it, to break the circuit. Materials, salt, silver, iron filings. The effect was immediate and negative. A hum began in the walls, a low frequency that induces headaches and unease in the staff. The subject became agitated. I fear I have not contained it. I have amplified its attention. The The last line was scribbled so hard the pen had nearly torn through the paper. "It is aware of me now. God help me." I folded the paper and put it in my pocket, the weight of it feeling like a lead brick. So the doctor had tried to stop it. He'd failed, and his attempt, his insulation, might have been what stirred it up, made it hungry, made it need a stronger connection. Maybe that's why it was so active now. My mom wasn't the first. She was just the latest, and maybe the most powerful because of what the doctor had done. I left the room, swiped the key card to lock it again, and returned the card to the drawer, my mind racing. The pieces were coming together, but the picture they made was monstrous. That night, I was determined to keep her in. I couldn't let her go to the sunroom again, couldn't let her be its valve. I brought a heavy-duty bike chain and lock from home. When she was asleep, I carefully, quietly looped the chain through the frame of her hospital bed and around a solid-looking pipe that ran along the wall near the floor. I locked it. It felt terrible, imprisoning my own mother, but the thought of her in that room, speaking with that voice, was worse. I settled into the recliner, the cold metal of the lock's key in my hand, and I waited. The night crept on. 2 a.m. came and went. 2:10, 2:14. I watched her, every muscle in my body tight. 2:17. Her eyes opened. She sat up. She swung her legs toward the floor and stood. The chain pulled taut, clinking against the bed frame. She stopped, looking down at it, her head tilted like a puzzled bird. For a second, I thought it had worked. Then she bent down. She didn't pull at the chain. She simply placed her fingertips on the shiny steel of the lock. And from where I sat, I saw it happen. A white frost spread from under her touch, crawling over the metal in a web of icy cracks. There was a soft sound like popcorn popping, and then the lock, the chain, the whole assembly just crumbled. It didn't break. It disintegrated into a pile of gray, rusty powder on the floor, as if it had been sitting at the bottom of the ocean for 100 years. She stepped over the dust and walked toward the door. I was frozen, not with fear this time, but with a kind of awful understanding. You couldn't lock it out. It was in the walls, in the wires, in the very process of dying in this place. It could rot metal with a touch. She passed me, and this time she didn't go to the door. She turned and walked right toward me where I sat in the recliner. I shrank back, but there was nowhere to go. She reached out, not for my face, but for my chest. Her hand, cold as a stone from a riverbed, laid flat over my heart, and the world fell away. It wasn't a vision of pictures. It was a flood of feelings, a tidal wave of every bad thing I'd ever carried. The sour, guilty taste of wishing my dad's long sickness would just end already. The sharp, lonely ache of seeing my friends move on with their lives while I was stuck in this room. The hollow, cold spot where I'd secretly felt relief when the doctor said my mom wouldn't know me much longer, because the burden would be lifted. It was all there laid bare, felt as fresh as the day it happened. It was an inventory of me, my soul's unfinished business. I couldn't breathe. I could feel her hand, cold and steady, and behind it, a presence, vast and patient, sorting through my regrets like cards in a file. And then, in the middle of it, I heard a chorus of whispers, not from the room, but inside my head, using my mom's voice but speaking with many tones at once. Regret over the father's passing, fear of the inherited mind fading, secret relief at the end of the caretaking burden, a promising bloom of grief. They were cataloging me, assessing my ripeness. Just as suddenly as it started, it stopped. The weight lifted. The feelings receded, leaving me cold and hollowed out. She took her hand from my chest. The cold, young girl's voice came from her mouth, clear and final. "Not yet ripe," it said, with a hint of clinical disappointment, "but marked. The grief is a promising bloom." Then she turned, walked out of the room, and down the hall, leaving me slumped in the chair, gasping like I'd been hauled up from deep water. I was marked. Not for death, not now, but for later. I was on the shelf, in its inventory, an item waiting to mature. The closure was absolute and terrifying. I knew its purpose. I knew its method. And now, I knew I was in its sights. The question of what was happening was answered in the most personal way possible. But as I sat there in the empty room, the taste of my own secrets still bitter in my mouth, a new and more practical question took shape, one that offered a sliver of direction in the paralyzing fear. The doctor tried to fight it and failed. But what if I didn't try to fight it? What if I tried to understand what it wanted so badly that it would do all this? The answer, I was sure, was in that sunroom, in the symbols on that table. I had pictures of them. Maybe it was time to look for a translator. The cruelest trick the devil pulls is giving you back what you've lost, just before he takes everything else. I lived in the shadow of that mark on my soul for days, feeling it like a cold spot on my skin that wouldn't warm up. I avoided looking my mom in the eye, afraid I'd see that assessing stare again, that checker of ripeness. She was quieter, her drawing less frantic, almost as if her job was mostly done. The wing was quieter too. Fewer patients were left, and the ones who remained had a strange, calm look about them, like they were waiting for a bus they knew would arrive on time. I had to move. I couldn't just sit and wait to be harvested. The doctor's notes mentioned a hum he caused, and several nurses had lately complained of a low, buzzing sound in the walls that gave them headaches. That was a physical clue, and I had the pictures on my phone, the weird symbols from the sunroom table. I needed a translator, someone who wouldn't think I was crazy. I remembered an old friend from college, a guy who was into all kinds of weird history codes and fringe stuff. We hadn't spoken in years, but I found him online, still living in the city. I called him, my voice probably sounding as shaky as I felt. I told him I'd found some strange carvings in an old building, maybe some kind of old construction symbols, and could I send him pictures? He was intrigued. I emailed him the clearest photos. While I waited for his reply, I did the only other thing I could think of. I started to dig into the hospice itself. I spent hours in the local library's digital archive, looking for news about the building. It was built in the 1950s, but before that, the land had been part of a much older farm. I found a short article from 1972 about a small fire in what was then the long-term care wing. The fire was minor, but one patient, an elderly woman described as frail and mostly non-communicative, had died of smoke inhalation. The article quoted a nurse saying it was a mercy, as the woman had been in terrible, unexplained pain for weeks, pain that medication couldn't touch. A cold shiver went down my spine. A patient in terrible pain, a sudden fire. It felt familiar. My friend called back 2 days later, and he wasn't intrigued anymore. He was excited in a nervous, scholarly way. "Leo, where did you get these?" he asked, his voice tight. "They're not construction marks. They're not any formal language I've seen, but I've seen things like them. In old folklore indexes, in notes about supposed haunting phenomena. They're called transition sigils, or threshold marks by the few people who write about this stuff. They're supposed to be instructions, or maybe prayers, for things that exist in the space between states. Between awake and asleep, life and death, that kind of thing. The central spiral? That's a common one. It's supposed to represent a funnel, or a vortex. A way to channel something from a wide area into a single point. A funnel. A valve. Exactly what the dead doctor had said. What are they channeling? I asked, my mouth dry. Theories vary, he said, and I could hear him tapping on a keyboard. Some say it's souls. Some say it's the psychic energy left behind by intense emotion, particularly pain or relief. The idea is that these things, these non-human intelligences, they feed on that energy. They cultivate it. They help it along because a peaceful, resolved soul gives off a different, maybe purer, kind of energy than a tortured one. Think of it like farming. You tend the crop to get the best yield. Farming, larder, inventory, all the words lined up, painting the same horrible picture. My mom was the farmer's hand, reaching out to tend the crop. I thanked him and hung up, his words echoing. I had a theory now, a framework. This thing, this harvester, existed in the process of dying. It encouraged peace and resolution not out of kindness, but because it preferred that flavor. The hospice, a place built for dying, was its farm. And my mom, a sensitive or a beacon, was its perfect tool, because her own fading mind was like an open window, easy to slip through. I needed to confirm the pattern, to see the whole field. I went back to my grim notebook and compared my list of the harvested patients with the official hospice log the head nurse reluctantly let me see. I was looking for anything else they had in common besides dying within 3 days. And I found it. It was subtle, but it was there. Every one of them had been admitted for a long, slow decline, but their final cause of death was listed as something sudden and acute. The massive infection, the aneurysm, the sudden peace that led to a stopped heart. It was as if the lingering illness was the growing season, and the message was the signal to harvest, triggering a final, swift end. The harvester didn't just collect souls, it timed the moment of death for maximum yield. Armed with this awful knowledge, I went to the head nurse. We met in the sunroom, of all places, in the daylight. I showed her the symbols on my phone, told her what my friend had said. I showed her my notes on the causes of death. She listened, her face growing more and more still, until she looked as pale as the sheets on the empty beds. "I believe you," she said finally, her voice a rough whisper. "Because I feel it. We all do. That hum in the walls now, it's worse. It's in the floor. It's in the coffee we drink. The other patients. Look at them." We walked out and looked down the hall. The few remaining patients who were awake were sitting in their chairs or looking out their doors. They weren't restless or sad. They were serene, unnaturally still. They were all facing the same direction, like sunflowers, but not toward the sun, toward the closed door of the sunroom at the end of the hall. "They're waiting," she said. "They know the call is coming. They're ready to be picked." The scale of it finally crushed down on me. This wasn't about a few messages. This was about the entire wing. The harvester was preparing to clear the whole field, and my mother was the signal to begin. That's when the idea came to me, desperate and probably stupid. The doctor tried to block it and failed. What if I didn't block it? What if I confused it? What if I introduced something into the system it couldn't process? Something that wasn't ripe, something that broke its perfect pattern. My mom was the conduit. What if the conduit became noisy? That night, I prepared. I waited until she was asleep. Then I did something that felt like a terrible betrayal. I took her hand, her frail, drawing hand, and I gently, carefully painted her fingernails. Not with polish, but with a cheap, washable kid's paint, a bright, sunshine yellow. Then, on the back of her hand, I drew a big, silly, smiley face with a black marker. It felt ridiculous, juvenile. But my thinking was this. Every time she touched a board, every time her hand moved that pointer, it was an extension of the harvester's will. Maybe, just maybe, if that hand was visibly, blatantly wrong, marked with something joyful and silly and utterly out of place in this hall of endings, it would create static in the signal. It would be like trying to whisper a sacred prayer with a whoopee cushion in your hand. I didn't know if it would work or if it would just make it angry. I sat back in the chair and waited, my own heart beating a frantic rhythm against the mark it had left on me. 2 a.m. came. The lights in the hall did their 3-second dim. At 2:17, her eyes opened. She sat up. She looked at her hands, held them up in front of her face, studying the yellow nails and the smiley face. For a long moment, she was still. Then her head tilted. The young girl's voice came out, but it was different, not sweet, not clinical, but annoyed. A frustrated, childish annoyance. "This is wrong," the voice said, peevish. "This is messy." She got out of bed and walked to her small sink. She turned on the water and began scrubbing at her hands with the plain white soap, scrubbing hard. But the paint was cheap and stubborn. The yellow smeared but didn't vanish. The smiley face became a blurry, messy smudge. She dried her hands on a towel, leaving yellow streaks, and stared at them again. The frustration was palpable in the room. She turned and walked out of the room, but her usual purpose was gone. She seemed hesitant. She went to the door of the next patient, a woman named Mrs. Pritchard, but she didn't go in. She stood in the doorway, her stained hands at her sides. She didn't touch the board. She just stood there for a full minute, then made a small, confused sound and turned around. She walked back to her bed, got in, and pulled the covers up to her chin. She closed her eyes. The broadcast had been jammed. For that night, at least, the harvest was stopped. I sat there in the weakening dark before dawn, a wild, shaky hope bubbling up in me. I had done it. I had introduced a flaw. I had confused the system. It wasn't a victory, not by a long shot. It was a stumble. But it was proof that its perfect, terrible process could be interrupted. The closure was a single night of peace, a night where no one died, no messages were sent, and the waiting patients eventually turned away from the sunroom door and went back to sleep. But as the first gray light of morning touched the window, I saw my mom's hand lying on top of the blanket. The yellow paint was mostly gone, but the smudge of the smiley face, now just a dark blotch, had bled through the fabric of the towel and stained her skin. And the stain, I saw with a fresh chill, hadn't stayed a messy blob. It had seeped and spread into a rough but unmistakable shape. It looked like one of the angular, twisted symbols from the sunroom table. My interference hadn't been erased. It had been translated. It had been absorbed into its language. The hook for what came next was clear and terrifying. It was learning from me. I had shown it I could fight, and now it knew what my fighting looked like. The question was no longer if it would adapt, but how, and how fast. And what would it do with a conduit that had been deliberately made messy? The answer, I was sure, would not be another night of quiet confusion. It learned. That was the worst of it. My little act of rebellion wasn't a setback. It was just a chance for it to demonstrate a more efficient method. The next day, the atmosphere in the wing shifted completely. That watchful peace snapped into something sharper, like a teacher realizing a student has been cheating and deciding to change the rules of the test. The head nurse pulled me aside, her fingers gripping my arm. "The hum," she said, her eyes wide. "It's not in the walls anymore. It's in the patients. Listen." We stood in the hall. The usual sounds were there, the beep of a distant pump, the murmur of a television. But underneath it, if you really listened, was a low, vibrating tone, not coming from any one place, but seeming to come from the people themselves, a quiet, collective exhale that never ended. The few remaining patients sat in their chairs, and their chests seemed to move with the vibration. They were humming inside. They were tuning forks, and something was striking them. My mom was different too. She was awake, more present than she'd been in weeks, but it was a terrible kind of presence. She looked at me, and her eyes held no recognition, no cloudiness. They were clear, deep, and empty, like wells that went down into a dark I didn't want to see. She smiled at me, a slow, patient smile that didn't touch those empty eyes. "You made a mess," she said, her own voice layered with that young girl's tone, a twisted duet. "Now we clean it up. The crop must be gathered before it spoils." She laid back and closed her eyes, and the humming from the hall seemed to grow just a little louder. I knew then that my trick with the paint had run out. It had adapted. It wasn't going to rely on my mom's hands touching boards anymore. It had a whole wing of antennas now. I had to do something bigger, something that attacked the system itself. The sunroom was the valve box. The doctor tried to seal it and failed, but he was one man, and he was scared. Maybe he didn't have the right tools. I thought of the symbols, the transition sigils. My friends said they were like instructions. What if I didn't try to erase them, but added to them? What if I wrote my own instructions over the top? A cancel sign, a stop sign, a giant NO carved right into its funnel. It was a crazy idea, born of panic, but it was the only one I had. That afternoon, I went to a hardware store. I bought a small handheld engraving tool, the kind for etching metal or glass. It fit in my pocket. I also bought a bag of coarse salt and a cheap silver ring from a pawn shop, remembering the doctor's notes about iron and silver. I felt like a crazy person buying these things, but the determination burning in my chest was the only thing holding the fear at bay. I waited until the shift changed, the busy time. The head nurse saw the bulge in my pocket, saw the look on my face. She didn't ask. She just gave a tiny, grim nod and turned to distract the aide at the station by asking a long, complicated question about a supply order. I moved. Down the hall, key card swiped into the sunroom. The air was cold and still, thicker than the hall, tasting of dust and that odd, electrical tang I now associated with the harvester. The table sat there, the spiral and the strange symbols waiting. I took out the engraver. My hand was shaking so bad I could barely switch it on. It buzzed to life, a high, angry whine that seemed to offend the very air in the room. The humming from the hallway, the patient hum, seemed to pulse in response, getting louder. I didn't have time for fancy symbols. I had to break the pattern. I went to the center of the table, to the big spiral. I pressed the spinning tip of the engraver against the wood at the very center of the funnel and began to carve, not a symbol, but a word. A simple, blunt, human word. I carved stop. The wood resisted at first, then gave way, splintering under the tool. The sound was horrible, a screeching grind that felt like I was cutting into bone. As I carved the S, the overhead light in the sunroom flickered wildly. As I carved the T, a wave of dizziness hit me, a feeling of deep, wrong nausea, like I was carving into my own stomach. The patient hum outside became an audible groan, a sound of distress that rolled down the hall. I kept going, teeth gritted, tears of effort and fear streaming down my face. The O, the P. With the final scratch of the P, I turned off the engraver. The sudden quiet was a shock. For 3 long seconds, nothing. The humming had stopped. The light steadied. I slumped over the table, gasping. I'd done it. I'd broken the circuit. Then the table moved. It wasn't a shake. It was a lurch, a sudden jump as if something had slammed into it from underneath. I stumbled back. The symbols on the table, the old ones and my new stop, began to smoke. Not with heat, but with a cold, gray vapor that rose in thin threads. The threads didn't disperse. They coiled in the air above the table, weaving together, forming a shape. It was a face, a blurred, shifting face made of smoke. It had no features, but I felt it look at me. A voice filled the room, not from my mom, not the girl's voice, but a dry, rustling, ancient sound like pages turning in a tomb. Interference, it said. The word wasn't heard with my ears. It was stamped directly into my mind. Direct interference with the cycle. Assessment was incomplete. Judgment is required. The smoke face surged toward me. I threw up my hands, the bag of salt flying from my pocket, bursting open in a white cloud between me and it. The smoke recoiled, hissing like steam on a hot plate. The silver ring in my other hand felt suddenly freezing cold. I held it out like a shield. "Stay back!" I yelled, my voice cracking. The smoke swirled, agitated. "You are not ripe," the rustling voice boomed in my head. "You are a pest, a flaw in the grain. You will be removed." It flowed around the salt, reforming by the door. The door slammed shut with a force that shook the room. The lock clicked. I was trapped. The smoke condensed, becoming denser, more solid, until it wasn't smoke anymore, but a shape like a man made of dark water and shadow. It took a step toward me. I had nowhere to go. I backed against the cold glass of the windows. It reached for me, a limb extending, not to strike, but to touch, just as my mom had touched my chest. This was the judgment. It was going to inventory me completely, and then delete me from its system. As its cold, formless hand came within an inch of my forehead, I did the only thing left. I didn't fight it. I spoke to it. "What do you want?" I screamed, not in anger, but in raw, desperate curiosity. "Just tell me what you really want. You want peace. I gave you a night of peace. You want order? I'm trying to understand the order." The hand paused. The shifting face loomed over me. "We want the transmission." It rustled, and the sound was full of a longing so vast and old it made my knees weak. "The clear signal. The pain is noise. The regret is static. The fear is distortion. We collect the clarity. We seek the pure tone of a finished life. The beacon was our receiver. You have damaged the frequency." It wasn't evil in the way I understood it. It was a collector, an archivist of completed stories. My mom was its best receiver, and I was adding scratchy noise to its perfect recordings. "She's my mother," I said, my voice trembling but clear. "You're using her up. You're burning her out. When she's gone, who will be your receiver? The doctor tried, and you scared him to death. You need someone who understands. Let me understand. Tell me how to fix the frequency without taking her." The shadow thing considered me. The pressure in the room lessened just a bit. "You are marked," it said. "Your signal is messy, full of conflict, but it is a strong signal. Unusual." It withdrew its hand. "A bargain, pest. The beacon is faltering. The final harvest of this place is now. You will assist. You will ensure the transmissions are clear, that the final moments are pure, undisturbed by your interference. You will become the steady hand for the beacon. In return, when the cycle here is complete, we will release the beacon. She will die a natural, human death, unaided by us. Her story will be her own." It was a devil's deal. Help it harvest the last few patients, make their deaths perfectly peaceful, so it could get its pure, clear signal. In return, it would let my mom go, to die later of her illness, not as its tool. If I refused, it would take me apart now, and keep using her until she broke. I looked at the thing made of shadow and longing. I thought of my mom's empty eyes. I had come to stop it, and now I was being recruited as its assistant. The closure was a horrible, pragmatic deal. The battle was over. I had lost. But in losing, I had bargained for my mother's freedom. The immediate threat was gone. I wasn't going to be removed. I had a purpose, a terrible one. I nodded, the movement feeling like it weighed 1,000 pounds. "I'll do it," I whispered. The shadow form dissolved back into smoke, then into nothing. The door unlocked with a soft click. The room was just a room again, save for the word "stop" carved jaggedly across the ancient spiral. I walked out, my legs like rubber. The head nurse was waiting, her face etched with worry. "What happened?" The patients, they all cried out at once, then went still. "It's over," I said, my voice flat. "We have a deal. I help it finish. Then it leaves her alone." She looked at me with pity and horror. I had gone from son to defender to accomplice. The hook for the next chapter was etched into my soul as clearly as the word on the table. I had agreed to help it harvest, to smooth the way for death, to become a part of its process. The last few patients were waiting, humming their final tune. And tonight, I would have to make sure the recording was perfect. The question was no longer if I could stop it, but if I could live with myself after helping it, and what kind of mark that would leave on a soul already judged as promising stock. I started the night as a son, and ended it as a funeral director. The deal was struck, and the harvester, the collector, whatever it was, held me to it with an expectant pressure that filled the wing. The humming from the patients wasn't a distressed groan anymore. It had settled into a focused, resonant drone, a single note held in readiness. My mom lay in her bed, eyes closed, but I could see her eyelids fluttering, as if watching rapid dreams. She was the beacon, and the signal was about to be broadcast. I had to ensure clarity. The head nurse knew. She didn't approve, but she understood the terrible choice. She gave me a clipboard, the final charts for the 3 remaining patients. Their families have said their goodbyes, she told me, her voice professionally flat, though her eyes were shiny. Medication is increased for comfort. They're not in pain, but they are, waiting. I took the clipboard. It felt like holding lead. The first was Mr. Henderson, a retired teacher with lungs ruined by age. I walked into his room. He was awake, his eyes clear and calm, fixed on the ceiling. The humming was strongest here, coming from him, a soft vibration in his chest. He turned his head slowly and looked at me. He smiled, a gentle, tired smile. "It's time for the final lesson, isn't it?" he whispered, his voice raspy but peaceful. I couldn't speak. I just nodded. My job, as I understood it, was to be a steadying human presence, to keep any sudden fear or surprise from creating static. I pulled a chair to his bedside. "Would you like me to sit with you?" I asked. He gave a small nod. I sat. I didn't talk. I just sat there, a witness. After a few minutes, his breathing changed, becoming slower, more spaced out. The hum within him softened, fading from a tone into a sigh. His eyes stayed open, but the focus left them, looking at something beyond the ceiling tiles. He whispered one word, so faint I almost missed it: curiosity. Then he breathed out a long, final exhalation, and the hum stopped completely. The air in the room felt different, clear, empty, and perfectly still. There was no fear, no struggle. It was the pure tone the collector wanted. I marked the time on his chart with a hand that only shook a little. 1 down. The next was Mrs. Cho. She was tiny, lost in the big bed, connected to monitors that showed a heart stumbling along. She was asleep or in a deep twilight. Her family had left a small music player with gentle piano tunes, but it was off. The only sound was her hum, a higher, thinner note than Mr. Henderson's. I sat again. I didn't touch anything. I just watched. Her humming began to weave itself into a faint, melodic pattern, almost like a lullaby. Her face, which had been pinched with discomfort for weeks, relaxed, smoothing out until she looked decades younger. A single tear formed at the corner of her eye and tracked slowly down her temple into her hair. She didn't wake. Her heart monitor showed a gradual, gentle slowing, the peaks and valleys getting smaller and further apart, like a ball rolling to a stop. The line went flat with a soft, continuous beat. There was no alarm, no crisis. It was a conclusion. The hum melted away, leaving another room of clear, resonant emptiness. I marked her chart. 2 down. The last one was the hardest. It was Carl, a man my own age, with a body wrecked by a sudden, aggressive illness. He was awake, and he was scared. The hum in him was unsteady, wavering between the collector's note and his own ragged breath. He looked at me with wide, panicked eyes. "I don't think I'm ready," he choked out. "There's stuff I didn't fix." This was the static. This was the distortion. My role clicked into place with a horrible clarity. I wasn't just a witness. I was a guide. I had to help him find the pure tone. I moved my chair close. "What didn't you fix?" I asked, keeping my voice low and even. He talked in broken pieces. A fight with a sister he never made up. A project at work he left for others to finish. A dog he loved as a kid that he felt he'd abandoned. Small human regrets, but to him, they were knots in his line. I didn't offer empty comfort. I just listened. I said things like, "She probably knows you loved her," and "Your team finished the project, they said you did the hard part," and "Dogs live in the moment, he only knew you loved him." Simple truths. I didn't know if they were true, but they were the kind of truths that untie knots. As I spoke, his breathing calmed. The panicked hum steadied, sinking with the deeper, collective tone from the hall. His eyes lost their fear. He looked at me, really looked at me. "Thank you," he said, and he meant it. "It's okay now." He closed his eyes. His hum became one with the others, strong and clear for a moment, a final, resonant chord, and then it faded with his breath. The monitor beeped its flatline song. I sat there for a long time, empty, a shell of a person. I had done it. I had helped usher 3 people into death, not with medicine, but with words, smoothing their passage for a thing that fed on peaceful endings. I had kept my bargain. The wing was now still, truly still for the first time since I'd arrived. The oppressive waiting was gone. The humming had ceased. There was just the ordinary quiet of an empty hospital ward at night. I walked back to my mom's room. The head nurse was there, checking her vitals. She looked up at me. "It's done," I said. She nodded. "The families have been called." It was gentle, for all of them. We both knew what I had done. There was no victory in it, just a bleak, hollow success. I looked at my mom. She was sleeping normally, the frantic flutter gone from her eyelids. Her face was relaxed, her own face again, not a mask for something else. The deal was complete on my end. Now I had to wait for it to complete on its end. It would release her. I spent the next day in a fog. The wing was active with practical matters. Families collecting belongings, cleaners preparing the empty rooms. The strange atmosphere had lifted. The lights didn't dim. The call buttons didn't blink. It felt like a normal, sad place. My mom woke in the late afternoon. She looked at me, and for the first time in months I saw her. Really her. Not a blank stare, not a channeled intelligence, just my tired, sick, elderly mother. "Leo," she said, her voice a dry leaf of a sound, but it was hers. "I'm thirsty." I cried then. I got her water, held the cup for her, and she sipped. She was weak, confused by the illness, but she was present. The beacon was gone. The collector had kept its word. That night, I slept deeply, a sleep of utter exhaustion. I dreamed of clear tones and empty, still rooms. I woke to sunlight and the sound of ordinary hospital noises. For 2 days it held. She was just a patient, fading slowly from her disease. The head nurse and I dared to hope. The horror was over. On the third evening, as I was reading to her, she fell asleep mid-sentence. I tucked the blanket around her and went to get some coffee. When I came back 20 minutes later, she was sitting up in bed. Her eyes were open. They were clear, and they were looking at the door. Not with fear, but with expectation. A small, serene smile was on her lips. "Mom," I said. She didn't look at me. She slowly raised her arm, her finger pointing, not at me, but at the empty space beside me. She traced a shape in the air. A spiral. Then she spoke, but it wasn't the girl's voice, and it wasn't the rustling voice of the collector. It was a new voice, melodic and ancient, like many voices woven into one. "The debt of the beacon is paid," the voice said through her. "The vessel is cleared, but the connection remains. The frequency is known. A new crop will grow elsewhere. The seeker of understanding has been noted." Her hand dropped. She looked at me then, and her smile was her own, sweet and sad. "I love you, baby," she whispered in her own voice. Then she closed her eyes, sank back into the pillows, and went to sleep. I stood there frozen. The closure was real and bittersweet. My mother was free. The immediate haunting of the hospice wing was over. The harvester had moved on, its larder here empty. But the hook it left behind was not in the room, it was in me. It had noted me, the seeker of understanding. I had looked into the mechanism of death itself and bargained with it. I had helped it work. And in its final message, it hadn't said goodbye. It had said, "A new crop will grow elsewhere." The haunting was over here. But I knew about the cycle now. I understood the frequency. The question that settled onto my shoulders, lighter than a shadow but colder, was this. If I heard that familiar, focused hum again in another place, would I be able to walk away? Or had my bargain made me a permanent part of its world, a reluctant shepherd for a harvest that never truly ended? I looked at my sleeping mother, finally at peace, and I knew my own peace had been the price. The peace we won felt like a thin sheet of ice over a deep, dark lake. My mom lived for 3 more weeks after the final harvest, a gift of time that was both precious and haunted. She was herself, just a very tired, fading version, and we had simple conversations about old memories, the taste of lemon ice, the color of her mother's dress. She never mentioned the sunroom, the messages, or the hum. It was as if that entire chapter had been neatly cut from her mind, a kindness from whatever rules the collector followed. She passed one quiet morning, holding my hand, and it was a normal human death. Grieving her was clean, sharp, and awful in the way grief is supposed to be, not tangled with the otherworldly dread that had coated everything before. I was grateful for that. The head nurse and I stayed in touch, bound by a secret we could never share. The hospice wing filled with new patients, ordinary people with ordinary ends, and the strange phenomena never returned. The sunroom was officially cleared out and turned into a storage room for linens. the table removed and probably destroyed. Life, in its stubborn way, moved on. I tried to move with it. I went back to my apartment, to my old job, to the rhythm of traffic and groceries and weekend laundry. But I was different. The world felt less solid. I'd see an old man sitting alone on a park bench, his face still, and I'd catch myself listening for a hum. I'd walk past a hospital and feel a pull, a warped curiosity about what might be happening on the top floor, in the quiet rooms. The collector's final words were a seed in my brain. A new crop will grow elsewhere. The seeker of understanding has been noted. I wasn't just a survivor, I was a marked man. I had understood its mechanism, and that knowledge was a door in my mind I couldn't close. About 6 months later, the call came. It was from my old college friend, the one who had translated the symbols. His voice was tense, excited in a nervous way. "Leo," he said, "you remember those symbols you sent me? I've been poking around, joining some forums, talking to weirdos like me. I think I found something. There's a place, a private care home upstate, for people with extreme, untreatable neurological conditions, things that lock them in. It's got a reputation. Families send people there as a last resort. And the stories from the night staff, they're familiar. They talk about patients who haven't spoken in years suddenly uttering crystal clear phrases before they pass. They talk about a feeling of perfect peace that settles on the whole floor beforehand. They talk about a specific room, always kept locked, that the patients seem to face toward." He paused. "They also talk about a hum, a low sound in the walls that comes and goes." My whole body went cold. The lake of peace I was standing on gave a loud crack. "Where is it?" I asked, my voice flat. He gave me the name, Rolling Hills Care Center. It was a 5-hour drive north. I told him thanks and hung up. I fought with myself for a week. I had a life to rebuild. I had my own grief to tend. Getting involved again was insanity. But the hook was in me, the seeker of understanding. If it was starting again, if the collector had found a new beacon, a new larder. Could I just ignore it? My bargain was done, but my knowledge wasn't. What if I could warn someone? What if I could find a way to break the cycle for good, not just bargain one person free? The guilt of what I'd done, of smoothing the path for those 3 final deaths, itched under my skin. This felt like a chance to balance the scales. I called the head nurse from the hospice. I told her what I'd heard. There was a long pause on the line. "Don't go," she said finally, her voice firm. "You got out. Your mom got out. That's a miracle. Don't walk back into the fire." "What if I can help someone else get out?" I asked. Her sigh was heavy. "You can't fight the ocean, Leo. You can only learn to swim away from the current." But I was already packing a bag. I drove north on a Thursday. Rolling Hills was a sleek, modern building tucked into pine trees, nothing like the old brick hospice. It looked expensive and sterile. I didn't have a plan. I couldn't just walk in and ask about their supernatural harvesting operation. I booked a motel room in the nearby town and spent a day watching the place, feeling like a criminal. I saw families come and go, their faces etched with a permanent, resigned sorrow. I saw staff in bright-colored scrubs. It all looked normal. That evening, I went to a local diner. I sat at the counter and ordered pie. The waitress was a woman in her 50s with kind, tired eyes. I made small talk, said I was visiting the area. Then, casually, I mentioned I had a relative with a severe condition and had heard about Rolling Hills. "Heard it's a good place," I said. Very peaceful at the end. The waitress's smile faded a bit. She leaned on the counter, lowering her voice. "It's a good place. They're kind. But it's quiet up there. My niece worked nights there for a while. She didn't last long." "Oh," I asked, keeping my tone light. "Too sad?" The waitress shook her head, looking around before speaking. "Not sad. Strange." She said the patients, the ones who can't talk or move, they'd all seem to focus on the same thing sometimes. Like they were all listening to a radio she couldn't hear. And there's one nurse there, an older woman, been there forever. "Sweet as pie," my niece said, "but she sleepwalks. They find her in the patients' rooms at night, just standing there. They say she has a gift for knowing when the end is near." My blood turned to ice water. A sleepwalking nurse. A gift. A new beacon. The pattern was repeating perfectly. I thanked the waitress, left a big tip, and drove back to my motel, my heart pounding. I had found it. The new crop. The new valve. I sat on the scratchy bedspread, my head in my hands. What was my move? I could leave. Get in my car and drive home, and pretend I never heard any of it. Or I could try to make contact. With the nurse? With the families? I had no proof, only a crazy story. I decided on the simplest, most stupidly direct approach. The next morning, I dressed in neat clothes and walked into Rolling Hills. I went to the front desk and said I was considering the facility for a family member. I asked for a tour. The administrator, a polished man in a suit, was happy to oblige. He showed me the bright common areas, the spotless rooms, the garden. He talked about palliative excellence and dignity-centered care. I nodded and smiled, but I was listening for the hum. I felt nothing. The place was quiet in a normal way. Then we turned down a hallway on the third floor. And I felt it. A subtle vibration in the floor, not a sound, but a feeling in the soles of my feet. A familiar, focused pressure in the air. The administrator didn't seem to notice. He gestured to a door at the end of the hall. "This is our specialized care suite for our most critical residents." As he said it, a nurse came out of a room halfway down the hall. She was older, with gentle eyes and a warm smile for the administrator. But when her eyes flicked to me, the smile didn't change, yet something behind it recognized me. Not me, Leo, but the mark on me. The understanding. Her gaze held for a half second too long, and in that moment I saw it. The same empty depth I'd seen in my mother, but controlled, veiled. This wasn't a fading mind being used. This was a conscious collaboration. This beacon was awake. I looked away quickly, my throat tight. The tour ended. I took brochures, shook the administrator's hand, and left. I sat in my car in the parking lot, trembling. It was worse here. The beacon was a willing participant. That changed everything. The harvest here would be more efficient, more complete. I was out of my depth. I drove back to the motel, defeated. I had found it, but I was powerless. I was just one man with a terrible secret. That night, I couldn't sleep. I stared at the ceiling. Around 2 in the morning, my motel room phone rang. A shrill, old-fashioned sound that made me jump. Nobody knew I was here. I picked it up. "Hello." There was a pause, then a voice. It was the melodic, woven voice from my mother's final message, the voice of the collector itself. It sounded closer now, clearer, as if the distance between us had shrunk. "The seeker has followed the frequency," it said, not as a question. "Your curiosity is strong. The new beacon is stable. The yield will be superior. Your assistance is not required, but your observation is permitted." The line went dead. I held the buzzing receiver, cold sweat on my back. It knew I was here. It was allowing me to watch. I was not an enemy, not a bargainer. I was an audience. The closure of this chapter was a journey completed. I had sought the new crop, and I had found it, confirming my worst fear. The cycle was eternal, moving from place to place, finding new vessels. I was not going to be a hero here. I couldn't stop it. The hook it left me with was a twisted invitation. I had permission to observe, to watch a more perfect, more terrible harvest, conducted by a willing servant. The question was not if I would stay and watch. The sheer, morbid gravity of the thing was already pulling at me. But what would happen to a seeker of understanding after he witnessed the process from start to finish, not in panic and rebellion, but as a cold, invited witness? Would the understanding finally set me free, or would it weave me permanently into the pattern, a silent historian for a hunger that never died? I looked at the phone, then at my car keys. The road home was still open, but the road to the third floor of Rolling Hills was open too, and it felt, horribly, more like the road I was meant to be on. I chose the road to the third floor. I told myself it was to bear witness, to gather proof, to maybe find a weakness in the new, more stable system. But deep down, I knew the awful truth. The collector was right. My curiosity was strong. After touching that other world, the ordinary one felt pale and fake. I checked out of the motel and rented a cheap apartment in a complex that had a direct view of the Rolling Hills parking lot and the back of the building, where the third floor windows were. I got a job at a nearby print shop, a mindless task that paid the rent. I became a ghost, living only to watch. I learned the patterns. The willing beacon, the nurse, worked the night shift, 7 days on, 7 off. On her weeks on, the feeling on the third floor changed. From my apartment, even from a distance, I could sense it, a gathering focus, like the air itself was being pulled toward a single point. On her weeks off, the place just felt sad and normal. I started taking walks on the grounds during visiting hours, always polite, always just a man getting fresh air. I saw her sometimes, the nurse. We never spoke, but our eyes met once across the garden. She gave me a small, knowing nod, a gardener acknowledging a fellow enthusiast who appreciates the work, not the beauty. It made my stomach turn. I used my old friend's online connections, his forums for weirdos, to dig deeper. I posed as a researcher into thanatology, the study of death, and asked careful questions. I learned Rolling Hills had been built on land that was once a sanatorium for nervous disorders in the early 1900s, a place where many people died in states of great mental anguish. The perfect soil for the harvest. I learned the locked room on the third floor was formerly a hydrotherapy suite full of water tanks. Water was often a symbol of transition. It fit. The pieces were all there, a perfect, terrible puzzle. My chance to get closer came unexpectedly. I saw a help-wanted sign in the Rolling Hills kitchen for overnight dishwashers. It was a job with access to the building after hours, no questions asked. I applied, using a vague story about saving for school, and got it. 2 nights a week, I pushed a rack of steaming trays through the quiet halls at 3 a.m., taking the service elevator. I listened. I felt. And on the nights she was working, I heard it. The hum. It wasn't in the walls here. It was in the pipes. A low, resonant vibration that traveled through the water lines, up from the ground, humming through the sinks I sprayed. It was the same tone, just using a different wire. One night, after my shift, I couldn't leave. The pull was too strong. I hid in a linen closet until the halls were empty. I felt drawn, like a metal filing to a magnet, toward the 3rd floor. I took the stairs. The door to the specialized care wing was locked, but the hum was loudest here, vibrating the handle. I knew I shouldn't go further, but the collector had said I was permitted to observe. I tested the door. It was unlocked. It swung open smoothly. The hall was lit by soft night lights. The doors to the patients' rooms were open. I walked slowly, peering in. In each room, a person lay in a bed, connected to monitors, and each one was awake. Their eyes were open, staring at the ceiling. From each of them came the hum, not from their mouths, but from their chests, a visible, slight vibration. They were in unison. They were a choir, and they were all facing the same direction, toward the end of the hall, toward the locked hydrotherapy room. The beacon's work was almost done. The crop was ripe. I saw her then, the nurse. She walked out of a patient's room, her steps quiet. She held a small, old-fashioned slate board, the kind with a piece of chalk. She saw me. She didn't startle. She walked toward me, her face serene. She held up the slate. Written on it in neat, clean handwriting was, "The understanding seeks the source. Come." She turned and walked to the locked door. She didn't use a key. She placed her palm flat against it, and I heard a series of clicks, like tumblers falling not from a key, but from a matching frequency. The door opened. She gestured for me to follow. This was it. The invitation. The heart of the new operation. Every cell in my body screamed to run, but my feet followed her. The room was large, tiled in white. It was empty of the old tanks. In the center of the floor was a large, intricate mosaic, newly laid. It was made of dark and light tiles, and it formed the same symbols from the sunroom table, with the central spiral. But this one was perfect, deliberate, built with intention. This wasn't a forgotten tool. It was a dedicated altar. In the center of the spiral sat a simple wooden chair. The nurse walked to it and sat down. She placed the slate board on her lap. She looked at me, and her eyes were fully her own, but filled with a conviction that was frightening. "It's better this way," she said, her voice gentle, teacherly. "No fear. No loose ends. They come here in fragments, and they leave whole. I help them become whole. You saw the chaos of an unwilling vessel. This is harmony." She was a true believer. The collector hadn't just found a tool, it had found a priestess. "What does it give you?" I asked, my voice echoing in the tiled room. "Peace," she said simply, "and purpose. I was a nurse for 40 years. I saw the terror, the unresolved pain, the messy, ugly endings. This is clean. It has a logic. It appreciates the order." She closed her eyes. The hum from the hallway grew louder, flowing into the room, focusing through her. The mosaic on the floor seemed to glow with a faint, mother-of-pearl light. She picked up the chalk. On the slate, her hand moved, not writing words, but drawing one of the angular sigils. As she finished it, from down the hall, I heard a single, clear, word spoken in unison by every patient. "Release." It was followed by the sound of monitors, not flatlining in alarm, but issuing a soft, melodic chime, one after another, a cascade of perfect cadences. A harvest. A full, harmonious harvest. I watched, numb, as she drew another symbol. Another chorus of release, another gentle chime. She was conducting a symphony of death. I was not horrified anymore. I was mesmerized. This was the understanding I had sought. This was the pure, undistorted process. And it was beautiful in a way that shattered my soul. When it was done, the hum faded. The light in the mosaic dimmed. She opened her eyes, tired but fulfilled. She looked at me. "It would like to speak with you," she said. "Directly. Now that you understand." She gestured to the floor in front of her. I stepped onto the mosaic. The tiles were warm. The air above the central spiral shimmered, like heat on a road. The voice came not through her, but from everywhere, the rustling, ancient voice I knew, but now it was clear, without static. "Seeker, you have observed the purified cycle. You have seen the resolution of the noise. Your own signal remains cluttered with the grief of the old vessel, with the guilt of your assistance. This is useless to us, but your capacity to learn, that is value." I stood there, a man on a giant target. "What do you want from me?" I asked the air. "We expand. The cycle is the only true constant. We seek new fields, new beacons. You have shown an ability to locate them. You feel the frequency. You become a seeker not for understanding, but for resources. You will find the next places where the veil is thin, where the unresolved gather. You will prepare the way. In return, you will have meaning. You will have a front row view of the only truth that matters, the art of the finished story." It was a promotion. From bystander to bargainer to observer and now to scout. A procurer for a god of endings. The ultimate closure for my restless, haunted life. A purpose. I looked at the nurse. She smiled a beatific smile. She had found her heaven. I thought of my mother's final, natural sleep. I thought of the 3 deaths I had eased. I thought of the endless, quiet horror of watching this happen again and again, forever. The hook it offered was the end of all my questions, the end of my drifting. It was a job. A terrible, magnificent, eternal job. I didn't answer aloud. I simply knelt on the warm tiles, placing my own palm flat against the central spiral, feeling the residual vibration of the finished harvest humming up my arm. I bowed my head. It was acceptance. The voice rustled through me, a feeling of cold, vast satisfaction. "Go. Rest. You will know when to begin." I left the room. I left rolling hills. I quit my dishwashing job. I drove back to my old city. I live my normal life. I go to work. I see friends. But I am listening. Always listening. I feel the world differently now. I know the signs. The places of concentrated, lingering suffering. The certain kind of quiet. The specific taste in the air. I am waiting for the pull, for the faint trace of the hum on a new frequency. I am the seeker, and the harvest is eternal. The story ends here, with a man who found the answer to every mystery that haunted him, and in doing so, lost himself completely to the service of the most ancient farmer of all. The closure is absolute. The cycle continues, and I have found my permanent and perfectly terrible place in it.